The girl on my phone screen had 30 minutes left to live, and the button that fixed it cost 6 yuan. I want to be clear about the situation because when I say it out loud, it sounds like I was being generous. I was not being generous. I was lying on a mattress in a rented room with a ceiling that had been leaking since spring, holding a phone I could barely afford to charge, looking at a stranger I had never met, in a game I had downloaded 11 minutes earlier because the icon was pretty and it was free. She was kneeling in a hut. The hut had a hole in the roof. Rain was coming through the hole and landing on her shoulder, and she was not moving to avoid it, which told me more about her week than any status panel could. Above her head, the game had put up a little bar, and the little bar said her dantian was ruptured and her spiritual root had been stripped, and under that, in the cheerful yellow font that mobile games use for anything they want you to panic about, it said she had roughly half an hour before her body gave out, and under that was a shop button, 6 yuan, basic healing pill, 6 yuan is a bowl of noodles, 6 yuan is the bus twice. I know exactly what 6 yuan is because at that point in my life, I knew exactly what everything was, down to the 10th of a yuan, the way you do when there is no cushion under you at all. I bought the pill. I want to say I agonized over it. I did not. I tapped it the way you swat a mosquito, half annoyed at myself, and then I watched a small white dot appear on the wooden table in front of her. She stopped. She looked at the table. Then she looked up. Not at the ceiling, at the air above her, which from her side of the glass was apparently where I was standing. And her face did the thing that I have thought about approximately 9,000 times since, which was that it did not light up, it went white. She looked at a pill that had appeared out of nothing in a locked hut on a mountain nobody visits, and her hands started shaking, and she took the pill, and then she crawled under the bed and stayed there. I sat up. I want you to understand that this was a free game. This was a free game with a cartoon icon and an autoplay button, and I had installed it in a queue at a pharmacy, and the girl in it had just hidden under her own bed because I gave her medicine. The first thing I said out loud, alone in my room, was, okay. The second thing I said was, that is a very good animation budget. And the third thing was nothing, because that was when the screen changed. Not her screen. The sky in her screen. The whole thing turned the color of a bruise, and something enormous made a sound over her mountain, and every notification the game had ever considered showing me arrived at once, and at the bottom of the pile, in the same cheerful yellow, it said her master had descended. I did not have a master. I had a phone with a cracked corner and 41% battery. So, now the part I skipped. 2 days before this, a doctor with tired eyes and a very neat desk had told me that the thing in my leg had already been in my hip and my spine for a while, and that we were now talking about comfort rather than cure. He was kind about it. That is somehow the worst way to be told. He said the word months, and then he said a number, and the number was 132, and then he asked if I had family who could come in, and I said no, and he wrote something down and did not ask a second time. My parents were forest rangers. There was a fire 9 years ago. The compensation for that fire was signed off, approved, and then it went somewhere that was not my bank account, and I was 17 and had no idea what a lawyer costs, so what happened is what always happens, which is nothing. So that is the ledger, if you want it. 132 days, no money, no family, a leak in the ceiling, and 6 yuan spent on a stranger because she was going to die in half an hour, and I was the only one who could see it. I did not know then that this was the single best financial decision anyone in either world made that century. I just knew that the sky in a mobile game had turned purple and a girl was under a bed, shaking, and that my phone was at 39%. I plugged it in. Her name was Mei Leah, and she was 19, and she was the 5th disciple of Crimson Heaven Peak in a sect called Azure Cloud, and about 6 hours before I found her, her sect had put her on trial. The charge was that she had injured a fellow disciple in a sparring match. That was it. That was the whole crime. She had cut a girl's shoulder in a match where cutting is the point, and the girl she cut was the little junior sister, and the little junior sister had cried, and the great senior brother had gone to comfort her, and then the great senior brother had come back and put his palm through Mei Leah's dantian. A dantian, as I understood it, about 40 minutes later after reading 9 forum posts, is the engine. It is where a cultivator stores everything they have spent their life gathering. He crippled it with one strike. And then their master, a man with a very fine beard and a very serene expression, had personally pulled out her spiritual root, which is the part you are born with, the part that decides whether you can hold power at all. Both of them told her it was for her own good. Her master said it in the voice men use when they have already decided and want you to help them feel fine about it. Then they threw her onto Wonking Mountain, which is a rock with weather on it, and left her there to finish dying quietly so nobody would have to look at her. That was who I bought a 6 yuan pill for. I found all this out because the game had a log, and the log was written like a diary, and I read the whole thing sitting on my floor while my instant noodles went cold and congealed into a single gray brick. Then I looked at the top of my screen, where a counter had appeared at some point, and it said 132 days. I would like to report that I had a moment of clarity here. What I actually had was a moment of arithmetic. I looked at her with no engine and no root and no sect, and I looked at me with no money and no family and 4 months, and I thought, well, at least one of us should get out of this. She came out from under the bed after about an hour. She came out very carefully, the way you approach a dog you are not sure about, and she knelt on the floor, and she put her forehead on the floorboards, and she said thank you to the ceiling. The game translated it for me at the bottom of the screen. She said, "This disciple does not know which senior has shown her mercy, but she will remember it." Then she got up and started sweeping the hut, the one with the hole in the roof, because it was her hut now, and it was dirty, and apparently that was unacceptable. That is the moment I stopped treating this like a game, and I want to be honest that it was not the sky turning purple that did it, it was the sweeping. The shop had a section for talismans, and it had a section for pills, and it had a section, I am sorry to report, for clothing, and it had one item at the very top with a gold border that cost 1,888 Yuan. I had a little over 2,000 in the world. The item was called a spirit gathering array. The description said it thickened the ambient energy inside a fixed radius, permanently, and that a cultivator sitting inside one would recover at several times the normal rate. It also said, in smaller letters, that it required a spirit stone every so often to keep running, and that spirit stones were also available in the shop. Thank you for your support. I want to walk you through my reasoning because I am proud of it. Reason 1, I was going to be dead in 4 months, and the money would not do anything useful in that time except delay the same ending by about a week. Reason 2, she had nothing. Reason 3, there was no reason 3, I bought it. I remember my thumb hovering over the confirm button and my whole chest going hot, because 2,000 Yuan was not money to me. It was the wall between me and the street, and I was about to hand it to a phone game with a cartoon icon. I hit confirm. On her mountain, the air changed. I watched it happen through the screen. The grass on Wonking Mountain, which had been the color of old paper, went green in a ring about 30 meters across, and Mei Lia, who was sitting on the step outside her hut mending her sleeve, dropped the needle. She sat there for a long time with her mouth slightly open. Then she stood up and walked the edge of the ring the whole way around, touching the air. Then she came back to the middle and knelt down and put her head on the ground again and said something my subtitles rendered as, "Master." I typed nothing. There was no chat box. The only thing the game let me do was buy things and apparently be silently worshipped. Fine, I thought, fine. I am a god now. I have 211 Yuan and terminal cancer, and I am a god. I want to be very clear that I was not planning anything. I was not building toward anything. I was a man with 132 days who had found one thing that felt good to do, and the thing was making a stranger's life measurably less awful, and I could see the results in real time, which is more than most charity ever gives you. Then she started cultivating inside the array, and the game gave me a notification, and the notification changed everything. It said, "Your electronic girlfriend has reached Chi Refining Layer 1. Battle Pass progress updated. Girlfriend." I read it 4 times. There is no version of this where I read it fewer than 4 times. The game had, at some point, without asking, without a single dialogue box, decided that the relationship on offer here was not patron and stranger. It had labeled her. And attached to that label was a battle pass. And attached to the battle pass was a track of rewards. And every reward on the track unlocked when she got stronger. So the deal was this. I feed her. She climbs. The climb pays me. I sat back against my wall and looked at the ceiling with the leak in it, and I said, out loud, to nobody, "Oh, you are a horrible little machine, and I am going to use you until you break." The first thing off the track was a talisman. It arrived on my bed. Physically, on my bed, in my rented room, in the real world, a rectangle of yellow paper with red ink on it that had definitely not been there when I looked at that spot 40 seconds earlier. I would love to tell you I handled this with dignity. I picked it up with 2 fingers like it was a wasp, held it at arm's length, and carried it to the bathroom on the theory that if it exploded, the tiles would be easier to clean. Then I stood in my bathroom holding a magic piece of paper from a phone game for about 4 minutes, waiting to wake up. I did not wake up. The talisman was a Thunderfire talisman, mortal grade. And the game's description said it discharged when it touched something with evil energy in it. I did not know what evil energy was. I did not know anything. What I knew was that a game which existed on my phone had put an object into my room, and that the counter at the top of my screen still said 132 days, and that those 2 facts, sitting next to each other, made a shape I did not like at all, because if the game could reach into my room, then the game was not a game. And if the game was not a game, then the girl was not a character. I put the talisman in my desk drawer, and I closed the drawer, and I went and stood at my window for a while. Then I went back and opened the drawer, because obviously I did. Here is the part where I explain the machine, and I am going to do it once, cleanly, because it is the only part of this story you actually need to hold in your head. It was a gacha game. That is all it ever was. Log in, look at your girl, buy her things. There was a top-up screen, and it took the same payment app I used for noodles. There was a daily divination that told me my fortune and my remaining lifespan, both of which were usually bad. There was a shop, and the shop's stock changed depending on how strong she was. So the stronger she got, the more expensive and more absurd the inventory became. And there was one more thing, which took me 2 days to find, and which is the reason for everything that happened after. There was a customer service button, free, once a day. You typed a question. It answered. The first time I used it, I asked it whether the pill I had bought was real. It thought about that for 11 seconds and then told me yes, and then it told me the exact composition, and then, because I had not asked it to stop, it told me the precise concentration of ambient energy on Wonking Mountain, the ranking of the 9 sects nearest to it, and the fact that Mei Lia's former master had been paid to cripple her. I sat very still. I asked it who paid. It said, "This is your second question today. Cost, 6 Yuan. That is the machine. A gacha game with a search engine bolted to the side of it, and the search engine could see through walls in a world that was not mine, and the price of a question went up the more it hurt reality to answer. Every single thing in this story is me pulling that lever and then paying whatever it said on the receipt. The first receipt came fast. I asked it, on day 3, how to cure my cancer. It told me it could not, because the thing in my body was not entirely cancer anymore. It told me there was a growth near my spine that had stopped behaving like a tumor and started behaving like an animal, and that it had been feeding on something that was not me, and that when it finished, it would come out. I asked what it was feeding on. The answer cost me my first real jolt of fear, because the answer was, the same energy that is thickening on Wonking Mountain. I had bought her an array. The array had turned on, and somewhere in the plumbing between 2 worlds, the thing in my spine had found the tap. I turned off the phone and lay in the dark for a while with my hand on my hip, feeling for something under the skin that I definitely did not want to find, and thinking about a girl kneeling on floorboards saying thank you to a ceiling. Then I turned the phone back on and bought her another spirit stone, because the array needed one, and because 132 days is not enough time to be careful. That is the whole beginning. A dying man with 200 yuan, a crippled girl on a rock, a talisman in a desk drawer, and a shop. Everything after this is just the shop getting bigger. 2 days later, she got a visitor. I had been checking on her the way you check a plant, which is to say constantly and with no clear purpose, and I opened the app in the morning and there was a man standing in front of her hut. He was old, and he was tall, and he had the kind of beard that takes real commitment. The game put his card up over his head because the game put a card up over everything. Sword Pavilion, Elder Wu Mingli, Soul Transformation Stage, and then a note underneath that said he was formerly of Zhenwu Holy Land, which meant nothing to me at the time, and a second note that said he had a bad hip. He was there because of the array. That is the thing I did not understand yet. On my side, I had spent 1,888 yuan, which is a phone. On her side, an intermediate spirit gathering array had switched itself on, from nothing, on a dead mountain, and every cultivator within a very long walk had felt it happen the way you feel a truck go past your house. He walked the ring, the same as she had. He crouched down and put his palm flat on the grass. He said a word I will not attempt to spell, and then he stood up and looked at a 19-year-old girl with no engine and no root and asked her, very politely, who her master was. And she said, "I do not know." She did not lie. That is the part that got me. She had every reason to invent something grand, and she stood there in a mended sleeve and told an elder of a major sect that she did not know, and then she added that she had been given a pill and an array, and that she believed the senior was watching over her, and that she would not shame him. He asked to see the hut. She let him in. There was nothing in it. A bed, a table, a hole in the roof, and a girl who had swept it twice. He came out and looked up at the sky, at the exact spot she kept looking at, and he did something that I did not have the context to appreciate until much later. He bowed. An elder of a great sect in a place with no witnesses bowed to empty air and said that if the senior would permit it, Sword Pavilion would like to take the girl in. I had 193 yuan. There was a button on my screen. It said, "Recharge 6 yuan to answer." I want to tell you I thought about it. I hit it so fast I nearly dropped the phone. The game did not give me a voice. What it gave me was a menu with 3 lines on it, and I picked the shortest one, and out on that mountain the wind picked up and something enormous and invisible said one word. The word was, agreed. Wu Mingli went down on both knees, and that right there is the exact moment the lie started, and I want to flag it clearly now, because it runs under every single thing that comes later, like a crack under a floor. I did not build that lie. I never once told anyone I was a great cultivator. I bought a pill for 6 yuan and a patch of good air for 1,888, and an entire world looked at the receipt and decided a god had signed it. By the time I understood what they thought I was, correcting them would have killed her. So I did what any reasonable man with 4 months to live would do. I leaned in, which required money, and I had 193 yuan. Here is where I have to explain that I was, at this point, a college student with a terminal diagnosis and a phone, in the year of our Lord whatever, which meant there was exactly one career path open to me. I was going to stream. I shaved my head in the bathroom sink with a set of clippers I borrowed from the guy 2 doors down who cuts his own hair, and I want to be clear that the head shaving was not medically necessary. I had not started chemotherapy. I was never going to start chemotherapy. I shaved my head because a bald man with a hospital printout gets 4 times the traffic of a man with hair and a hospital printout, and I had done the research. Then I went to Mount Tai. Mount Tai has 7,000 steps. I have mid-stage bone cancer in my hip and my spine. The math on that is not complicated, and I did it before I bought the train ticket. What I put in the stream title was that I was going to climb to the top, and what I put in my head was that if my femur went halfway up, that was also content. The stream did 4 viewers for the first 90 minutes. Then somebody clipped me at step 2000, sitting on the stone with my leg out straight and my hands shaking, explaining very calmly to the camera how to tell the difference between the pain that means keep going and the pain that means the bone is about to do something interesting, and that clip did 9 million views by the following evening. I made 40,000 yuan in 2 days. I made it by being a dying man who would not sit down, which is the oldest content there is, and I want to be honest with you about my motives here because I have never once claimed to be a good person. I did not do it to inspire anyone. I did it because a spirit gathering array cost 1,888 yuan, and there was an upgrade available. I want to tell you about the wolves, because that is the night I understood what I actually had. It was 2 nights after the array went in. She was outside washing dishes in the rain, because of course she was, and the map in the corner of my screen lit up with 5 red dots coming up the mountain in a spread pattern, which is not how animals move. That is how a hunting party moves. They were demon wolves. Each of them was about the size of a water buffalo. She had a broken sword, a ruptured engine, and a plate. She threw the plate. I need you to appreciate this. 5 chi-refining demon wolves came out of the tree line at a girl who could not gather a single thread of power, and she threw a dinner plate at the second one, and the wolves scattered because from their side a person who has just survived being crippled by her own sect is throwing an unknown object at high speed, and no wolf alive is going to assume that is a plate. Then she got inside and barricaded the door with a table she could barely drag, and she said out loud to nobody that she had nearly died to one of these things last week and had no idea what to do about 5. And the talisman on the door went off. I had stuck it there. That was the whole of my contribution. When the game gave me the immortal grade talismans off the first battle pass tier, I had put one on her door the way you put a smoke alarm in a hallway, because I did not know what else to do with a piece of magic paper, and because the description said it fires when something evil touches it. 2 wolves stopped existing. She stood in the middle of that room with her broken sword up and her hands shaking, and she did not look happy. She looked sick, because she knew what she was looking at. An immortal grade talisman in her world is not a smoke alarm. It is a thing money cannot buy that kills a golden core monster that a sect elder saves for the worst day of his life. And someone had used one as a doorbell. 2 more went for the window. The window had one too. The last wolf ran, and the game offered to sell me a talisman at half price to punish it. 288 yuan. And I sat there in my room and heard myself say out loud that if you do not cut the weeds at the root, they grow back in the spring, and then I paid, and a fleeing wolf on a mountain in another world got hit by lightning for the crime of retreat. I did not think about that sentence again for a very long time. She did. Afterward, she knelt in the wet grass and bowed to the sky, and my favorability meter ticked up by 5, and I lay on my mattress and stared at the ceiling and thought about the fact that I had just spent 3 items worth more than my entire life on 5 animals, and that it had felt like nothing, and that this was going to be a problem. Then she made me a present, and that is the part I did not understand until much later. She had leftover materials from the array. She decided to make an amulet. Step 1 was filling it with power, which burned every spirit stone she had, and then started on her own, and she did that without hesitating. Step 2 was engraving my name in it in her own blood, and here we hit the single most human thing about Mei Lia, which is that she has terrible handwriting. Her father was a military officer. She was made to practice calligraphy as a child, and she cried about it, and she was allowed to switch to riding and spear and bow instead, and she was extremely pleased with that decision for about 12 years, and she regretted it for the first time in her life, kneeling on a floor trying to carve 3 characters into a piece of jade with a bloody fingertip. She looked at the result and said to herself that now they would be even more of a laughingstock. She left it in anyway. Step 3, which she did not mention out loud, and which I only learned about from the help center months later at a cost of 6 yuan, was this. That kind of amulet takes luck. Not money, not power. Luck. The maker pours their own fortune into it and goes without for a while afterward, and the recipient carries the difference. She did it anyway. Her complexion got visibly worse while I watched, and she smiled, and she put the thing on the table and bowed to the ceiling and waited. 1 second, 2, 3. I took it, because I did not know what it was, and because a notification had popped up, and I have never once in my life not tapped a notification. She said thank you, senior, for not minding Leah's dullness. Then she went to bed, first soft bed in half a month. She said goodnight to the ceiling. Keep that amulet in your head. It comes back. Meanwhile, up the mountain, a girl named Song Shui was having a bad week. Song Shui was the little junior sister of Crimson Heaven Peak. She was 17 and delicate, and everyone loved her, and she was the reason Mei Leah got crippled, and I did not know any of that yet. What she knew was that Mei Leah's energy signature had stabilized. That was not supposed to be possible. She had done the math the same as everyone else. Internal injuries, external injuries, root removed, fire poison, and a mountain full of things that eat people. Half a month, maximum. So she took out a straw doll and 2 copper coins and tried to read the situation, and the reading came back as static, and she sat there in the dark with a very unhappy expression. Then she touched the mark on her lower back, which was shaped like a snake, and which was, at that moment, burning. And then she went and found an outer sect disciple named Fang Tingting, who was Chi refining layer 9 and poor, and she asked her sweetly to go up Wanking Mountain and kill Mei Leah, and to make it look like the Yao Beast did it, and in exchange she would receive a Foundation Establishment pill. I want to state the number plainly. A Foundation Establishment pill was, at that point, worth more than everything Mei Leah had ever owned in her life. Song Shi offered it for 1 murder, casually, the way you tip. That was the first time I heard her name. She said it in her own room with nobody else in it, and my game picked it up because my game picked up everything, and it wrote it in a log I did not read for another 3 days. I mention this now because I wanted on the record that I had every piece of information required to end this in the first week, sitting in a menu, for free. I was busy looking at the shop. Sword Pavilion came for her 4 days later. Not Wu Mingli alone this time. Wu Mingli, and behind him a man on a flying sword who arrived the way a thrown brick arrives and whose card said Sect Master, Ren Jiaji, Soul Transformation Late Stage, and underneath that, in the little gray text the game used for personality notes, it said, Extremely Poor. I looked at that note for a while. Sword Pavilion, as I came to understand it, was one of the great sects of that world, in the same way that a very old family restaurant is a great restaurant. Everyone respects it. Nobody has updated the wiring in 300 years. Their disciples were monsters with a blade, and their treasury was, and I am quoting the game's own numbers here, 20 low-grade spirit stones. Ren Jiaji landed in front of a 19-year-old girl with no engine and no root, looked at an intermediate spirit-gathering array that had been switched on out of thin air on a dead mountain, and said, and I want to stress that this was his opening line to a person he had never met. How much of that array is left, and can it be moved? Wu Mingli hit him. Then the two of them straightened their robes and did the entire thing properly, and Ren Jiaji bowed to the air over her head and asked the senior for permission to take his disciple into Sword Pavilion, and swore on his sect that she would be treated as an inner disciple from the first day. Then he added, because he could not help himself, that Sword Pavilion could not offer many resources at present, but that the mountain air was excellent. I paid 6 yuan. The sky said yes, and this is the point where I want to stop and tell you what I thought I was doing, because it matters for everything that happened later. I thought I was a man with 4 months left, arranging a soft landing for a girl in a game. I thought I was buying her a roof. I genuinely believed that once she was inside a real sect with real elders, my part in this was more or less finished, and I could spend my remaining time watching her be fine, which is not nothing to have. That is not what I had done. What I had done, from the perspective of every living being in that world, was this. An unknown power had reached down onto a dead mountain, healed a cripple that a major sect had thrown away, armed her with treasures that money does not buy, and then handed her to Sword Pavilion for safekeeping, with a single word. They did not think I was a benefactor. They thought I was her master, and a master, in that world, is not a sponsor. A master is a debt, a lineage, and a threat. A master is the reason nobody touches you, which is why when Mei Leah walked through the gates of Sword Pavilion 3 days later with a broken sword and a mended sleeve, the sect master of the whole mountain walked out to meet her personally, and every disciple in the courtyard stopped what they were doing, and Ren Jiaji said, loudly enough for the entire sect to hear, this is the disciple of our grand elder. I was eating instant noodles. Sword Pavilion is where I want to pause, because Sword Pavilion is the reason this story has anyone worth caring about in it, and because I need you to understand the sect before I start spending money on it. It sat on a mountain range with 9 peaks. It had a sect master, 4 peak elders, an ancestral hall, a sword tomb, and a guard beast the size of a house named Giant Fang. It had roughly 200 disciples. It had, in the treasury, at the time she walked in, 20 low-grade spirit stones, which is about what a mid-tier disciple at Azure Cloud Sect got as pocket money every month. They were dead broke, not poor in the noble sense. Broke in the sense that Ren Jiaji had a side income, and the side income was that when a flying boat passed over their mountain, the guard beast would take it down, and then Ren Jiaji would arrive with an extremely grave expression and explain that their sacred beast was traumatized and that emotional damages were payable in spirit stones. 12 boats a year. He kept records. And here is the thing about them that I did not expect and never really got over. Everything they extorted went straight back out to the disciples. Every stone. There was no elder living well while the juniors ate porridge. There was no politics. There was one rule, and every one of them could recite it, and the rule was that Sword Pavilion has no cowards who abandon their fellow disciples. They fed her, gave her a hut on Luoxia Peak, and asked her for nothing, and then they started teaching her, and within 4 days the elders were arguing about her at dinner because a girl with a repaired engine and no root at all was outpacing people who had been cultivating for a decade. I want to explain the engine because it is the only piece of hardware that matters. I had asked the help center on my very first free question how to fix a ruptured dantian. The answer was that there was exactly one thing in that world that could do it. An ancient medicine called a Yuan Heaven Mending Pill. Not obtainable, not craftable, not for sale. Except in the game's Luck Koi Pond at 100 Yuan a draw, with a guaranteed grand prize at 1,000 draws. 100,000 Yuan. That is what Mount Tai was for. That is why a man with a fractured femur crawled up 98 steps on a folding cane while a stadium's worth of strangers cried about his courage. I was not being brave. I was farming. I hit the 1,000th pull sitting in a noodle shop with a stolen power bank in my mouth, and the pill dropped, and I sent it to her. That is when the sky broke. A pillar of blue light came up off Sword Pavilion's mountain and went through the cloud layer and kept going, and every cultivator in that world with a functioning pair of eyes looked up at it, and every one of them said the same sentence, which was that a divine pill had just been born. Every sect within flying distance launched. Elders, sect masters, whole flights of them converging on one mountain at speed, and the game calmly offered to hide it for 18 Yuan. I want to note the pricing here. 100,000 Yuan to obtain the pill. 18 Yuan to make the entire cultivation world forget it existed. That machine knew exactly what it was doing to me, and it did it with a smile. I paid. The light went out. The fragrance stopped. 9 separate sect masters arrived over that mountain range within the minute and found a quiet evening and some birds. Ren Jiaji, standing in his own courtyard with a hand on his sword, looked up at the sky and said, out loud, to nobody, that he was going to pretend he had not seen that. Down in the hut, she would not take it. She had worked out what it was. Not the name, the class. She understood that a thing had been placed on her table that people would kill each other for, and she put her hands on the floor and said that she could not accept it because she had nothing of equal value to return and that accepting it would shame her. So I lied to her. I told her that it had been made for her specifically, that it was of no use to me, and that if she did not take it right now, those people would come and steal it and I would have wasted the effort. The game rendered that into something with a lot more thunder in it, and she flinched, and then she did the thing she always does, which is choose obedience over her own line. But first she stood up and raised 3 fingers to heaven, earth, and man, and swore an oath. I have to tell you about this properly because it is the moment I stopped being able to walk away. She swore on her Tao heart, which is the thing in that world you cannot break without breaking yourself, that if I ever needed her in any way for anything, she would go through mountains of knives, seas of fire, or the lowest hell to do it. The air around her actually answered. Her hair went back off her shoulders. The world signed it. She had nothing else to give me, so she gave me that. I was sitting on a mattress with a stolen power bank and a broken leg. Then she ate the pill, and a golden thread went down into her, and a tornado of energy came off the hut and punched a hole in the clouds, and the game asked for another 28 Yuan to hide it again, and I said something unkind about the game's mother and paid. What grew back was not a repaired engine. Her old one had been rank 7, which I later learned is roughly what an average talented disciple has. Her master, a man with several centuries on him, had called rank 7 barely acceptable at his weekly lecture and told his students that in the old days they would have been shoveling manure in the outer sect. What she had now was a rotating golden lotus, misty blue, with scripture visible on the leaves. There is a grading scale. Innate is the top of it. Nobody is born above that. Hers was above that. Supreme grade. A thing that is not born, only made, and only by pouring impossible resources into a top-grade foundation, which is exactly what 100,000 Yuan of gacha pulls had just done. She sat in her hut looking inward at it and said very quietly that she did not know what kind of medicine Senior had given her, and in a black pool behind a dead hill on the other side of the range, a pair of eyes opened, and something that had been asleep for a long time said that it could smell a supreme grey Dantian and that heaven was finally helping it. His name was Ye Futian, and he was an old ancestor of the heavenly demon sect, and he arrived over her roof about 6 hours later in a cloud of red mist and announced that she should obediently become the foundation of his ascension. She picked up her broken sword. Let me say that again, because it is the whole of her character in one image. 19 years old, 4 days out of a hut where she had been left to die, and a centuries-old demonic ancestor announces himself over her house, and the first thing she does is reach for a sword with half a blade on it and tell him to stop being arrogant. I pushed her back down with a force she could not see and told her to get in bed and pull the blanket over her head because I was about to show off. She heard a great voice inform her that these were mere ants and could be killed at will. Both statements were true. I had, at that point, a menu. That is the whole secret. Not power, not skill, not a plan. A menu, and about 90,000 Yuan left from Mount Tai, and a boss standing in the middle of my field of view. I set the formation first. Purple runes came up in a ring 100 miles wide with the hut in the middle, thunder braided into flame, and Ye Futian, who had spent several centuries surviving by running from anything that looked dangerous, decided that today was the day to be brave. He put a hand of blood mist down on the house with the weight of a mountain behind it. The formation held. Then I opened the talisman tab. I would like to describe what followed as a battle. It was not a battle. It was a man with a shopping app fighting a demon with several hundred years of cultivation, and the man had a credit balance. Immortal grade thunderfire, by the handful. He blocked the first wave and screamed something about how this was impossible, that no sect on this continent could afford to throw these away, and I bought more, and the sky over that mountain turned white and stayed white. He tried to run. Of course he did. That is how he had lasted so long. I bought the talisman that stops people running. When it was over, there was a crater where a hill had been, and a house standing untouched inside a golden shell, and a girl under a blanket with her eyes squeezed shut, and my balance was down to about 11,000 Yuan. I lay back on my mattress in the dark and laughed until my ribs hurt, because I had just killed a demonic ancestor with a phone, and because there was a counter at the top of my screen that said 129 days. The following morning, the game changed the rules on me, and I want to be honest that this is the part where I started to respect it. I tried to give her the sword manual. It had come out of the koi pond, a golden jade slip, and it was called the Azure Lotus Sword Cannon, and it was immortal grade, and it had been written by somebody called the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, who opened his own manual by describing himself as a madman singing at a sage. I read that line twice and then said, out loud, that this had better not be Li Bai. 36 foundational chapters, 12 sword forms, full text with hand-drawn diagrams. Chapter 1 was a stance called Crane Stand, and the diagram had a note under it saying that beginners may omit raising the leg. I selected it, tapped her, and hit transfer. The game said no. The game said, and this is close to verbatim, that I could not teach her until I had personally cultivated all 36 chapters to initial insight. And then the help text explained the design philosophy, which was that the point of the product was a realistic, nurturing experience, that I could supply resources and be her guide and her emotional support, and that however, you need to be strong yourself first. I hunted for the button. There is always a button. 200 Yuan to skip, 2,000, 20,000. I did not care. Name the number. There was no button. For the first and only time in the entire relationship between me and that machine, there was nothing to buy. So I stood in a rented room with a fractured femur and a folding cane, propped my phone on the live stream stand, and picked up a clothesline pole because I did not own a sword. Chapter 1 looked simple. It is not simple. You hold the pole upright and parallel to your body, hilt parallel to the ground, 2 perpendiculars and a parallel all at once, breath even, and the blade must not wobble. My hands shake when I hold a water bottle. They did not shake holding that pole, and I noticed, and I filed it. Half an hour of sweating through my shirt gave me 1% of Chapter 1. I held it for an hour. Then I put the pole down with my arms convulsing and said that this was no good. This was going to fall apart, and then I picked it back up. Because here is what got me. I have played a lot of games. In a game, you are never the man who walks into the room first. You are a camera with a purchase history. And this thing had just told me that if I wanted to hand a 19-year-old girl a peerless sword art, I would have to learn it myself, with my own arms, at midnight, in a rented room, on one leg. I did not shower for 2 days. I stank. I did not care. If you want to know exactly when I stopped being a customer and started being something else, it was not the pill, and it was not the oath. It was the clothesline pole. I got faster at it than I should have. That is the second thing I filed and did not look at. An old man corrected my stance in a park at 6 in the morning, which is a whole story I will not tell you. And my progress on chapter 1 went from 2% to 13 in about 4 minutes because he pushed my knees out with his foot. He had done Tai Chi in that square for 20 years. He took my pulse without asking, and his face went gray, and he did not say anything about it. And after that, he came every morning. That is how I learned the first 12 chapters in 9 days, which the game noted was not a normal timeline and did not elaborate on, and it is how, when the summons came, I was ready. She was going back to Azure Cloud Sect, not because I sent her. I want that on the record because I have thought about it a lot. The help center told me, for 100 Yuan and a permanent luck penalty I did not understand at the time, that her heart demon could not be treated. A heart demon is not a wound. It is a thought, and the only way through the thought was for her to walk back into the place that put it there and cut it out at the root. So she asked. She knelt in her hut on Luoxia Peak with a sword in her lap and waited for a voice from the ceiling to tell her whether she was allowed to go. And I told her that the one who ties the knot unties it. That it started at Crimson Heaven Peak and it would end at Crimson Heaven Peak, that she could handle it herself, and that I trusted her. She thanked me for clarifying things. Then she took the sword I had given her, which was called Ren Xuan, moon-white scabbard and a red tassel, and she walked back down a mountain she had been carried off half dead. And I opened the character creator, because I had just found out I had a body. I want to walk you through this purchase properly, because it is my finest work. The game had informed me that a main quest had begun and that failure meant she stayed at Crimson Heaven Peak and eventually died in a cell. Then it informed me that before I could participate, I would need to create a character, which was news because I had spent something in the region of 160,000 Yuan at that point under the impression that I was a floating vibe. The face was mine with a few sliders. Fine, I am not ugly. Then I opened the hair tab. 998 Yuan for permanent white hair. Immortal venerable grade, the description said. There were over 100 styles and the white was, for reasons I have never understood, the cheapest one available. I put it on and looked at the preview, and I want to be completely honest with you, because we have come this far. I sat on a hotel bed with a fractured femur and looked at a white-haired swordsman with my own face on him, and I said, out loud, in an empty room, "Oh, that is unfair. I bought it in 4 seconds. Then the robe. Black, gold dragon on the cuffs, 3,988. The free option was a linen sack that made me look like something you would step over outside a train station. Then the aura effects, which is where the pricing gets educational. Full ancestral dragon protection was 3 billion Yuan for permanent, or 300,000 spirit crystals. And I want to remind you that a single spirit crystal was something Ren Jiaji kept under his pillow. I scrolled to entry 1999, Ancestor Dragon Seal. Today's special, 99 Yuan 80, a 5-clawed black dragon phantom coiled around my avatar, purely cosmetic, no protective value whatsoever, and it looked exactly as good as the 3 billion one from more than 4 meters away. Affordable price, high-cost performance. I want you to hold that number in your head, because in about 90 seconds, I was going to walk into a courtyard containing 7 soul transformation cultivators as a man with a 99 Yuan dragon. Then came the Realm slider. A newly made character has no cultivation at all, and next to the Realm tab was a limited time offer, and the offer was that you could simply purchase a stage, rent it, by the minute. Chi refining was pocket change, foundation establishment was lunch, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, each one about 10 times the last, and the numbers kept going up and the tiers kept going up, and I scrolled with my thumb going numb. Body integration, great perfection of spirit transformation. And above them grayed out a set of realms called Void Tempering with prices that had commas I did not want to count. I bought Great Perfection of Spirit Transformation for half an hour. It cost me 88,000 yuan, half the variety show money, and I want to explain that number too, because a television production had called me 2 days earlier offering 500,000 to walk up a mountain on camera as a mystery guest on the strength of a Mount Tai video that had done several 100 million views while I was unconscious in a hospital corridor. So yes, a game show paid for a god. I put the helmet on, and I want to describe what that was like, because there was a helmet. A VR headset had arrived at my door in a box with no courier label, the same way everything arrived, and I put it on my head in a rented room in a city where nothing has ever happened. And then I was standing in the sky. I want you to understand the difference. Up to that point, I had been a menu. I had been a finger on glass. Now there was wind on my face, and white hair going past my eyes, and a black-scaled sword at my hip that weighed something, and 1,200 people in a courtyard below me who had no idea I existed. Down there, an old man in blue was telling her to kneel. His name was Yuan Daoren. He was soul transformation stage. He had been her master for 3 years, and he was the man who had personally reached into her and pulled out the thing she was born with and given it to a 17-year-old girl who cried prettily. He put his pressure on her. Real pressure. The kind that folds a chi refining cultivator into the flagstones. She went down inch by inch with her jaw locked, and then something soft came up under her knees and held her. She whispered that it was Senior, and her very first thought, the actual first thought in her head at that moment, was not relief. It was that there were 7 soul transformation cultivators and more than a dozen nascent souls standing in that square, and that Senior might be in danger standing up for her, and that she was so dull-witted she had caused Senior trouble again. I have thought about that a great deal. I said, it is all right. With me here, who dares to insult you? Then I came down out of the sky. I would like to report that I made an entrance. I made an entrance. The clouds did the thing. The dragon did the thing. The sword sang on my hip without me touching it, and 1,200 cultivators looked up at a white-haired man in black with a black dragon around his shoulders and did the arithmetic that I was counting on them doing, which was that nobody spends this much on presentation unless the presentation is the least impressive thing about him. Yuan went white. I did not fight anybody. This is the part people get wrong when they hear the story. I did not have to. I had 30 minutes of rented power and a sect that had been telling itself a story about a girl for 3 weeks, and all I actually had to do was stand in the courtyard and ask questions out loud. I asked what the crime was. The answer, in front of 1,200 people, was that she had cut a girl's shoulder in a sparring match. I asked what the sentence had been. There was a pause there, a long one. Because the sentence, said out loud in daylight in front of the whole sect, was that 4 senior brothers had crippled her engine, that her own master had torn out her spiritual root, that the second brother had fed her poison so she would understand the junior sister's pain, that the third had bribed an elder to expel her, and that the fourth had walked her up a mountain full of things that eat people and left her in a hut with a hole in the roof. For a shoulder. The square got very quiet. Not because they were shocked. They had all known. Every one of them had known for 3 weeks and had found it more comfortable to talk about how she was probably jealous. It got quiet because somebody had said it out loud with a sword on his hip. I asked one more question, and it was the only one I actually cared about. I asked where her spiritual root was now, and Gao Lei, who was the great senior brother who was standing there with a 17-year-old girl tucked behind his arm, told me. Because he genuinely did not understand that it was damning. He explained, in a reasonable tone, that the junior sister was frail and her foundation was poor, so they had given her Meilea's water spiritual root, and that he would of course find Meilea a replacement later, even if he had to bankrupt himself. He said it the way you would explain rehoming a bicycle. Meilea did not move. Her hands opened and closed, and 2 tears came off her chin and hit the flagstones, and I heard both of them land, and that was the only sound in that courtyard. I want to tell you what I did next, because I have replayed it many times and I do not think I would change it. I did nothing. I had the power. I had 22 minutes left on the meter and the ability to erase that entire peak and everyone standing on it, and I want to be clear that I wanted to, and that the only reason I did not is that this was not my knot to untie. I said, this is her sect and her business. I will not interfere, and she drew the sword I gave her. I have watched a lot of fights since. That one was not the best or the biggest. It is still the one I would keep. She was chi refining great perfection. Gao Lei was well above her. She had a moon-white blade and 11 days of a sword art I had learned with a clothesline pole and had not yet taught her a single chapter of, so everything she did in that courtyard was her own. She went straight through him, not killed. She had not asked for that, and I had not offered it. She put him down in front of the whole sect, in the exact spot where they had put her down, and when it was finished she stood over him and said, loudly enough that the back of the square could hear it, that she was not there for revenge and not there to come home, that she was there to end it, that from this day she owed Crimson Heaven Peak nothing, and Crimson Heaven Peak owed her nothing, and that if any of them ever came looking for her, they should bring more people. Then she turned and looked at her master. Yuan did not say anything. What was he going to say? He had a soul transformation stage cultivation and a beard you could set a clock by, and he had been personally staring at a man he could not read for a quarter of an hour, and his hands were behind his back so nobody could see them. She bowed to him, properly, all the way down. She said, this disciple thanks the master for 3 years of instruction. Then she straightened up and said, the debt is settled, and I have severed the tie. And the game, in the corner of my vision, put up a small clean line of text that said the heart demon had been dispelled. Her karma with that place broke like a dropped cup, and I felt it, actually felt it, standing in the air above the courtyard with a rented body. She walked out through 1,200 people, and none of them touched her. There is one more thing from that day, and I did not understand it for a long time. While she was walking out, the little junior sister was standing behind Gao Lei with her face buried in his sleeve. doing the shaking thing, and every disciple in that square was looking at her with sympathy. And she looked up, just once, straight at Mei Lia's back. There was nothing on her face at all. Her name was Song Shui. She was 17. She had a snake-shaped mark on her lower back that burned. She had bought one murder for a Foundation establishment pill and gotten a girl killed for it and lost nothing. And she had just watched a soul transformation elder be humiliated in his own courtyard by a man who arrived on a cloud, and the only thing she took from it was that Mei Lia now had a very powerful backer, which meant Mei Lia had become substantially more valuable. Remember the mark. I logged out with 4 minutes left on the meter, took the helmet off, and sat on the edge of a hotel bed in the dark. Then I checked my phone, because the counter refreshes at midnight. It said 72 days. It had said 129 the night before. I sat there and looked at that number for a long time. 57 days, gone in one night. And I did the only thing I could think of doing, which was open the help center and spend 6 yuan on the one question I'd been avoiding for a fortnight. I asked what was actually growing inside me, and the machine, which had never once been unkind and had also never once been gentle, told me that the mass near my spine had stopped being a tumor some time ago, that it had a heartbeat, that it had been feeding, and that the feeding had accelerated sharply and recently. I asked what changed recently. It said, "You began drawing spiritual energy across the boundary at scale. Every array, every talisman, every pill, every minute of rented cultivation, all of it came through me. I was the pipe, and something inside the pipe had been standing under it with its mouth open for 3 weeks, getting fat on the overflow. I had been feeding her, and the whole time, I had been feeding it too. I skipped a part of that courtyard, and I skipped it on purpose, and I am going to go back for it now, because you cannot understand what I turned into without it." Before she bowed to her master, before she walked out, the second brother came down the steps. His name was Xiao Yifeng, and he was an alchemist with an innate wood spiritual root, which is the ideal talent for the work, and he was the one who had come to visit her after the tournament, when she was coughing blood on a floor and nobody else would look at her. He had brought her medicine, she had thanked him for it, and inside a quarter of an hour the fire poison had started, and it had burned in her for 93 days. He came down the steps in front of 1,200 people and asked in a wounded voice what he had ever done to offend her, and reminded her how many pills he had given her over the years. She counted them off on her fingers: fasting pills, deworming pills, laxatives. The square laughed at him, which was the first time that had ever happened to him, and his face went a color I have only otherwise seen on a monkey. Then his defense, and I want you to hear it properly, because it is the most human thing in this whole story, and it is completely foul. He said there was no evidence. He said he was only a 7th-rank alchemist and could not guarantee every impurity was removed. He said she tested medicine constantly and had a sensitivity that rivaled an alchemist's own. So if there had been fire poison in it, surely she would have noticed herself. He said she was an ingrate who had taken all their kindness for granted, and she had nothing, no proof, 2 people's word. So I asked him a question. I asked whether an alchemist can reliably detect fire poison in a pill. It is the most basic skill in the trade. It is the first thing they teach. He said yes instantly, in front of his master, in front of the whole sect, because saying no would have been professionally humiliating. 10 boxes came out of the air in front of him, the simplest, most common restoration pill in that world, the one every apprentice makes. I told him 9 of the 10 had fire poison in them, and that if he could pick the clean one before an incense stick burned down, I would let the entire matter drop. And then he tried to negotiate with me. I want to be fair to him. He had guts. He asked that if he succeeded, I would also heal the 3rd and 4th brothers and get the 3rd one's sentence lifted. Sure, I said, and I will give you 3 tries. The whole square relaxed. His master actually stroked his beard and said, with visible pride, that his disciple had an innate wood root, and this test was pointless. What none of them could see was the line of text in the corner of my vision, which the game had put there when I looked at him, and which said that his probability of identifying the clean pill was 0%, because all 10 were poisoned. He smelled them. He licked them. He scraped powder off them with a knife and cut them open to read the cross-sections, and his face got paler and paler because he was good. He was genuinely good, and what he was looking at were 10 objects identical to one another down to the age of the materials, and he could not understand how anyone had made them. He picked one. He ate it. It hit him like a hammer. 2 more chances, I said. He picked again. Same result. And here's the part I actually came back for. Somewhere between the 2nd pill and the 3rd, kneeling on the steps with his veins standing out, he worked out what fire poison actually feels like from the inside, like the whole skeleton being scoured with a wire brush, in waves so you never adapt. He had wood chi to suppress it with. It is a luxury of his root, and he understood, sitting there, that she had not had that. 93 days. He picked the 3rd pill at random because there was nothing left to think with, and the game offered me a swap for 6 yuan in case he got lucky. I paid the 6 yuan. I want to be very clear about that. He had a 1 in 8 chance, and he took it, and I spent 6 yuan to take it away from him, and I did not hesitate, and I did not feel anything at all. Then his master stood up and pointed a sword at Mei Lia and said that all 10 had been poisoned and that this was going too far. So I put one of the remaining 7 in front of him and invited him to test it himself. He said he would not. The box opened and the pill went into his mouth anyway. It was clean. It was the real one. There had been an honest pill on that tray the whole time, and his best disciple had missed it 3 times running, and now the man had to stand in his own courtyard, in front of the whole sect, with the taste of proof in his mouth, and say out loud that the medicine contained nothing. He said it. Then he offered me a polite, poisonous little line about how his disciple's talent was extraordinary, and how one day he would come and ask me for guidance. Fortunes change every 30 years. That is what he meant. I said nothing, because what I was thinking would not have suited the character. What I was thinking was that by the time his disciple achieved anything, I would have spent this girl all the way into a sword immortal. Then I went and found the little junior sister. She was standing behind Gao Lei doing the shaking thing, and when I stopped in front of her, she looked up at me the way a fawn looks at headlights, all trembling mouth and wet eyes, and I will admit, it was extremely well done. It was tempting in the way a thing is tempting when you know it is a trap, and the trap is still beautifully made. And a bead of sweat went down my back because I had just read her card, Song Shu. Female, 347 years old, soul transformation middle stage, sealed. I want to lay out my position at that exact moment. I was inside a rented body, on a meter, and the meter had about 11 minutes left on it because I had spent the rest of it doing a moon-themed sword dance for the applause. Standing in front of me, wearing a 17-year-old, was a demonic cultivator, 3.5 centuries old, who had been living inside that sect for 3 years, sleeping in a dormitory, going to lectures, being tucked behind a boy's arm and cried over. I did the only thing available. I kept my face. I said, hand over Mei Lia's water spiritual root. She started to say something soft. I said, will you pay or not? And she did the arithmetic I needed her to do. To refuse meant breaking her seal, which meant revealing what she was in front of 7 soul transformation cultivators and a sect master in a courtyard she had spent 3 years infiltrating for the sake of a water root she personally had no use for, so she said she would give it to me. And then, because she genuinely could not help herself, she puffed her chest out and turned her head to bare her throat and let 2 tears come down and said that Senior should just take it directly. I have never wanted to leave a room so badly in my life. The game gave me a selection window, and in the window there were 2 entries, not one, single water spiritual root, taken from Mei Lia, and a second one, a dual root, earth and wood, taken from somebody I had never heard of. 2. She had 2, and neither of them was hers, and the second one had a stranger's name on it. That is when I understood what she actually was. She had not been born with talent. She had been born beautiful and empty, and she had been taking other people's engines out and putting them in herself for 347 years, and she had a demonic art specifically designed to hide them, an art good enough that a 600-year-old soul transformation master had lived beside her for 3 years and never once looked twice. I selected both. My hand went through her like she was fog and came back with 2 small lights in it, and I put them in my bag, and I looked at her for exactly 1 second longer than I needed to. That look was not a threat. That look was a man who had realized a fraction of a second too late that he should not have taken the second one. She read it as a threat. She went absolutely white. Not from the pain, which she did not appear to feel at all. From the fear, because she was standing in front of somebody who had apparently seen straight through a concealment art she had trusted for 3 centuries, and who had not exposed her, and who had instead quietly robbed her. Which meant to her only one thing: he is one of us. She looked up to catch my eye again and get a read on it, and I had already turned around and walked away, because my meter had 4 minutes on it, and I was not going to spend them being stared at by something that old. So, that is the part I skipped. I stood in a courtyard and made a man eat poison 3 times to prove a point, and I paid 6 yuan to steal his 1 honest chance, and then I robbed a 300-year-old monster of an organ that did not belong to her, and pocketed a second one that had nothing to do with me, purely because it was there. I did not feel bad about any of it. That is the thing I want on the record. Not the cruelty, the absence. She got her root back that afternoon. I put it into her the same evening, and the game charged me nothing for it, which should have been my first warning that something else was being paid. The counter said 72 days. And a week later, in a city with no cultivators in it at all, something came out of the ground and started eating people, and I found out that the door I had been reaching through went both ways. Before that, though, I went on television, a show called Come On, Come On. 5 celebrities, 1 professional climber, a night hike up Tianmen Mountain, lived the whole way. I was the mystery guest, which meant I got 500,000 yuan for turning up and did not have to do a single interview. My driver's car battery died on the access road, about 10 minutes from the crew by any sane route. I climbed the cliff. I want to be careful here, because this is the beat where I should have understood something and did not. My leg had been in a cast 9 days earlier. The bone had been in 2 pieces. I went up a wet rock face in the dark on a folding cane in under 4 minutes, and when I got to the top I was not out of breath, and I thought with genuine delight that the cancer must be activating my genetic potential. I was wearing a bracelet of glass beads she had made me. On the way up, one of them had gone dull. I did not look at it. There was a young man at the top named Tang Jian, who was the actual point of the broadcast. Rising star, 3 million to appear, a lead role coming that he could not act and would be dubbed for, and a fandom that could crash a server. He had arrived an hour and 40 minutes late and had spent that time in makeup because a night hike is no reason to have visible dark circles. He had also just spent 5 minutes making it very publicly clear that he had been kept waiting by a nobody. Then the camera found me, and every comment in the stream changed its mind at once, and he watched it happen in real time on a monitor. So he pointed at my leg. He said in a caring voice that his schedule was brutal, that he slept under 2 hours a night, that this was a night hike, and that with a disabled person in the group they would be walking until tomorrow afternoon. He said he did not mean to look down on disabled people. He said I should be resting at home instead of coming on a variety show to join in the fun. The crew went dead quiet. Even the comment stream stopped for a second, which if you know anything about comment streams is like a river stopping. And I smiled at him because he had just handed me the whole broadcast. I told him he was right, that someone like me would only slow everyone down, but that I did not want to give up the chance because it might be the only time I would ever climb Tianmen Mountain. Then I turned to the camera and bowed a little and said my name, and that I had late-stage bone cancer, and that my life was near its end, and that I hoped there could still be some warmth in the embers of it, and I thanked everyone watching for being there with me. The only sound on that mountain was the wind. Then several makeup girls started crying, and a young actress called Ren Xiaoyun went red around the eyes, and Tang Jian stared at a smiling bald man, and got very cold from the top of his head down. I want to be honest about what I was. I was not brave and I was not noble. I was a man who understood precisely that a dying person who refuses to be pitied is the most powerful thing you can put on a screen, and I aimed it at a boy who had insulted me, and I fired. The director had budgeted a third of the shots for Tang Jian. By midnight, the cameramen were finding me by accident during other people's interviews, which is when the wolves turned up. Tang Jian had insisted on leading the group, on the grounds that he had trained at Shaolin as a child. This was true in the sense that he had gone there once and left inside a month, and his company had spun that month into a permanent personality. The professional climber we had hired objected and was overruled, and then quietly moved to the back of the line, which is where you stand when you expect something to follow you. The director invented a local legend to fill dead air. The shoulder-padding wolf of Tianmen Mountain, he said. It circles behind a night climber, stands up, rests a paw gently on the shoulder, and when the person turns around, it takes the head off. Tang Jian pointed out that he was 1.90 meters, so a wolf that could reach his shoulder would have to be 2.5 meters long, and the largest wolf on record is 2. Somewhere out in the dark, something howled, and every insect on that mountain stopped at the same instant. He wiped his face and laughed at himself for getting spooked. Then his shoulders sagged, the way shoulders do when 2 heavy hands come down on them. I will give him this. He had been stupid his entire life, and he chose that exact second to have his one good idea, which was not to turn around. He dropped, rolled, and got behind the group, and that is the only reason he still has a head. It was 2.5 meters standing, black-maned, wrongly proportioned, a mouth that could take a truck tire, eyes that handed our own faces back to us in green, and I said, out loud, wow, that was not courage, it was disappointment. I had spent a fortnight watching a man kneel on flagstones under the killing intent of a body integration cultivator, and this thing came up a tourist trail and struck a pose, and it did not have half the presence of an angry old Taoist. It cut us in two. Half the crew made it toward the vans. The other half was me, the cameraman, and Ren Xiaoyun. So I stepped in front of them, dropped into a horse stance, pointed my walking cane at it, and beckoned it in. Ren Xiaoyun shut her eyes. I hit it on the head. There was a very satisfying crack. She opened her eyes onto 2 halves of a walking cane on the ground and a wolf that had not noticed. I said, stop looking at me. Enemy, you are a disgrace. Retreat immediately. Then we ran, and it came, and I stepped on a loose stone, and 2 things happened in the same half-second that I did not connect for another day and a half. 2 thunderfire talismans slid out of my coat onto the path, and my right leg kicked backward on its own and broke the wolf's jaw. I went down flat on my face. My heel felt cracked. I did not look back, because I assumed it was still coming, and I let them haul me up under both arms, and we ran for a ranger's cabin. Behind us, in the undergrowth, a wolf with a shattered jaw got up genuinely furious. It had been hit by a human on a mountain that used to be its own and was now a place where people strolled at night behind fast metal boxes, and it came out of those bushes with real majesty, full killing intent, the dark behind it like a crowd on its feet. Then it stepped on the paper. I heard the thunder from 300 meters away and thought, Strange, it was clear an hour ago. And also, that sounds familiar. In the cabin I sat down against the door. Ren Xiaoyun asked why I would sit in the most dangerous spot in the room, and I told her that if it came through I could hold the doorway long enough for the two of them to get out the window, and that I was not going to live much longer anyway, and that since she had helped me up I would naturally repay her with my life. She cried. The cameraman kept filming. When I asked whether he was seriously still rolling, he grinned at me with every tooth he owned and said, "Professional ethics. I have thought about that cabin more than about the wolf, because I sat down in that doorway without deciding to, and said a true thing in the voice I had built for lying. Down at the vans, the other one had taken a vehicle apart like a puzzle and swollen to 4 meters doing it, and Tang Jian was on the ground against a door that had come off its frame, saying words in an order that was not a sentence. And then a girl in a junior high school uniform killed it with a spear. That was Yang Qiao. 15, 1 meter 50 at a generous estimate, paying her school fees with bounty money because the alternative was screwing bolts into something in a shed. She found the crater my talisman had left, crumbled a piece of wolf bone between 2 fingers, and concluded that a general rank master had been on that mountain. There are 4 ranks: white, master, soldier, general. She was white, which means civilian, which means nobody comes for your body. She found the second talisman on the path, worked out that the lightning had come out of a piece of paper, which was not a thing anyone in our district could do, and walked into the cabin looking for the master who had done it. What she found was a bald man, an actress, and a cameraman with no energy in them at all. She told us the wolf was dead. Her spear was still dripping. Then she remembered her training and said in a small frightened voice, "Oh my, I was so scared. I was out walking and I saw a corpse and I ran here." I looked at the paper in her hand and asked where she had found my talisman. She said it was her keychain, so I took a crumpled one out of my coat and showed it to her. Then I took out 5 more. She interrogated me on the way down. She did it in code, which is how those people confirm each other, and I did not know that, so what she got was a run of confident wrong answers from a man who thought he was making small talk. She asked outright whether I was general rank. I told her I was the comparative degree. She checked into the room next to mine that afternoon and stayed a month. At that point, she was entirely convinced I was either an enormous asset or an enormous problem, could not tell which, and neither answer let her leave. She would stand in the corridor looking at the talisman I had stuck on my own door as decoration and hold her head in both hands. I made a great deal of money that week, and I want to record what I did with it because it explains the rest. Every Yuan went through the shop. She was at Sword Pavilion by then, in a hut on Luoxia Peak, and I had a sect master who had adopted me as an imaginary grand elder and 4 peak elders who bowed at empty air twice a day, and none of them had ever seen my face. What they had seen was an intermediate array, a monthly card, a battle pass, and the fact that treasure kept landing on that mountain like weather. Sword Pavilion did the only sensible thing, which was to stop asking questions. Ren Jiaji, in particular, worked out the arrangement faster than anyone. He never asked who I was. He asked what I wanted, and when the answer turned out to be that the girl should be safe and well-fed and left alone to train, he arranged it in an afternoon and then went back to shaking down flying boats. I liked him immediately, which is not a thing I say often about anyone, and then the door swung the other way. I want to be precise about the sequence, because the sequence is the entire horror of it. I got home from Tianmen Mountain. I had a cat by then. He had turned up outside my door as a bleeding black lump with his back legs ruined, and I had needled him back together on my kitchen floor at 3 in the morning and named him Hui Mao and given him plain rice and been extremely pleased with myself about the whole thing. What I did not know, and would not know for a long time, was that Hui Mao was not a cat. He was a Taoti, which is one of the 4 ancient devouring beasts, and he had been born out of nothing, and he had spent the first weeks of our acquaintance planning to eat me and then abandoning the plan for reasons that got progressively more insulting. At that point, he mostly wanted to leave. There was a mortal-grade talisman stuck on my window, put there as decoration by a man who thought they were novelty items, and it had him convinced the flat was a sealed prison. He had also worked out that the rice I kept serving him was undercooked and had cried about it. That was the household: a dying man, an ancient calamity in a shoebox, and a phone. 3 days after I got home, I finally sat down with the news footage of the craters on Tianmen Mountain and laid 7 Thunderfire talismans out on my coffee table and poked one of them twice with a finger. The girl next door had been waiting for exactly that. She kicked my door in about 9 seconds later, which tells you how thin those walls were and how long she had been listening through them. Yang Qiao. I started calling her Little Bean inside a day, for reasons that made sense at the time and that she has never forgiven. She belonged to something called the Demon Slaying Division. Here is what I learned over the next few weeks, and I am going to lay it out cleanly because you need it. 10 years ago, spiritual energy started coming back into our world. Nobody announced it. Some people started manifesting abilities, and they were called revivers, and they were quietly collected. Some things that had been sleeping for a very long time woke up. The government and a handful of very old families built an organization to keep it off the news, and the organization was underfunded and understaffed and had been losing slowly for a decade. Their entire operational edge was one document, a breathing method they had reverse engineered over 10 years at enormous cost called the tuna method, which let an ordinary reviver actually store energy in their body instead of burning through it once. It was the only real asset they owned, and it was why the old families had not simply absorbed them, and their equipment was cheerfully insane. They bought consecrated water from the Vatican at 1 million yuan a bottle, diluted. That is the organization I fell into, and I fell into it because a thing that looked like a face on a spider ate several people in a building I happened to be standing in. I killed it with a talisman. I want to describe the moment properly. I was standing in a stairwell holding a piece of paper I had gotten free from a battle pass, opposite something that had a woman's face stretched across the front of it, and a teenage girl was telling me to run, and the thing was gloating. It actually stopped to explain how it was going to digest me starting from the feet. So I stuck the talisman on the end of a clothesline pole and poked it in the face. And then I rolled under a table, pulled my legs in, put a cushion over my face, and covered my ears. 60% of the second floor came off. Afterwards, a man arrived who changed the shape of my life, and I want to introduce him properly because he is the reason this story has a spine. His name was He Wei Jian, and everyone called him Old Grizzly, and he ran the demon-slaying division office for our district. He was a big shabby man with an arm that had been replaced with something mechanical, and he smoked constantly, and he had the worst job in the city and the temperament of a man who had decided a long time ago to be cheerful about it. He tried to recruit me on day 1. I told him no. He tried again on day 3. I told him no again, and I gave him my counteroffer, which was that if his organization could investigate why my parents' compensation had disappeared 8 years ago and put the people responsible in a cell, I would join that afternoon. He told me straight that the division and that system were separate and that he could not interfere. Then he told me the division's status would keep rising and that eventually I would be able to handle it myself. And I said, no thank you. I think this world is quite safe. Let us wait and see. He did not push. He said something I have thought about many times since, which was that one should not advise others to be kind if one has never experienced their suffering, and that if you cannot empathize, you should at least respect and understand. Then he paid me 200,000 yuan for the spider and left. I sold him a talisman that day for 100,000, by the way. I want that in the record too. He paid 100,000 yuan of an underfunded government agency's money for a piece of paper I had gotten free, and I let him, and I was pleased about the margin. He knew. I am fairly sure he always knew. He bought it anyway. That was the arrangement for a while. I streamed, I took bounties, I fed the shop, and she climbed fast. Foundation establishment inside a fortnight, and then further, on a supreme grade engine, and a technique that matched her route and an ambient energy density I was paying for by the hour. The elders at Sword Pavilion stopped being able to explain her and started just describing her instead. She had epiphanies the way other people have hiccups. She would ask a question, get a throwaway answer, sit down, and come back up 2 ranks later. I want to be clear about my contribution to those epiphanies, because it is my favorite thing in this entire story. I would say something stupid. That is it. That is the whole mechanism. I would say something I had half remembered off a forum, or a line from a novel, or, on one memorable occasion, a proverb about how weeds grow back if you do not pull the roots, and she would receive it as a teaching, and she would sit with it, and out of 10 words of nonsense she would extract 3 separate coherent doctrines about sword intent and fate and karma, and the sky above Sword Pavilion would go purple. Her senior brothers up there started keeping count. By the 3rd one they were laying bets. I did not correct her. Of course I did not correct her. What was I going to say? Sorry, I got that off a chat forum. Please give the enlightenment back. But there is a thing that happened underneath all of it, and I did not notice for a long time, and it is the reason for everything that came later. Every time I bought her something, the pipe opened. Every array, every pill, every minute of rented realm, all of it came across the boundary through me, and every time it did, the thing curled around my spine took a drink. I had 3 months, then 72 days. Then, one night after a particularly expensive week, the counter said 45, and then 84, and then 79, and then it settled on 78, flickering like a heart monitor because 2 different things were fighting over the same number. I told myself it was a bug. The night it stopped being a bug, I was on a hospital bed with a healer's hand on my leg, and she was 3 days from a breakthrough, and my chest came open. Not literally. I want to be clear, because for about 11 seconds I thought it was literal. What happened was that the counter dropped 19 days in a single afternoon while I was buying her a set of spirit fields, and something behind my sternum unfolded like a hand opening, and I lay on that bed in the dark, understanding for the first time that the shop was not a shop. It was a straw, and I had been feeding through it in both directions. Every good thing I sent her had a price, and the price was paid in a currency I had not agreed to spend, and the thing collecting it lived inside my leg. I lay there and did the arithmetic, and then I did something that I would like recorded accurately, because most people would not. I went back in and bought her the level 2 cave and then the spirit gathering array, and then, because they were on offer, 10 plots of field instead of 2. She came out of that little wooden house at dawn, saw 100 meters of shimmering farmland where a cliff had been, got as far as the threshold, and sat down on the ground with her eyes closed, saying, over and over, "It is finished. It is all finished." Because she had understood immediately what I had not thought about at all, which is that a new disciple who acquires a celestial estate overnight becomes a public event. The whole mountain came to look. Every disciple of Sword Pavilion in the sky at once on their swords, the elders, the sect master. The rumor had gone through 5 stages of inflation on the way up, and by the end of it she was reported to own 100 acres and 2 azure dragons. She braced herself in her own doorway with both hands out, like a small crab defending a shell, absolutely certain they had come to take the house. Renjiaji looked at the fields, worked out that they were already more fertile than his personal medicine garden, decided he did not want to know, and told her that however beautiful she made it, it was hers. Sword Pavilion is poor, he said, but it is not so poor that it robs its own disciples. Then they gave her things. That is the part I did not expect, and still do not entirely know what to do with. Fang Wei sent 2 jugs of spirit wine before anyone else arrived. Mei Jin handed over a device he had built himself that fires 108,000 needles once and might save her life once. Tao Feng came down on a crane with 3 sword pills and told her that one of them held his own refined sword intent, and then went home with 2. A boy named Fang Hao, who cultivates the ruthless Tao and delivers every sentence like he is handing you a knife blade first, gave her a sword nurturing box worth more than her house, said that upon entering Sword Pavilion, the sword stops being a weapon and becomes family, told her they were external things and he had better, and walked off. He was the only one there who had come up the mountain on foot, and then they all left. None of them stayed. None of them asked her for anything. That night she sat on the cliff edge with Xie Yanan and a jar each of stolen wine and asked why, and got the answer. Sword Pavilion had not taken a new disciple in a very long time. The sword path costs more than any other and kills more than any other, and every cultivator on that mountain is grown at ruinous expense, and there they allocate stones by what your realm needs and not by who your master is, so the sect master's own disciple gets exactly what an unranked boy gets, which means every single one of them is a hole in the budget with a face. They did not want another one to fail. I was watching that through a phone in a hospital corridor with a cannula in my arm, and I want to say something about it that is not a joke. I had bought her a house because a shop offered me one for 68 yuan. They gave her their last emergency pill because she was new. I did not think about that for very long at the time. I have thought about it a great deal since. Anyway, that is when the lie went catastrophic. She told the sect master about my poison. I had told her, in a restaurant, that I was a great cultivator fighting a great demon, and that I had been poisoned and might not survive, because it was the easiest way to explain a hospital schedule to a girl in a video game, and she had carried it to a sect leader as an actionable emergency, because she is who she is. Ren Jiazi had a problem, because he had invented me. He had told her Sword Pavilion had a grand elder surnamed Fang in order to give a talented orphan a reason to train hard, and now the imaginary grand elder was dying and something would have to be done about it. So he took her to the ancestral hall, planning to fail to find my tablet, apologize for his failing memory, and quietly close the file. The hall was falling down. Inside it, every single tablet had been wiped clean that morning, because a white-haired woman named Yang Yuxi sweeps that courtyard and has apparently been sweeping it for longer than anyone has the nerve to ask. He went upstairs to go through the motions. She searched. She went along the Fang line twice and found nothing and got more frantic, and then she went back and searched the section he had already searched because she did not trust that anyone else had looked properly, and she found it. At the top of the hall, older than the rest, sat a tablet reading Fang, something An. The middle character had been scratched out. He had glanced at it, seen it was not the name he was looking for, and moved on. Yang Yuxi confirmed it without much interest. An old ancestor surnamed Fang. Senior brother to their master's master, left on a long journey and never came back. The tablet is very old, she said. The disciple who guarded the hall in those years was careless, and the sect guardian beast got in and clawed it, which is why the middle character is gone. Then she hit the sect master of Sword Pavilion on the head with a sheathed sword for touching a tablet, and sentenced him to 100 lashes at the law enforcement hall, and he took it with his head down and did not argue. I found out later that the man had also, without meaning to, told the truth about the stone stele on 10,000 Swords Peak. There are 8 characters cut into it, and nobody living knows who cut them. The heavenly Tao collapses. 1 sword remains. She read that and thought it did not sound quite like something her master would say, and then decided that people change over a few hundred years, and let it go. I was in a hospital bed in Tianfu reading this on a phone with 4% battery. I want to state clearly what I believed at that moment because it matters for later. I believed it was a game. I believed a writer's room had put a tablet with a missing character into an ancestral hall as a plot hook, and I thought it was frankly a bit heavy-handed, even by 2034 standards. I laughed at it. I said out loud, in a shared ward, that this plot was melodramatic. The man in the next bed asked if I was all right. Then she asked what realm I was in. The sect master needed to know so he could plan the rescue, and the game gave me 4 options, and 3 of them were sensible, and I picked the 4th, which was free text. I said I was not in Azure Cloud Realm at all. I said I was trapped in a fold of space full of beasts, somewhere she could not reach, and that if she made the pill, I would reach through and take it, which, if you think about it, was the single most accurate sentence I said in 3 months. And then she asked my cultivation level, and I had free text, and no supervision, and a sense of humor. The top of that world is Mahayana. Claiming Mahayana felt greedy. So I picked the rank directly below it, and told her I was at the void tempering stage. 2 rooms went silent at once. Hers and mine, where a black cat had just heard a man casually claim to be 1 rank below the ceiling of creation and gone to sit in a corner facing the wall. Void tempering is the stage where a cultivator condenses a world inside their own skull and decides what Tao they will die for. There are perhaps a handful of people at that level in an entire realm, and they run Holy Lands. Renjiaji dropped his sword. He actually dropped it and bent down and picked it up and started talking in an order that was not quite sentences. Because a void tempering ancestor belonging to Sword Pavilion meant that if they got him back, Sword Pavilion stopped being the poorest sect in the world and started being the last word in it. So he stood in front of a 19-year-old girl and said that to rescue a fallen Grand Elder was the inescapable duty of every sword cultivator, and that they would sell everything they owned, and that they would start immediately. He meant it. That is the part that got me. She had found the formula by then. She had gone to the Scripture Pavilion and met an old elder named Shen Wujing who wears an eye patch and carries a dead branch instead of a sword, and she had spent her 1 permitted lifetime recommendation, the single question that elder will answer for any disciple ever, on asking a sword sect where to find an antidote. He was insulted. Then he heard whose disciple she was, went into a trance that shook the whole building, read 337,000 volumes in the time it takes an incense stick to burn, came out of it tired in a way he clearly was not used to, and pointed at a scroll on the 5th floor. To reach the 5th floor, you fight a mirror of yourself, and only the one with the stronger sword heart walks out. He expected her to take 2 hours. Most disciples spend the first hour being told they are nothing and believing it. She was out in under a minute, white in the face. He went and inspected the formation afterwards because he could not believe it, and what he found was that her reflection had opened with the 2 truest attacks available, which were that her feelings for her master were fake, and that her master could not be saved. She had not argued. She had cut it in half and walked through. He stood there stroking his beard and observed to nobody that the girl had not stopped to consider that her master was several hundred years older than her. The formula was called the 100 Herbs Detoxification Pill. It cures every poison there is. It requires 100 principal ingredients and 300 auxiliary ones. And when she recited the list out loud, the sect master of Sword Pavilion went cold down the back because he had never heard of some of them. He said they would get them anyway. I logged off, and I put the phone face down on a hospital blanket, and I sat with the fact that an entire sect had just committed itself to bankruptcy in order to cure a disease that a scan in this hospital had already declared incurable, because a man with no money had told a lie to make a girl stop looking sad. I did not feel guilty. I want to be honest about that too. I felt something much worse, which was hope. There is one more thing about that day with Old Grizzly that I have to put in, because it is the single worst decision I made in 3 months, and it took a year to come due. He asked me what the talismans cost. It was the only question he actually cared about. A natal spirit object always charges for what it makes, and the size of the charge is the whole measure of what a reviver is worth, and he sat on that curb with a cigarette and waited for the number. And I looked at him and thought about what happens to a man in a collapsing world who turns out to be an unlimited free source of ordnance. I have never been able to assume the best about people. It is not a philosophy. It is just that the 200,000 yuan for my parents arrived as 20, and the hospital asked about my insurance before my symptoms, and my roommates took the poverty grant, and my girlfriend left the week the scans came back. That is not a grievance. It is a data set. So I told him the price was lifespan. I rolled up my trouser leg and showed him what was growing there and told him that a week earlier I had been at the middle stage. His cigarette fell out of his hand. He had bought a talisman off a dying man for 100,000 yuan without knowing it cost him days. He apologized. Then he transferred another 100,000, and I had my payment code open before he finished saying it. I would like to tell you I felt bad. What I felt was that the lie was holding. Then he made his pitch. The mission, the home, protecting a peaceful life. He is good at it, and he means every word, and he had used it on a lot of frightened young people successfully. I let him finish, and while he was talking, I watched a street. Children out of school walking in a line holding hands, a couple on a bench. An old man crossing with a shopping basket, and a delivery rider stopping his bike for him, even though every second cost him money. Then I told him about the 20,000 yuan, and the hospital, and the grant, and the girlfriend, and he started to say that I must feel the world is unfair, and I said no, I think the world is completely fair. If you cannot pay, it is reasonable to be left to die. If the paperwork is complicated, it is normal for the money not to arrive. If a man gets cancer, why should his girlfriend stay? I said, the world did not hold me when I was at my worst. If I turned around and held it now, I would be disgusted with myself. I said, Uncle, what you are protecting is your world. Mine is not worth protecting. And then I picked up my suitcase and walked off down the street. And at the corner, I turned around and waved at him and smiled and went into the crowd like anybody else. He sat on those steps and smoked through the packet. I want to note without comment that at the time, I thought that was a very good exit line. He phoned me 2 days later to say he had arranged a healer to look at my cancer for free. And I said yes before he finished the sentence because free is free. I moved into a duplex by the wetland park for $2,000 a month. Within a week, I acquired a roommate. Little Bean turned up at the door with a suitcase and announced that she was there to monitor me. She sat on one end of a 3-meter sofa. The cat sat on the other end. There was a visible line down the middle. I sat between them, and both of them relaxed, and I concluded that they were shy of each other. They were not shy of each other. They were the two most dangerous things in that apartment, and each of them knew exactly what the other was, and I was the coffee table. She explained that surveillance was really only secondary and that her main function was to provide me with conveniences. And then, when I asked what happened if I refused to be surveilled, she pulled her legs up onto the sofa, turned around, knelt, put her palms to her forehead, and kowtowed to me. She said, please let me monitor you. So I asked whether she was being paid for it. She said 1,000 a day. I said we would split it. She said good. I put out my hand and told her to feel free to monitor, and she shook 2 of my fingers up and down and told me to please guide her in future. She also announced that we would be publicly brother and sister for cover, and I said fine and told her she could have the master bedroom with its own bathroom because I sleep undressed, and then asked whether she would consider calling me Big Brother. She got out an O, dragged the suitcase in, and shut the door hard enough to move the picture frames. The cat watched a girl who knew exactly what he was move permanently into the flat and had, I am told, the sensation of a python tightening. I had my own reasons. The division was watching me, but I was also watching the division, and a junior member who lives in your spare room and is bad at lying is a much better window into an organization than its director. She was bad at lying. Within one evening, I had established, purely by asking why she had turned up bleeding at my door, that their intelligence is not updated in real time, at which point she said, damn it. Of course there is a problem with the intelligence, and then clapped both hands over her mouth and slammed a second door. Meanwhile, my other tenant continued to worsen. There was a fish by then, a 10-pound green carp I had bought to test whether talismans could be triggered by hand, which they cannot, so I had put it in a basin on the windowsill next to a plant the game had sent me, where it declined to die. When I moved apartments, it went nearly 3 hours out of water in a storage box with the cat, and arrived stronger. I did seriously consider that it might be a demon, which pays 20,000, and I got a talisman out. Then it lay on its side and breathed weakly at me, so I put it in the bathtub and told it that if it survived, I would not be having fish that night, and the second the door closed, it rolled over and drank half the tub. I did not know that the cat had put a drop of its own blood into that fish's forehead as a decoy, on the theory that when I eventually remembered who I was, a demonic carp in the bathroom would draw fire. I had a Taoti running an active counterintelligence operation against me in my own bathroom, and I was worried that he seemed a bit withdrawn. While all this was happening, she went to Lingxi Valley. Ren Jiaji sent Xie Nan with her, on the stated grounds that his great disciple had hit a bottleneck and needed travel, and the real grounds that he was not letting a girl carrying his entire sect's future walk anywhere alone. Then he handed over travel funds, 20 low-grade spirit stones, 10 each. Both of them stood there holding the bags. He asked, with his hand still out and no room for doubt in his face, whether they thought it was insufficient. She took hers and could not get it loose, because the sect master of Sword Pavilion was still gripping it. Xie Yanan had to pry his fingers open one at a time. He said, "Humph, told them to watch themselves, threw his sword up, stepped onto it, and left in a long, stylish drift through the sunset clouds like a man who had not just been physically disarmed of 10 rocks by his own disciple. Then he wrote Bon Voyage across the sky in cloud with a sword because he is exactly that person. And on the road, I got a menu I had not seen before. Team mode. She had left the sect, so the game let her party up, and there was a list now, with her at the top, carrying a little red flag, and me under her as vice captain, with a tag on my name I did not understand. It also gave me a dossier on Xienan, alcoholic, loyal, protective of her own. Watched her parents burn to death as a child and nearly went with them, and was pulled out by a sword cultivator who happened to be walking past, which is how Ren Jiaji acquires people. I read that and stopped worrying about whether she was getting close to my disciple on purpose. She could hear me once I allowed it. She could not see me. So the first thing that happened was a 28-year-old great disciple of a major sect bowing politely at an empty patch of air and saying, "Senior, hello," and then standing there with her toes curled into the floorboards, because it turns out that Sword Pavilion's finest is painfully shy outside the sect. I meant to be gracious. What I said was that with her taking care of Leah, I could finally rest easy, and my disciple went red around the eyes and told me off. She said her master was spouting nonsense. She said she was foolish and had been working tirelessly to cure me without complaint, and that she had spent the previous night grinding and sorting each spirit plant until her eyes blurred, terrified of making one mistake, and could I not pull myself together, for my own sake and for hers, and stop talking like a man handing his child to somebody else. Then she looked at her own toes and went quiet, because she had just contradicted her master and expected to be punished for it. Xienan looked at the sky. Then she pulled my disciple into her shoulder and said, to the empty air above her, that the senior should come and take care of the girl himself, thank you, because she is 28 and does not want a child out of nowhere ruining her prospects. I sat in the back of a taxi in Tianfu with a dying phone and could not speak for a while, because I had been treating that pill as content, a quest chain. The story had told me I was poisoned, so the story sent my disciple to find an antidote, and I had been enjoying the writing. And cancer is not poison. Cancer is a great deal worse than poison. The best thing anyone in my own world had offered me was a reviver who could try. So somebody was worried about me. Somebody was working through the night to buy me more time. Somebody was keeping me in their head. I decided sitting in that car that even if the whole thing was only my own spirit object talking to itself, then the spirit object was telling me to live, and I was going to do what it said. I said out loud in a taxi to God that he had already made me suffer enough and he was not getting the rest, and that I was going to live no matter what. In a storage box back at the flat, an ancient devouring calamity heard a man in the void tempering stage announce that he intended to survive, concluded that his memories were coming back, and started planning a jailbreak. That is the moment the whole thing turned. Before it, nothing mattered. I did not care about the money, the wolf, the rat, any of it, because I was going to be dead by winter and the date was a detail, which is precisely why I would walk up to any of them. After it, I still walked up to all of them. Same behavior, opposite reason. If you want a shorter version, I stopped being reckless because I did not care and started being reckless because I did. So I knocked on my roommate's door and told her I wanted to take a job that night and heard her nearly fall off the bed getting to it. She had been dreading having to talk me into it for a week. That was how I started killing things for money, and I would like it on record that I was extremely good at it in the sense that I never once fought anything. I would find it, throw a piece of paper at it, and get under furniture. 20,000 for a rat, more for anything with a bounty on it, and there is a great deal of paper in a battle pass. Little Bean came with me every time, spear on her back, school uniform under a jacket, and after about the fourth job, she stopped drawing the spear at all and started simply standing behind me with the expression of a girl watching a demolition she has not been asked to help with. Meanwhile, 400 meters and one universe away, my disciple flew into a trap. Some of that was my fault in a way that I think is genuinely funny. I had bought a flying boat. 8,888 yuan, 12 seats, moves at the speed of a nascent soul cultivator's sword, and I had gifted it to them because they were making the journey in short, exhausted hops, and it annoyed me. They had also been drinking in a roadside inn at the time, so rather than interrupt anyone, the shop offered me a giant translucent hand for 88 yuan, which reached down, pulled the entire inn out of the ground by its foundations, shook the other guests out of it like crumbs, and dunked the building onto the deck of the boat. Then I set it to autopilot and went to sleep. It flew all night and rammed nose first into the outer illusion array of Lingxi Valley at dawn, and stuck there, blocking the sunrise. Yun Sukshin had been waiting for them, Sword Pavilion had robbed her personally at that recruitment fair, and she had spent the week since composing a reception. What she had not budgeted for was Sword Pavilion arriving in a flying boat, because Sword Pavilion cannot afford flying boats, and she had said out loud and in front of witnesses that if Sword Pavilion turned up in one, she would eat it. Her terms were reasonable by the standards of her profession. She would drop them into the second layer of the array, break out, and they could buy their herbs, fail inside 3 days and go home, and she kept the boat. She did not switch on the third layer, which kills. The second layer does one thing. It shrinks your senses down to a few hundred meters, and then it goes looking for the thing you are most afraid of. My disciple walked past the old master who had crippled her, and past the man who had broken her dantian, and past the entire sect that had cursed her name, without slowing down. Then it showed her her parents. Then, when that did not stop her either, it showed her me. It put a white-haired man face down in a pool of blood with beasts feeding on him, and had him say that his days were numbered and the antidote had not come, and that he did not blame her, and that he really could not bear to leave her. She crawled to it. The array kept the distance the same no matter how far she crawled, which is what those things are for. When it finally let her reach him, she took the hand that had put her spiritual root back into her body and found it cold, and she held it against her own cheek to warm it, and it stayed cold, and she broke. She stood up in the middle of that formation and started laughing and saying that everyone who loves her dies because she is weak, and that all she has to do is get strong enough, and she pointed her sword at the sky. Thunder gathered over Lingxi Valley, not weather, the other kind. Yuan, watching from the wall, started praying out loud that whoever this was could go and defy fate somewhere that was not her home. I was asleep. I want that on the record, with no softening. My disciple was one sentence away from calling down a heavenly tribulation on a 19-year-old foundation establishment cultivator, and I was face down on a mattress in Tianfu, having rolled over and mumbled her name and gone back under. What woke me was the phone going red. I hit the emergency stop without reading anything, which put the word wake up through that entire valley like 10,000 bells, and then sat up in the dark saying, what the hell, I was having a nap, how did we nearly get wiped out? Her status line read, Foundation Establishment, Early Stage, Trapped in Hallucination, Delirious, Affection 99. Jayanan's read Nightmare Erosion, and she was running in circles somewhere else in that array screaming about fire and trying to put it out, which is what happens when a formation that hunts your worst memory meets a woman who watched her parents burn. The game told me to help my teammate and gave me no button for it. So I told my disciple that her senior sister was possessed and that she should slap her twice or throw a bucket of cold water over her, and I materialized a wooden basin of ice water and a whip and told her to pick. She said, Master, do you really have to treat senior sister like this? I did not answer. So she dipped the whip in the ice water and used both. I want to be clear that I did not teach her that. That was entirely her own contribution. Children choose. Adults want everything. Getting them out cost 44,444 Yuan, which bought half a minute at body integration and the 11th form of the sword cannon, and which I chose over 2 cheaper options purely because I needed to spend 30,000 that week to unlock a needle upgrade. I would like to say that again because it is the single most expensive sentence in my life. I cut a Holy Land adjacent sect in half as a side effect of a loyalty discount. The 11th form is called 9 Heavens Galaxy. The sky over Lingxi Valley went navy, the clouds cleared, and then the whole of heaven for 100 miles in every direction turned into a still lake with the stars in it, and the river of stars hung overhead, and every disciple in that valley stood in their courtyards looking up at their own sky reflecting back at them. Yuan flew out to stop it and could not stand up under the pressure. Her mother came out and took half the strike barehanded on the flat of the blade, and stood there with blood running down both wrists, and held half. When it cleared, there was a sword mark tens of meters across running from the front gate of Lingxi Valley to its back mountain, smooth as a mirror, no bottom to it, with swords still singing down inside it. 100 Flowers Peak, which holds the Elder Hall and the Valley Master's own cave, was in 2 pieces. The waterfall had stopped because there was nothing left for it to fall down. I had held back deliberately, on account of the girls being in the blast area. That was 80%. I had 10 seconds of incarnation left, so I used them to explain myself, and what I said was that my disciple had come to buy herbs, and their young lord had chosen to make it difficult, and that I had done a small divination, and sensed that Lingxi Valley and my sword shared a certain affinity, so I had made a gesture at the sky to check, and the affinity turned out to be quite deep. The Valley Master's mouth did a thing. She asked whether a bond had been formed today. I told her indeed. Fate. Wonderful. Ineffably wonderful, just as I am so pleased to have chopped this mountain in half, and that is fate too. Then I said I had things to attend to and would come back and chop something else when I had time, and dissolved into swordlight on the exact second. Here is the part I did not plan and could not have planned. That sword mark still had intent solidified in it. For a sword cultivator, intent is the whole art, and the thing was sitting there in the ground like a lecture that never ends. The Valley Master ordered every disciple in Lingxi Valley to study it 3 hours a day. A medicine sect whose disciples were famous across the realm for being unable to defend themselves started majoring in medicine and minoring in the sword, off a hole a stranger put in their mountain, and she told them, with total confidence, that the senior had left it there deliberately. Because Sword Pavilion is straightforward but measured, she said, and never goes too far, and never takes a loss. He did not touch the 2 disciples, so he broke the formation and the gate as a warning, and then he left an opportunity. She also, quietly, measured that strike against the strongest sword cultivator alive in her world, a man named Gu Heng, who runs Zhenwu Holy Land, who has not drawn his sword in 500 years, and who the last time he did killed 4 of the 9 demon emperors in 3 strikes, and she decided mine was stronger. Then she went inside alone and coughed blood into her sleeve, because the old injury she has been managing had just been joined by a new one, and she reckoned it had brought her death forward by a bit, and she was glad about the timing, because it meant Lingxi Valley had a future now, and her daughter had a future, and she would not have to go and ask Yaochi Holy Land for help a second time. She had gone once, 3 years earlier. She said she would rather die than go back. I did not know any of that. I did not know any of it for a long time. I was busy with the invoice. The herbs came to 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The shop gave me 3 options. 4 million yuan to buy the stones, 88 yuan to kill Yun Suqin with another sword. Or a third option which read, "This item is connected to the deity." I picked the third. My disciple had to say it out loud in front of everyone, going pink to the ears, that her master had indicated the spirit plants were connected to him. There was a pause while the entire room worked out that this was a family tradition. Yun Suqin told me, through her, that Sword Pavilion is ruthless, and that I should never come back to Lingxi Valley looking for further affinity, and goodbye. And my disciple bowed and answered, entirely seriously, that Lingxi Valley is renowned throughout the realm, and that she would certainly return if she needed more. Then she found a battered storage pouch on the table with the seams coming loose, which is unmistakably Sword Pavilion workmanship stuffed with Sword Pavilion goods. Not 80,000, not far off. Somebody up that mountain had emptied the vault behind their sect master's back into a bag for a girl who had been there 3 weeks. Back home, I got greedy about needles. The meridian opening needle hit great perfection, and I needed a test subject, and I reasoned as follows. Humans have meridians, and so do cats. If I cripple the cat, I can look after it for the rest of its life. If the cat cripples me, will the cat look after me? So I chased an ancient devouring calamity around my own living room, caught it by the scruff with a feint, told it that it would be over in a flash and might even become a super cat and could do backflips on video to earn its own food, and put 100 needles into it. I did notice while I worked that its limp was not structural. Nothing was wrong with the bone at all. The signal was simply not being sent. I assumed old trauma and fixed it anyway. Little Bean watched through the crack of the door with eyes that could now read a car plate at 400 meters and could not follow my hands, and concluded that the cat was my cultivated familiar, faking a limp to farm free treatment off its master, and that it was therefore extremely cunning. She was closer than I was. She also gave me a 50,000 yuan demon slaying division wristwatch whose main function is scanning for demonic energy, in the hope that I would point it at the cat myself. I did. The scan cycled through every color it has, jammed on the readout, and the watch went flat. I charged it and tried again the next day, by which time the cat had absorbed enough ambient information to learn what the machine wanted to see, and it returned a clean result, which I will quote in full. Test passed. This is an adorable kitten. I was disappointed. I said out loud that I had known all along, because a cat that cute could not possibly be a monster, and then I scratched its head and told it not to worry, because I had opened every meridian in its body, and one day it would become a very powerful monster indeed. And it sat there under my hand feeling, for the first time in several thousand years, that somebody had expectations of it. Then I pointed the watch at the fish, and the fish lit up like a fairground. I shouted for Little Bean, who came through the door at a run with her spear already leveled, expecting the cat, and found me holding a carp above my head, announcing that she had been right. The fish I bought at the market really was a monster. I was going to eat it. She talked me out of it on hygiene grounds, and I countered that boiling water solves most things, and that a pressure cooker solves the rest, and the fish saved its own life by spitting a pearl the size of a quail egg onto the floor. We negotiated by nodding, 1 a day, 1 a week. I told her 1 a week was already generous, and that I was disappointed, and if a pearl did not arrive every week, she would be soup. Then I shook her fin with 2 fingers and named her Jingyi, and told her she was family now. And I added 1 house rule, which was that she was a demon and the cat was not. So she was not to bully the cat anymore. Freshwater pearls go for 2 or 3,000. monster-produced material, the division pays 10, so I stood in my own kitchen and observed with satisfaction that a member of this family finds her value whether she is stewed or farmed. My roommate went to her room and said to nobody that this fish was going to lose her mind. Then I opened my own meridians and punched a wall and screamed loudly enough that the whole building thought a pig was being slaughtered. Because nothing happened. My meridians were fine. I simply had no technique, no energy, and no muscle, so what I had performed was an ordinary man hitting concrete as hard as he could. That was also the day the bracelet went completely dark, every bead, and when I sat with that, the last of the story I had been telling myself came apart because it was never the cancer, the leg that healed in 9 days, the cliff I climbed in 4 minutes, the wolf's jaw, the finger that stopped bleeding. All of it was her bracelet, quietly spending itself on me, one bead at a time, from another world. There is no such thing as tumor Superman. There never was. There was a 19-year-old who strung glass beads for a man she had met twice. So I became a cultivator, which turned out to be extremely humiliating. The technique unlocked. I could not read a word of it. I ran it through a translation app and got nonsense, and sat there at 2 in the morning with new respect for the 10 years it had taken an entire government agency to decode one breathing method, so I asked my disciple to demonstrate her progress so I could inspect it. And then I screenshotted her. That is how I learned to cultivate. I recorded my own disciple performing the technique in slow motion and studied the footage frame by frame like a man reviewing his own golf swing, and discovered that I had been sitting wrong, holding my hands wrong, and visualizing the wrong things entirely. I was supposed to be picturing the sun and the moon. I had been picturing seawater, river water, bottled mineral water, and at one low point, blanching vegetables. She, meanwhile, was performing it slightly badly on purpose. Not enough to look stupid, just enough that there would be something for her master to correct, because a disciple who is never corrected is a sapling, nobody prunes, and she wanted the attention. Then she recited the entire first volume perfectly and asked me to comment, and I had nothing at all. So I said the first 3 things that came into my head, which were a proverb about the river changing course, a line I half remembered from a novel about staining the sky, and then, when those ran out, a noise, long silence. The system rendered that as a treatise on yin and yang, the tides, the sun and the moon, and the difference between merely circulating energy and internalizing it until the form itself harmonizes with the great Tao. Light came up all around her, her unstable realm locked solid as bedrock, and she went straight through into foundation establishment middle stage on the spot. Then she bowed 3 times and thanked me for a kindness in preaching the Tao that was, she said, like the making of a new world. I have thought a great deal about whether to be ashamed of that. I have decided I am not, and I will tell you why later, because there is a reason, and it is not a comfortable one. They got home to Sword Pavilion, and Sword Pavilion shot the flying boat down. That is not a metaphor. Sword Pavilion downs about 12 flying boats a year. It is a revenue stream. They keep a sect guardian beast for it, a howling moon wolf king the size of a house called Giant Fang, whose weaknesses are listed internally as single-mindedness, excessive energy, and a love of destroying things, and who was launched at my boat on a promise from Ren Jiaji that if he did well, they would find him a wife next year. The procedure afterwards is standardized. The beast is only a child and did not know better. Your boat can be repaired, but can our beast be repaired? Physical injuries heal, but what about the emotional trauma? You have injured Sword Pavilion's guardian beast. Pay up. Xie Yanan was on the deck screaming at her master telepathically that this was her boat. The space in front of the bow folded and something kicked the guardian beast of Sword Pavilion out of the sky without appearing to move. The boat was blown 100 meters sideways. Giant Fang went back over Ren Jiaji's head and flattened a hill. The message that arrived afterwards read that a repeat offense would result in dog meat. Down at the gate, the disciples reviewed the incident and agreed it was good that the beast had been beaten since it keeps trampling their spirit fields. And then one of them mentioned that technically the pavilion master had ordered the boat shot down and the beast had merely been the delivery mechanism. There was a cough. Ren Jiaji understood exactly who the warning had been for. And Xie Yanan did not tell him one word about Lingxi Valley, on the grounds that if he learned a Sword Pavilion disciple had been trapped in a formation, he would take his sword and go there, and there would then be a second problem. His welcome home speech was that with his 20 low-grade spirit stones, he was confident they could overcome any difficulty. Then they hit the last wall, and I want to slow down here, because this is the part I did not see happen and should have. The pill needed 1 step, ordinary pills do not. The ingredients had to be tempered, and tempering needs a specific cauldron, forged out of seawater, and there is one. And it belongs to the sect master of the pill sect, a man named Wu Mingxuan. Elder Zhou had known him as a young man. He had already asked. He had offered spirit stones, and he told the room what the answer had been, which was that when he was still at Zhenwu, the man had been deeply respectful, and now that he had gone to live quietly at Sword Pavilion, the man had said he does not associate with beggars. Renjiaji kicked the herb garden door off its frame and asked which son of a bitch had called Sword Pavilion beggars and said the name back to him, and then demanded 100 low-grade spirit stones for the door. Robbing the pill sect was not actually available, not because they would lose the fight, because the pill sect has a hand in every faction in the world through medicine, and the bill for it would be paid over the following 20 years by Sword Pavilion disciples getting knives in the back on unrelated missions, which left the other method. There is an incomplete manual out of Medicine King Valley that describes how to temper spirit plants without a cauldron. You use a cultivator's body as the cauldron. You need a water spiritual root. Renjiaji read 2 pages of it, threw it on the ground, said that whatever this was, it was not meant for humans, and announced that he would go and rob Wu Mingxuan after all. While the two of them argued about it, my disciple picked the manual up off the floor and read it to the end, and said that for her master, she was willing to try. They built the cauldron outside her cabin, 4 array cores feeding cinnabar fire. 10 plants a day, with time in hand before the secret realm opened. She made one request. She asked them to add a formation that would seal not only spiritual perception, but sound, because her master was poisoned and might have to fight a great demon at any moment, and she did not want him distracted by anything he might hear. Renjiaji looked away and did not say anything. I logged in that evening, saw her walking toward a large bronze cauldron carrying a tray of medicinal paste, and asked her what she was doing. She started to hide the tray behind her back. Then she stopped and smiled at me perfectly normally and said she was going to refine medicine for her master, and I said cheerfully, "Which cauldron are we using?" She said it was nothing dangerous, a bit tiring, some energy drain. She said, "Please rest assured, master," because she still had to go into the Central Continent secret realm to fetch 2 more ingredients, and she was not going to put herself at risk before that. She said it with her hands sweating into the tray. Then she told me to go and fight my monsters and beat them to a pulp, and I told her I certainly would, and we grinned at each other through a phone screen, and I logged off. She waited until she could feel my attention leave the mountain. Then she climbed into the cauldron and sealed the lid from the inside with her own strength. The fire is lit at the 4 corners. The plants are tempered by the heat and by the energy of the body holding them, and the poison that comes off them circulates through that body the whole time, and the medicinal fire burns every inch of skin, and the formation heals the skin so that it can be burned again. That last part is the part, not the burning, the healing, so that there can be more burning. 10 plants a day, 400 plants. Renjiaji stood on a cloud above it and said he wished his own disciple were half as well behaved, and Elder Zhou asked whether he meant Xie Yanan, and Renjiaji said yes, and Elder Zhou said he would send her a telepathic message right now, and Renjiaji called him a son of a bitch. That is how those two grieve. I did not know that yet either. I found out because they built too many formations. I logged in, and Luoxia Peak was a wall of labels, an illusion array by Elder Zhou, an isolation array by Elder Zhou, a fire array by the sect master, then soundproofing, frost, spirit gathering, armor, dozens of them, stacked. The shop offered to unlock all formations for 1,888 Yuan. I paid it without thinking because I was annoyed. Somebody had put my disciple inside a box and made sure I could not see in. Then it asked how I would like to break them and offered 3 methods and appended a warning that Mei Lia might not be dressed. Please choose carefully. I chose the hand. A blue hand came down out of the clouds and took hold of the entire stack of formations. 2 soul transformation elders, one of whom had built arrays that were famous across a holy land, braced everything they had against it and were shoved a kilometer sideways and left standing on a cloud, not daring to move. Every disciple on that mountain looked up at once, and something pressed the backs of their necks down, gently, without malice. The whole structure came apart at the same instant, and the energy that came off it should have taken the top off the peak, and the hand crushed it flat and refined it into nothing. And inside, there was a 19-year-old girl kneeling upright in a bronze cauldron with her back straight and her eyes shut and her hands cupped, holding a lump of medicinal paste that had gone clear as glass, and there was nothing left of her skin that had not been burned and regrown and burned again. She had not made a sound. That was what the soundproofing was for. I healed her. 66 Yuan. Then I asked why she had not told me. She said she had not meant to deceive me. She said she only wanted to help. She said the process would not affect her body in any way. And then her voice stopped, because she heard herself say it, and 2 tears hit the floor of the cauldron, and she said, "Master, I am sorry." So I asked, "Does it hurt?" And she said, "It hurts." She did not dare lie twice. I told her to get dressed and go to the hut, and that I would deal with her later. Then I turned around on the 2 old men. I want to be clear that I was completely unfair to them. I told them I had entrusted the girl to Sword Pavilion so she could grow up happy, not to be used, and that I had trusted them and that they had spent that trust on themselves. Both of them stood there and took it, absolutely heartbroken, and the only thought either of them managed was that a man who was supposedly poisoned and besieged by demons had somehow found time to watch one mountain and disassemble 4 days of their work from across a universe. Then they explained. The pill sect had refused them the cauldron. This was the only remaining route. And I said, do you people do anything except cheat and steal? Renjiaji, the sect master of Sword Pavilion, went red and apologized for his lack of skill and for embarrassing his old ancestor. So I told him to go and hit the actual person. I said, a mere pill sect does not deserve this much caution. Go and inform them that what Sword Pavilion wants appears on 10,000 Swords Peak immediately. Elder Joe's blood came up. Renjiaji's nose started bleeding from sheer excitement and he did not notice. I sat back expecting him to go and fetch some legendary equipment. 5 minutes later, he came back with 3 masks and a set of black clothes and said, Senior, as long as we wear these, the pill sect will never know it was us. I told him to roll. The flight took 3 hours. She had to come because she is the camera, and I am wherever she is. Xieyanan came purely as entertainment. My contribution to the plan was that since there were plenty of pill sect disciples loitering around the villa, they should tie a few up and present them to the sect master as a gift. There was a long pause on that boat. That is what courtesy first and force second means. In the cabin, Xieyanan asked my disciple whether her master had always been like this, and my disciple went pink and said that her master is actually a very reasonable person, but that he used to be a member of Sword Pavilion, so a certain amount of the house style was inevitable. Ren Jiazi's pretext was a masterpiece. He walked into a pill sect winehouse, dropped several disciples, took them, then smashed a jar on the deck of the boat and announced that he had come for a drink and been served watered wine, and that this was deliberate disrespect to Sword Pavilion. Now, every establishment around Luoyan Villa waters its wine. The entire realm knows this. It is not a secret, it is a pricing model. An elder came out and offered him 100 jars of the undiluted good stuff to make it go away. And Renjiazi said, loudly enough for every cultivator on every surrounding hill to hear, that serving him watered wine after recognizing him was not merely looking down on Sword Pavilion, it was humiliating Sword Pavilion. And the crowd started muttering that the pill sect really is something, so rich and still cutting the drinks. Then a sword rang on the deck, and Renjiazi called up to the sky and asked what should be done about an insult to Sword Pavilion, and every worn sword within earshot began to hum, regardless of grade. I said, he shall be executed. Wu Mingxuan came out to point out that a spirit transformation cultivator does not get to call himself an old ancestor, and threw a cauldron that grew until it covered the villa and swallowed my 8,000 yuan sword strike. The onlookers relocated to the surrounding hilltops, took their shoes off, and laid out sunflower seeds, peanuts, and spring water on the rocks. Then Renjiaji took him apart. The man built a law of heaven and earth out of it, split the sky black and white, laid a chessboard over 1,000 miles, and stood outside it, placing stones that turned into killing swords and dragons. I was reading the numbers. His energy was down by 1/3. Renjiaji had lost a sliver of health and no energy at all, and something else on his bar was filling up. Renjiaji's assessment of the chessboard was that it was fancy and frivolous. Then he brought down one crimson sword shadow the size of a sunset and as heavy as a mountain, and the board came apart, and the man's divine form split from the forehead down and detonated, and he fell out of the sky, and Renjiaji went down after him screaming at him to die, which I mention because it tells you what the pill sect had actually said, over the years, to a man whose sect cannot afford to eat. A finger stopped his sword like a stone dropped in a pond. The man who owned the finger was called Xia Han. They call him the Laughing Monk. Integration stage, moon-white robes, a lotus opening under each footstep, formerly a personal disciple of Fanjing Holy Land and expelled from it for excessive killing, which I want you to sit with for a second, because Fanjing is not a gentle organization. He smiles the entire time he kills people. He put his staff against Renjiaji's forehead and asked gently whether he intended to keep being stubborn, because this humble monk would not mind if Sword Pavilion needed a new leader. He was not waiting for an answer. Renjiaji was frozen in an illusion and could not speak. The man simply wanted a reason. The crowd started explaining to each other that the Laughing Monk is a loose cultivator, so even if he kills a sect master, there is nowhere to go for revenge. Then a pale gold finger came out through Renjiaji's forehead, flicked the staff, and threw an integration stage cultivator a kilometer. I said, try moving. I bought body integration middle stage for 88,000 and late stage for 188,000 in the middle of the fight, off a phone, in a containment queue at a hospital. He put his hands together, lowered his eyes, and began saying, you must be. I took his head off in the middle of the sentence. He reattached it and finished the sentence politely, asking whether I was one of Sword Pavilion's old ancestors, since he had never heard my name. I cut him in half. He said, Your Excellency, do not go too far. I cut him into a number of pieces I did not count. When he put himself back together, the laughing monk was not smiling, so I stood about half a meter away from him and said, "Try moving again." That did it. His face went black, his hair went out red like a fire, and a three-headed six-armed war god came up out of the ground behind him with an angry face and a weeping face and a laughing face and 6 steel forks, and unlike Wu Mingxuan, he does not leave a body behind. He becomes the thing. He said I had forced him into a killing spree and demanded to know who a body integration early stage cultivator thought she was. Early stage. So I showed him the 8th form. It is called Slaying Lulan. It starts with snow. Snow began falling over Luoyan Villa with no cold in it at all, and Elder Joe caught a flake on his finger and it stung him and he said, "That is not snow. That is intent. That is snow made out of sword intent." Then a single beam went out and tore every cloud within 1,000 miles in half, and the 6 falling forks with them, and somewhere in the middle of that, the monk noticed that he was now looking at a late-stage cultivator, and could not work out when that had happened, because his divine ability sees through any concealed realm in the world, and it had never once failed him before. Then the dance. Every movement of the sword leaves a figure standing where the sword was, standing, sitting, lying, leaning. It does not stop. It goes on until there are thousands of them across the whole sky. He looked at me, and turned, and ran. 10,000 men drew at once. The intent fused into one white rainbow, ran him down, and took the war god apart. He begged. He said he had been blind for a moment and asked to be spared. I asked whether he was frightened. He said he was. I told him he was not, and walked past him and said, "You have just realized that you are going to die." Then I sheathed the sword, and the wind took him. And I turned round to the sect master of the pill sect, who was kneeling in a pool of his own blood, and smiled at him in a way that I am told was genuinely quite warm, and said, "Sect Master Wu." The real article at last. We were destined to meet. The tour of his treasury went as follows. Senior, this is our finest medicinal wine, brewed with dragon spring water. 1 jar is worth half a day in an intermediate array. Indeed, this item is destined for me. Senior, this is a newly refined golden core pill for disciples at a bottleneck. Indeed, this item is destined for me. Senior, this is a 1,000-year ice bed. It calms the mind and eases the pain of alchemical fire. I had intended it for my own worthless personal disciple. Indeed, I am destined to encounter this item. I stopped only because all 4 of my storage pouches were full. Xie Yanan watched the whole thing in open religious awe on the grounds that this was what a real sword cultivator looks like and the old ancestor was teaching by example. My disciple went pink every single time and then looked at my back and concluded that a little shamelessness does not detract from a master's wisdom. Then he offered me his own cauldron, his personal artifact. Decades together, he said, not master and servant anymore, more like family. And I said his attitude was sincere, his awareness sufficient, and his effort visible. But he stopped breathing. But, I said, this cauldron is not meant for me. He started breathing again. But, I said, I understand from witnesses that his nose actually went crooked at that point. You have a dragon pattern wave casting cauldron, I said. That one is destined for my disciple. Let me have a look at it. I put it in her arms and told him she was only borrowing it and would return it when finished, and he said please consider it a gift, and I said that was very kind. I did leave him something. I told him that Shahan was probably not dead, and that if the man came looking for trouble, he should say the pill sect is under my protection, and if that did not work, come to Sword Pavilion and I would handle it. He nearly knelt. That was the precise nightmare I had just described. He also spent the rest of the day quietly wondering how I knew the laughing monk had survived. I knew because nothing dropped. No fragment, no equipment. In 3 months, I have never once killed something without it dropping something. And I have watched enough people die in that world to know what it looks like when they are frightened of dying, and he had been frightened the entire time I was carving him up, which is not how a man behaves when he is out of options. And afterwards, Wu Mingxuan turned on his own disciples and issued a new standing order that no establishment around Luoyan Villa was ever to water the medicinal wine again, since a few spirit stones had made them a laughing stock. One of the disciples pointed out that the sect master had personally instituted the watering. He got 10,000 lashes. On the way home, I stood at the bow with my hands behind my back, radiating immense superiority and privately panicking because it was my first day as anybody's leader and I had no idea what a leader says. So I used the free divination to fill the silence and shook the sky of an entire world for the second time that day, and both elders dived the boat because deducing heavenly secrets offends heaven and neither of them wanted to be standing next to it when the bill arrived. Then I fell back on the only management technique I know, which is to make your subordinates summarize their own work. You find out what you missed, they feel pressure, then you praise or criticize whatever they just told you, and their loyalty goes up. So I asked what they had learned from my conduct that day. Ren Jiaji said that Sword Pavilion should act with seriousness and directness and without cowardice. Elder Zhou said that Sword Pavilion's actions should be grounded in sound reasoning and measure. I did not understand either sentence, so I repeated both of them back at length in a bigger voice, with some extra clauses about how arrogance should not be indulged and desire should not be unrestrained, and finished by pointing out that although I had taken a great deal from Wu Mingxuan, he had still escorted me to the door, and that is what measure means. They were floored. Every sentence, they agreed, was full of logic. I got off that boat thinking that I should probably spend less time around those two because it seemed contagious. Then I left by cutting a crack in the void and dissolving into it, purely to show off, time to the last second of the card. Zheyanan went straight up the mountain and set the pill sect's finest wine outside my disciple's door specifically so that Feng Wei could watch her drink it. And my disciple stood there holding a cauldron, feeling cheated because her master had announced he would punish her later and had then simply left. She kicked a pebble into the grass, so I punished her. She was braced for the law enforcement hall or the dark room. She does not like dark rooms. She had decided she would go anyway. What landed on the bed was a set of new clothes. I told her that since she does not come down the mountain often, I had made her some things to change into, and then, as though noticing something, that her needlework was clumsy and required practice, and that her punishment was therefore to take the fabric from her old clothes and make her teach her some sachets and a storage pouch. She asked whether that was really all of it, and whether I was not worried she would do it again. I said, "You dare." She did not, at least for the moment. I want to tell you what that was actually for, because it was not kindness. It was an experiment. I needed to know whether that world was real. And the cleanest test I could design was to ask for an object that could only exist if a person on the other side had genuinely gone to a box, chosen cloth, cut it, and sewn it. If the pouches never arrived, or arrived in factory fabric I recognized from a costume menu, then she was moonlight on water and the whole thing was a resource generator with a face on it. 3 days later, 2 packages were on my bed, 1 storage pouch, 3 sachets, a strong scent that was not sharp, and my heart went cold because I did not recognize the fabric. It was not in any materials list. It was not any costume I had ever bought. So I burned the divination on it, which shook the sky of a world for the 3rd time that week, and got my answer. The material had been cut from a doo-doo, her own undergarment. The softest thing she owned, because sachets sit close to the body, so they had to be made of the best thing available. I sat on the edge of a bed in a rented duplex holding it. I will not pretend the first thing I felt was reverence. The first thing I said out loud was, "Wait, what?" The second thing I did was try to establish whether it was new cloth or used cloth, at which point I discovered that I could not remember, because although the bathroom had unlocked at some affection threshold, it is always full of steam, and beyond that, who looks at what somebody is putting on? What I did remember was a pattern, 1 crooked lotus leaf, and a frog. So I called her at sunrise and told her the pouch was good work and that she had passed, and she said she was glad her master did not mind her dullness and that the pouch was small because her strength is low and that she would make bigger ones at Golden Core. Then I said, "By the way, nice material. What fabric is that?" There was a silence of a specific quality. She could not lie because I would see it. She could not answer because she would die. And so I rescued her in the worst possible way by saying that I liked the material a great deal, and did she have any left, because if so, she should use all of it to make me some tea bags and pillowcases, and I would leave the specifics to her. Then I hung up before she could reply. She stood in that hut saying tea bags, pillowcase. The box beside her pillow still had all the offcuts in it, neatly stacked. The large pieces were more than enough for a pillowcase. The small ones would make an entire set of tea bags. She had a moment of picturing her master brewing tea in one. Then she reasoned as follows. If master knew, master would not have asked. Since master asked, master does not know. Therefore these are simply pieces of cloth. As long as she never says anything, he will never know. Then she scolded herself out loud for overthinking things, sat down with a needle, and sewed the piece with the frog and the crooked lotus leaf into a tea bag on purpose. For the record, I had by then reached near certainty about where the fabric came from and had switched tactics entirely because pressing a real person on that subject would have been rude. As for why I specifically requested tea bags and pillowcases, there is nothing in it. Fate. I have recently taken an interest in tea. I wanted a new pillowcase. Is there a problem? There was no problem. That night I took a job. Century New City, Phase 3, construction suspended, allegedly haunted, more than a dozen workers dead in one night. 50,000 for information, another 50 for resolving it, a car voucher and shopping vouchers, recommended rank master. 3 white-level civilian slayers had already gone in and not come out, which is why the rank had been raised, and which Little Bean knew, because it was the job she had wanted and been forbidden to take, and the slayer who had beaten her to it had never come back. There were 4 college girls at the fence when we got there, on a dare. Little Bean folded her arms and observed that this was a group of students who did not know what was good for them, and told me it was my problem because when she warns people off they call her a middle schooler with delusions. So I went and told them politely that it was not safe. All four went red at visible speed. The loud one grabbed my arm and asked for my contact details and then swore she only wanted to look at my posts and would never assassinate me. I got out of it. They agreed to wait outside on the condition that I would come out at the end of my shift and let them take me back to their campus. Little Bean, leaning against a lamppost, asked whether it had been good. I said it had been cool. She said, "Tisk, mere trash." 10 meters below where we were standing, a corpse in a black coffin opened its eyes, established that 2 more division rats had come in, and decided to eat the 4 outside first to fill its stomach before sealing the site. I want to be accurate about what happened next, because I have told this part badly before. We were inside when the scream came from the gate. I got my hand on her shoulder and ran, and she came off the ground and flapped behind me like laundry. At the gate, the thing threw something round at us, underarm, the way you would toss someone a set of keys. It was the girl who had asked for my contact details. Then it threw a second body at us as cover and came in behind it with a claw. Little Bean shouted at me to hide and rolled behind a sand pile. I did not move. One cut took the flying corpse and the claw both in half, and I got most of a person across my face and did not blink. And I said, "Do you know, I actually rather liked being called handsome." It started to say that there might be a misunderstanding. I said there was no misunderstanding and took its head off. The head grew tentacles and ran, shouting that it would remember my face and that when its master woke, every one of us would die. And I chased it across 3 rooftops on all 4s with a sword in my mouth, faster than it, because I had spent weeks watching cultivators move and had simply been copying. Then there was a second one on the roof. Black robes, a mask, and a refined iron dagger that its master had given it, which it explained proudly had killed more than a dozen demon slayers, including a master rank A, and which broke in half on my sword on the first exchange. It was very upset about the dagger. It offered me supplies. It offered me a position at Dragon Tiger Mountain. It said the demon slaying division was not a good place to end up. I told it to hand over the fragments. It kowtowed, threw its treasures on the ground, and explained that it had elderly parents and young children. I did not look at the treasures. I asked whether it had money. Then I showed it my payment code and explained that how long it lived depended on how much it could transfer. 580,000 yuan arrived, its entire career. It asked whether it could live now. I said certainly. 10,000 yuan buys an extra tenth of a second, and I would round in its favor, so 580,000 had bought 6 seconds. You are welcome. Then I counted down from 6. I came down off that building carrying a head and found the division's cars already there, and it was not old Grizzly who had come. It was the old man from the vegetable market, the one who had taught me Tai Chi with a sword and complained about his grandson's failed businesses and had been genuinely sad the morning I did not turn up. Mei Jiang, Master Rank A. He had reported me to the Demon Slaying Division within an hour of watching me put a hairline sword mark straight through a poplar trunk without touching it. He said, "Oh, you are Fang Li." There were 3 stretchers by the guard hut with sheets over them. A few strands of blonde hair had come out from under one of them. The surviving 3 girls were crying at a distance and would not go near. He asked whether I regretted it. I said certainly, and he said, "That is good. The fact that you can feel regret means there is at least something in this world worth protecting." Then I asked what he was still doing in the division, and he said his family were all dead, eaten, and he had nowhere else to go. And I said, "What about your grandson and the failed businesses?" And he said, "Starting a business in the underworld." I called him an old liar. He laughed. He also told me that the 2 revivers he had found who might treat my cancer would arrive the next morning at 9 at the vegetable market. I stood under a streetlight afterwards and did some arithmetic I did not enjoy. If I had not taken that job, Little Bean would have been under one of those sheets. Both of the things I killed that night were errand boys, and both of them had mentioned a master. Then I told myself to stop it. I asked myself what kind of hero I thought I was, and reminded myself that I was a piece of trash who had reached the first level of chi refining 11 days ago. I went home. I slept badly. At 9 the next morning, I walked into the back room of a spice shop in Panjiayuan and put my hand out, and a very shy woman put hers on top of it, and that is where it all comes apart. Her name was Pan Minmin, Master Rank A, Awakened Healing. She has brought hundreds of revivers back from states nobody comes back from, and she is about 1.50 meters and cannot make eye contact. I made her worse. When she asked for my hand, I put it out over her head, and she said, in a voice like an insect, "Please lower it. I cannot operate like this." So I brought it down to my own face and hooked it there. She said nothing for a while. Then she said, "Just give me your hand." Old Grizzly was there with a new arm. He had lost the old one to the spider and had elected to have it replaced with hardware rather than let her regrow it, which tells you everything about him that matters. She read me and went quiet. She said my body was 70% occupied by cancer cells and that they were consuming my nutrients continuously and that logically I should not have been alive for another minute. And there I was, sitting in a folding chair with good color in my face and bright eyes. That is not how cancer works. Cancer obeys conservation of energy. Something other than me had been feeding those cells for weeks, keeping them fat and comfortable and giving them no reason to turn on their host. I had been carrying the answer around in my pocket and had told myself it was a battle pass. Old Grizzly did not care about the percentage. He asked her one question, which was whether she could handle it. And she said that before the tuna method, her ability could not sustain, but that now she was confident she could remove every cancer cell in my body, and that besides her, there was probably nobody in the world who could cure me. We went down. There is a whole facility under that spice shop. A hidden door, then a lift, then a mission hall that looks like the waiting area of a bus station, then a row of unassigned rooms. She put me in one and told me to lie down and close my eyes and leave the rest to her, and she was scarlet from the doorway until the exact second her hand touched my leg, at which point she became the most professional person I have ever met. White light went up her arms in the pattern of veins in a leaf. It worked. The cells around the tumor died and gave ground and kept giving ground all the way up my leg and into my body, and then it reached my chest, and the ones near my organs did something that was not in her training. They mutated, they multiplied, they started eating the healing factors. The large ones hid behind the small ones and let the light commit to a target and then took it whole. She did not see any of that because all of her attention was inside me. She did not see my chest move. She did not see the thing that came out through my sleeve and became an arm, or the eye that opened in the middle of its palm and looked at her. The next thing that happened, she went across the mission hall and into the front desk. I have had all of this described to me by 4 different people, and I still cannot picture it as something I did. Yang Jie was in the hall. Executive officer for the whole province, short hair, permanent cigarette, a tang sword full of electricity. She had come to Tianfu to argue with Old Grizzly about how to grade me, and had just finished telling him that whatever I was, I already had spiritual energy in me, and that if I could close the loop and buy my own lifespan back, I would be the first reviver in the history of the organization to be rated soldier rank A on the spot, and if I could not, I would simply be a short-lived, unlucky man who was briefly very powerful. Then the wall came out. She cut the arm in half. It regrew before the halves landed, and the loose half stood up as something with a wolf's shape and came at her. She had seen disease demonization before. Those cases are fully taken over, neither human nor ghost. Division policy for them is 1 word long. She noticed immediately that mine was different. Mine was not driving. Mine had been asleep, feeding quietly, waiting for me to die, and her colleague's treatment had woken it early. She netted it in lightning and blew it apart, and the room filled with the smell of burning. She said, "Is that it? I hope there is still hope for that boy." Then something hit her in the stomach faster than a soldier rank can track and folded her into the far wall. What came up out of that floor filled the room and pushed the 4 walls apart with its claws and had my body set into the middle of a head as wide as a double door. It was a dragon, not a beast that resembles one. The real shape, the classical one, with every auspicious thing stripped out of it and replaced. Its rank read General. There was nobody in the province who could fight a general. It spoke in a chorus, several voices at slightly different times, and what it said was that if they had come for it a few days earlier, they might have managed it, but that it had already fused 70% of this human's bloodline and absorbed enough energy, and that it had not wanted to come out this early. Then it brought a wall down on her. Old Grizzly got under it with the shield in his mechanical arm and held it up long enough to shove her out into the hall. He told her to take Pan Minmin and go. She told him it had dragon energy in it from somewhere and had already reached Demon General and asked what exactly he intended to stall it with. He said, "I am a master rank and you are a soldier rank, and the 2 of you are worth more alive than I am." Then he pushed her through the door and told her to get out. She went. She hates leaving people. She has said since that she owes him a life and hopes to get the chance to pay it. He went at it with a machete and 1 arm. One casual sweep, and the wind off the claw alone took his sight, and he went across the ruins. It said, "Ants." Then it tore a hole up through the ceiling into the vegetable market because there was nothing to eat down there. It emptied the butcher's first and grew to a few hundred meters doing it and complained that none of it was fresh. Then it smelled living meat and took the roof and 1 wall off a shop, and underneath a table there was a woman holding 2 children against her chest with her hands over their heads, telling them not to look. An eye pushed out through the back of its skull to see what the pain was. There was a man hanging off the back of its neck by a tentacle, covered in blood, with no working hand on one side, hitting the same spot over and over with a machete and screaming at it to get out of that boy. The blade chipped, the blade bent. The joints in the arm were arcing. He did not notice any of it. What was in his head in order was this: why is the energy coming back? Why are there monsters? I told that boy I would get him treated. He is a promising kid. If he lives, he can save a great many people. He could take the division through the blockade the old families keep it under. All the monsters, all of it. Finished, properly, for good. Then it turned that eye on him, and he looked into it and grinned with a mouthful of blood and told it to go to hell, and pulled the pin on a high explosive shell and drove it into the notch he had cut, as far in as his arm and half his body would reach. The market went up in red mist. It had half a neck left. He came down like a dropped sack and could not feel his hands because he no longer had any, and he could not stand, so he moved himself along the ground by inches. The regeneration was slow enough that the woman got out of that shop with both children, and it was fast. Fast enough that he did not finish turning around. The ground shook once. A screw came loose and rolled some distance across the concrete and stopped in a pool of blood. The dragon checked the wound in its neck, which closed in under a second, and remarked that it was interesting, that even facing death he would still take a piece out of it, and that an ant is still an ant. Then it crawled out of the market because there was more food outside. There were tanks at the market gate by then, and missile carriers behind them, and every window in 4 blocks had a phone in it. A general rank had surfaced in daylight in a provincial capital. There was no version of this that stayed off the news, and the strongest thing the demon-slaying division could field anywhere in the country was a soldier rank A. Yang Ji stood in that street and did the arithmetic on asking the old families for help, and knew exactly what the invoice would say. It would say the tuna method. 10 years and an unrecorded number of lives to crack, the only leverage the division has ever owned, and the only reason it is still an organization instead of a subcontractor. Hand that over, and the demon-slaying division becomes permanently an instrument the families use to keep the balance between people and monsters at whatever level suits them. She was still deciding. I was somewhere else. I want to describe where I was, because I have never been able to describe it properly, and I am going to try once. There was a hell of red, and in the middle of the hell there was a clean place. In the clean place there was a coffin, black as ink, with a 5-clawed golden dragon carved along the lid, and any flesh that came near the carving burned to ash. And some of the flesh was still attached to the coffin anyway, as though all of it had grown out of it. I was inside, in a dragon robe, held down by chains I could not see, listening to something chew. My analysis at the time was that my consciousness was trapped, which is to say I was shut in, which is to say in the language of the internet that I had a specific and quite funny syndrome. And I remembered an article about how to find yourself when you are lost, which is to go back to the things that prove you exist. The first thing that surfaced was the game, and her face smiling at me. A screen appeared in my own subconscious. I typed a question mark at it and said, no way, that actually worked, and then immediately decided I was imagining it, because how could a real screen appear inside a man's own head? She was on it, sitting at a table with a needle and a stack of cloth, scratching her head, stretching, going back to work. The finished tea bags were stacked in a box across from her. I said out loud in my own coffin that it was obviously imaginary and that the attention to detail was impeccable. Then a notification came up. The player is in an abnormal state. Would you like to spend 6 Yuan for your electronic girlfriend's off-court support? 6 Yuan. The same 6 Yuan. The first purchase I ever made when a girl I had never met was 30 minutes from dying under a bed, offered back to me at the bottom of my own life, off the same balance. I did not know what a cancerous demon dragon was. I did not know what dragon energy was. I pressed yes without reading the second option. Then I told her that her teacher needed her help. She was on her feet before I finished. She bowed and asked what to do. And I said that although she was only at Foundation Establishment middle stage, I needed her to condense her natal magical artifact immediately. She said, "Disciple obeys." She did not ask why. I want to explain what I had just asked her to do, because I did not know either. A natal artifact is a golden core undertaking. Not every cultivator manages one ever. You get exactly 1 attempt in your life, and if it fails, that is the end of it, permanently. Nobody in the recorded history of that world had done it below Golden Core. She knew all of that. It did not slow her down by 1 second. The materials were already on her table, because when the shop had offered me a range, I had reflexively picked the most expensive option, another $1,000,000 on the grounds that I wanted her to have the best of whatever it was. When you condense a natal artifact, you do not choose it. You reach into yourself and it comes up, and what comes up is the thing you care about most. She went through swords, spears, a club, a medicine cauldron, a shield. None of them fitted. The belly band went past and her face caught fire, and there was a flutter, but not enough. And then, out of the bottom of her, came a flat black rectangle about the size of a brick with 4 characters on the front of it. Power bank. The first object I ever sent her. Because I had said, when I sent it, make sure to keep it safe. The most important thing in her world is electricity. I sat in a coffin inside my own dying body and read the specifications of my disciple's once-in-a-lifetime natal artifact. It supplies energy without limit, wired directly into her dantian, so that when she runs dry in a fight she plugs herself in and keeps fighting. It recharges while she cultivates. It can wear the shape of a sword, or of anything else, but the function does not change, because it is a battery, and it has one divine ability, which even she did not understand, because it is not aimed at her. At full concentricity, she can leave her body and descend to her master's side. The counter was already at maximum. Nobody could tell me how it refills. It is related to her feelings, and the decision apparently mostly rests with me. My private reaction was to say, "Sister, where have you been? That is the power bank I bought you." Then I worked out that I am a thunder root and she is water, and that she is carrying a charger and I am carrying a current, and I thought, oh, we are actually a very good match. My only comfort was that all of this was obviously a fantasy. She did not celebrate becoming the first person in history to do that at Foundation Establishment. She asked one question, which was whether it was time to use the divine ability. I told her I was trapped by a demon dragon and needed her to subdue it, and not to be afraid, because the ability would strengthen her when she arrived and it could not hurt her. She said, "Disciple is not afraid." Then she went half transparent, and the aura that came up around her was not a defensive one. It stood over her like a wall, and anything that touched it took a thunderbolt made out of slaughter, and if the two old men had been on that mountain, one of them would have been struck, and the other one killed by the same bolt. She cut a crack in my soul, and stepped through with a plain string sword. The first thing she said on arriving inside a hell made of my own tumors was that these damn prodigies had dared to lock her master in a coffin. The second thing she thought, which I only got from her face, was that her master had been fighting in a place this filthy for months, and every day of it must have been agony. She did not flinch, not once. I watched her expression, and it did not even tighten. Then she said, "Prodigy, die," and used the first form of the sword cannon, which I never taught her. I have to stop and be honest here. I never taught her the first form. I handed her the entire scroll and told her to study it because I was reading it off a screen myself. She had learned all 36 chapters and 12 forms on her own, months ahead of any schedule anyone had set for her. She had been pretending to need 6 hours to learn 12 chapters, and pretending to make mistakes so I would correct them, and pretending to be slow for one reason. She was never the stupid junior sister the Azure Cloud sect said she was. She is extremely quick. She simply wanted her master to teach her personally, and she wanted the time alone, and she had worked out that the only reliable way to get it was to be a little behind. Just because someone does not say they need it does not mean they do not need it. One strike. The dragon did not have time to understand it. It went through the dragon and through the sea of flesh behind the dragon. Out on the street in the daylight, a general rank monster stopped dead in the middle of a rampage with fear in its eyes. 5 soldier ranks were already down. Yang Jie was shouting at them to press it because its regeneration was strong but could not be infinite, and to try not to harm the boy in the middle of the head unless there was no other option. Then a beam of swordlight came in from the west and went straight through it, and behind the beam came the phantom of a girl who could not see any of them, who flicked her wrist once and shredded the entire body and left the head. Somebody said, "Sword immortal, a female sword immortal." Yang Ji has clearance on the largest secret the Demon Slaying Division owns, which is a palace under Kunlun and 10,000 stone steps going down from it. The strongest general rank they have has reached step 108. The carving at step 108 shows sword immortals coming out of the mountains, countless of them, riding their swords. She stood in a wrecked street and matched the phantom against a carving nobody has been able to date, and the soldier ranks noticed the thing that actually mattered, which was that the shredded flesh had stopped becoming smaller monsters. Something was holding it down. Inside, my disciple had reached the coffin, put both arms around it, and started sobbing into the lid, because she had obviously arrived too late and her master was already lying in his own casket. I said, "Ahem, your master is not dead. Why are you crying?" She jumped, she sniffed, she blew a bubble of snot. She wiped her face on her sleeve and grabbed the lid and announced that she would open the coffin for me now, which I felt was a very strange sentence to have said about oneself. She could not shift it. She tried to kick it. So I suggested she try cutting it with the sword, and what she received was a properly formatted instruction telling her the dragon had already been refined into a portion of bloodline, and she need only sever the shackles beneath. She cut them, and I kicked the lid off from the inside and came out after it. More dragons came up out of the flesh and went for her, and I told them to roll. They rolled. Every clot and rotten thing in that place backed into a dark corner and lay down, because in my own subconscious, I am the emperor, whatever else I am anywhere else. They did not disappear. They lay in the corners like snakes in a woodpile, waiting for a better day. I landed in front of her in a dragon robe with a black dragon turning through the clouds on it, chin up, eyes narrowed, doing the whole thing, and she looked at me with joy, and then with guilt, and then with more and more distress, and said, "Master, your hair. I had forgotten to render the hair." She said it must have been the monsters. They locked you in a coffin and then cut off your hair to humiliate you. And she started crying again and saying that if only she had been stronger, if only she had finished the pill sooner. I stood there in my dragon robe with my bald head and thought, that is it. The image is gone. Everything is over. And she saw the panic go across my face and thought that her master was quite cute and laughed with her face still wet and told me not to worry because even without hair, her master was still very handsome and in her heart, the most handsome master in the world. So I asked what reward she wanted for arriving in time. She pressed her lips together and looked at everything in the room except me for a long time. Then she said, Master, disciple just wants a hug. Is that all right? A rift opened behind her the instant our hands touched and pulled her out. Sure enough, in a dream you never get to the last step. But her hand was soft and it was warm and holding it was like holding a small springy cat's paw. And I stood there in a collapsing world made of my own disease rubbing my right hand, thinking, if she were real, this is what her hand would feel like. I woke up under a spotlight, in the street, on my back with a gray sky, an erect road and a crowd behind a police line and further off tanks. My first thought was that I had not been outside when this started, and my second was that this was not a Godzilla shoot and I am not Godzilla. A shirtless middle-aged man with both fists on fire came and stood over me at the distance you would use for a devil king and asked whether I could understand him. I asked what the script was. He asked me to provide one piece of evidence of my identity, and I told him I was wearing blue boxer shorts with bananas on them. There was a long silence on the radio, and then a voice recommending immediate forced containment on the grounds that my mental state might be unstable. He threw me the handset. Yang Jie introduced herself and told me she had something to tell me and that I should prepare myself. Then she told me all of it, in order, in detail, without softening it. The cells breaking loose, Pan Minmin going across the hall, the dragon, the market, the woman and the 2 children, old Grizzly, killed in action. I started that conversation calm. I did not stay calm. I asked whether I had done all of that. I asked whether I had hurt the woman who was treating me and killed the uncle, and she told me that was not accurate, that it was the demonized cells that had done it and that it was not my fault. She was watching me squat down in the middle of a public road, and she has said since that she was relieved because every reaction I had was exactly the reaction of a university student failing to process reality, provided you were willing to ignore the boxer shorts. Then she told me I would be contained as an unstable element until the threat was assessed as gone. I asked whether that meant prison. She said not prison, a relatively free space. She said I could bring everything from my apartment and that they could rebuild an identical environment for me if I wanted. I said no need. I will bring my cat, a pot of grass, and a fish. While I was agreeing to be locked up, I was also working out the other thing, which was that the sword cultivator Yang Ji had described was her, and that I had been able to touch her because both of us had been out of our bodies, which is why I know exactly what her hand feels like, which means she is real, which means Azure Cloud Realm is a real place with real people in it, and I have been shopping in it. I should have been overjoyed. I could not raise it. I did not want to be anybody's savior because I have never had much affection for this world, but I had not wanted to be this either. And the man was dead, and he had been someone who genuinely cared what happened to me, which is a category with about 2 people in it. Then Yang Jie's phone rang, and it was the funeral home, and the voice on it said, Captain, please send somebody, Director. He has come back to life. The account, as given by a very shaken subordinate, was that Director he had arrived in a condition best described as a pie, that procedure requires dissection before cremation, and that when the knife went in, the pie went whoosh, and the pathologist died of fright. Yang Ji went and had a look, and by the time she got there the jar had a hand and a knee in it, and a toothless mouth in the middle of the mince said that he was reassembling himself, and would the son of a bitch please stop stabbing him, because it hurt. A demon slayer went through a glass door backwards and stayed there. Yang Ji observed that her people's nerves needed work, and that when she was starting out she would simply have emptied a pistol into it. He said she was violent. She thanked him for the compliment, and then said, welcome back. His ability is cellular assimilation, and he had spent his entire career unable to find anything worth assimilating. So when the thing killed him, he did not simply stand there and die. He had bitten a piece out of it on the way down and assimilated that. Every organ he has now is made of mutated cancer cells. The only functional difference between the director of the Tianfu Demon Slaying Division and the thing that killed him is that the thing had dragon energy, and he does not. The cells burn energy at a rate he has to keep up with by eating enormously, and if he ever runs out, every cell in him starves at once, and that is the end. Yang Ji asked what he was currently running on. He said, myself. She sent for 200 caddies of pork. Then he asked about me, and she told him I was alive, and offered him a deal, which was that he should disappear for a while, and let me keep believing he was dead, because otherwise I would join the division out of guilt, and she could arrange his transfer. He thought about it. It was tempting. He said no. He said, he should know the truth. I know better than anyone what it is like to live with that. She saw what he was thinking about, and did not say anything. He said, So I had better go back to being the director. Even if the boy never joins us, he can still help us. Let us not keep him with a debt. Nobody told me any of that for a while. What I got was a hospital gown, a metal isolation room, a slot of toughened glass 1 arm long, a corridor of armed soldiers, and a briefing informing me that the cancer had not been eliminated and appeared to have gone dormant. Room 0. Largest cell, end of the corridor. Blood sample every morning. Pan Minmin came on the intercom to tell me not to have self-destructive thoughts, since 70% of my body is now cancer and killing it kills me, and that she was heading the expert team, and they would find a way for me to fuse and absorb it instead. I asked why she was helping me after what I did to her, and she said it was not my fault and that every demon slayer accepted the possibility of being sacrificed when they signed. Then, because she is honest, she gave me the real reason as well. A general rank who can control his own power matters enormously to the division and to every force on the planet that is losing to monsters. She said, so you are very important. You are important to the whole world. Please give the expert team some time. We will definitely save you. I had 2 neighbors. Containment 1 held a pink fleece teddy bear 2 meters tall with a white belly, sitting perfectly still in the middle of the floor, facing the door. Every wall in that room was covered in fist marks, and none of them were structurally sound anymore. Containment 2 held a rifle. Dark red armor plating, living muscle moving in the gaps between the plates, and a golden eyeball rolling around inside the scope. I made eye contact with it through the glass, and it laughed at me. Division policy is that they contain 2 categories: things they cannot destroy, like the bear, and things they cannot control but find useful, like the rifle. So on my first day, I was able to appreciate the simple, honest character of the locals and the warmth of neighborly relations. I set the windowsill back up the way it had been. The cat, the fish promoted from a basin to an actual tank, and the orchid on top of the tank. The cat had gone completely blank. He sat and looked out of that window all day and would not turn round. I put his food down and scratched his head and told him to eat up since his big sister had bought it, and that not abandoning him was the best I could manage at the moment, and that he was still very young and would not last long alone on the streets. He looked at the bowl, then he looked up at me, and 2 clear lines ran down his face. I was extremely moved. I remember thinking that I really am very good with small animals. He had by then established that the walls and glass of that facility suppressed demonic energy, that in his professional opinion it was a demon-locking pagoda, and that he had traded guarding the severed head of an ancient god for guarding me, with the single difference that in the old job he had been allowed to choose when to leave. Then the room went quiet, and there was nothing left in it except the fact of Old Grizzly. Music did not work. The cheerful songs felt obscene, and the sad ones felt like a performance next to an actual dead person. So in the end, I opened the game, because that was the only place I had ever found any peace, and it was better now, because I knew there was somebody real on the other side of it. I thought one day we will meet, surely. The screen came up black, and then it said, you have 37 days left to live. Then it said that due to overspending, I had incurred an outstanding balance of 687,500 yuan, and that all recharge functions were suspended until it was paid. The million I had spent on her natal artifact had been a real million. I had spent it because I thought I was dreaming. I want to note that it is very fortunate the daily limit on that account was 1 million and not 10. So there I was, locked in a metal box 100 meters underground, 28 days of life, and in debt to a video game. She stood up so fast she kicked her stool over. She always knows the exact second I arrive. The handkerchief on her table had been crumpled into a ball from how long she had been sitting there without being able to feel me. She asked how things were on my end. I told her everything was fine, thanks to her, and that I had a little time to breathe now. And she noticed that my attention was unusually heavy that day, and thought it felt like being looked at by someone who wanted to eat her, and remembered that she had asked me for a hug, and sat down very fast with her hands on her knees and hid behind a tea bag with one eye showing. Then, the quest updated. 21 days until the Central Continent Secret Realm opens. Please increase your electronic girlfriend's survival rate. Current survival rate, 61%. I had gone in expecting 100. Foundation establishment middle stage. Supreme grade Dantian. Single water root. A real sword technique. A mind technique that matched her. And a talisman in her pocket that kills golden core cultivators. 61% is not a number. 61% is a coin. So I bought the hints, and the hints were worse than the number. Hint 1. Once she enters, I cannot interfere with anything inside, only observe. It is an independent small world with its own laws and no shop reaches into it. Hint 2, a large number of demonic cultivators and some monster cultivators will be inside. And then the explanation, in the flat tone that thing uses for everything. The demonic cultivators were incredibly powerful and defeated them one at a time. All the disciples of Sword Pavilion perished. Mei Lia, despite her best efforts, was unable to defeat them, all of them. Fang Wei with his 2 jugs of wine, Mei Jin and his needle device, Tao Feng, who kept 2 of his 3 pills, Feng Hao, who walks everywhere and gave away the best thing he owned to a girl he had met once, Xie Yanan, who watched her parents burn and had just decided she was going to be the one who does not let it happen again. Every one of them. I called Ren Jiaji in. I told him I had read the heavens and that a calamity was coming to the secret realm that would leave Sword Pavilion with less than 1/10 of its disciples. He came up off the floor with his hand on his sword and demanded to know which sect would dare kill Sword Pavilion disciples inside the secret realm, because fighting in there is normal and slaughter is not, and the atmosphere between sects in that place has always been basically friendly. I told him it was not a righteous sect, it was a demonic one, and he did not believe me, not out of arrogance, because the demonic path in that world is functionally extinct. Any demonic cultivator who surfaces is hunted down by everyone within 3 days. He said, with real courtesy, that it was not that he doubted me, but that he had no idea where to even start looking, and that if I could give him a location, he would take his sword and go there personally that afternoon. So I gave him a location. I had no money. I had 1 free divination a day. And the divination asked me a question I had not been asked before, which was whether I was sure, because the karma involved would cause a significant loss of luck. I laughed at it. I was sitting in a sealed room 100 meters under the ground with a guard detail. What exactly was going to happen to me? Push it, I said. The sky over Sword Pavilion went black and split with lightning, and then a golden vertical pupil the size of a weather system opened in the clouds and looked down. Ren Jiaji stood on that mountain under that eye and said later that it felt like his underwear had been removed. He also worked something out that he had been carefully not working out for weeks, which is that the cultivator who had been shaking the sky of that world every few days, the one every sect in the realm had been muttering about, was his own old ancestor. A status effect landed on my character sheet. Luck loss, severe. I did not read it because the map was filling up. Every righteous sect's territory had red dots on it. Not 1 or 2. Clusters. The only clean areas in the entire world were the Holy Lands and the Ruins of Return, which are obscured to divination anyway. And there was a red dot inside Sword Pavilion, halfway up Luoxia Peak. Ren Jiaji, when he had recovered enough to speak, paid me what he considers the highest compliment available in his language, which is that I am truly a sword cultivator. Then, he elaborated. In Sword Pavilion, you do not praise the man, you praise the sword. So he said, you are a real sword. I asked whether he was insulting me after I had read the heavens for him. He panicked and repeated it louder several times with feeling, until my disciple had to physically intervene and tell the sect master of her own sect to please say less, because her master had been away for a very long time and could not be expected to know the dialect, and because she was becoming genuinely afraid that Luoxia Peak was about to become Luoxia Valley. The demonic cultivator on that mountain was a man called Tu Xinghe. Xuanwu Peak. Square face, honest eyes, the sort of man who is described as dutiful in every report anyone has ever written about him. Ren Jiaji had personally vetted him at intake. He treats his juniors well, completes his sect duties, cultivates diligently, and is not talented. When he came up the mountain, he greeted my disciple politely and said the view from the top was really very nice, with the smallest amount of envy in it, because everyone knew she was the best treated disciple in the sect, and everyone had worked out why. Ren Jiaji put his own spiritual sense through him and found nothing at all, so he turned toward the empty air and cupped his hands, and the meaning was obvious. I said, your investigation does not count. Let me do it. Then I sat there staring at a paywall, 6 Yuan for a demon-revealing mirror, 66 for a righteous energy talisman, 666 to reach in and burn the demonic energy out of him personally. I could not afford the 6. There were 2 men and a girl standing on a mountaintop waiting for a god to speak, and the god was 680,000 Yuan overdrawn, and if I fumbled this in front of my disciple, I would go from being an old ancestor to being, in her own vocabulary, mere trash. So I did the only thing available, which was to think. The talismans hold thunder condensed out of the essence of the world. They trigger on their own when evil touches them. That is why a wolf died by stepping on one. That is why a spider went off in my face. Demonic energy is evil energy. So I told her to take out the Peerless Great Thunder talisman and lay it on the table. And then, because a god does not improvise in public, I explained that I had designed my talismans for her convenience so that they fire without spiritual energy and identify demonic energy and killing intent automatically, and that if there is nothing evil in you, touching one does nothing at all. She heard that her master had built his talismans that way for her specifically. Her ears moved. She went warm, and she quietly decided that from now on, she would use any kind of fabric at all for his tea bags. Ren Jiaji touched it first to prove it was safe. Nothing happened. He did briefly consider that I could simply detonate it on command and dismiss the idea because there would be no need. Then he told Tu Xinghe to go and touch the paper, and that this was only a spot check, that every disciple would go through it, that it was not aimed at him, and that if he was clean, the old ancestor would grant him an opportunity. Tu Xinghe got whiter with every word, because a cultivator knows what is inside his own heart, and he could already feel the thing in the paper turning to look at him. He steadied himself and stepped forward and put his hand out. Arcs started crawling across the paper before he touched it, and then he was on his knees in front of a piece of stationery. His story is short. He was not talented, and it hurt every day to stand next to people who were. He met a woman on a mountain while hunting demons and fell in love with her and thought they might walk the same road, and a core formation demon caught them on the way down, and she bought him the seconds he needed to get out. He wanted strength quickly, not to be great, to not lose anything again. And the technique he was given does not care about talent. It runs on your own blood. He rolled up his sleeve to show what a month of that costs. Ren Jiaji did not look at his arm. Then Tu Xinghe started laughing and said, "There is no such thing as an evil technique, only evil people. And that if a man stays true to himself, there is nothing wrong with it, and that the improvement had been really very obvious, less than a month, by leaps and bounds, at only a small price." Ren Jiaji kicked him down and put a sword on him and laid the whole road out in one breath. "You are refining your own blood now. What will you do when there is not enough of it left? You will move to beast blood. Then you will find beast blood does not satisfy the technique, and you will start hunting hostile cultivators. Then you will find that hostile cultivators are finite, and everyone you kill is one fewer. And your targets will become the members of this sect you have had disagreements with, and once you have killed the first one of your own, you will stop needing a reason for the rest." Tu Xinghe looked up at him and saw anger and guilt and fury at his lack of ambition, and did not see one trace of killing intent anywhere in it. He also knew the man was right, because he had already run short of his own blood, and had already tried beast blood, and it had already stopped working. He said he deserved to die, and put his own sword across his throat. Ren Jiaji turned his back, because practicing a demonic technique is a capital offense, and being caught by the old ancestor personally means the sentence has already been passed, and he could not watch and could not stop it. And my disciple crossed the courtyard and took the sword out of his hand. I asked him where he got the technique. He said a man in a fox mask on a sect mission of unknown realm, who had him completely at his mercy and did not kill him, who instead talked to him, who found the regret in him and opened it and let it bleed, and then handed him a scroll and said this might help. That is not an accident. That is recruitment, and you cannot raid a man in a fox mask. If it were a stronghold, I could burn a stronghold. There is no address for a mask. Then he told me the name of the technique, and the whole thing came into focus. It belongs to the Heavenly Demon Sect, their supreme art in 3 volumes, the heart-stealing technique, the devouring gluttony technique, and blood refining. And the design of it is this. The 2nd and 3rd volumes are the bait. They are the ones handed out to sad talented boys and ambitious girls all over the world. The 1st volume is a mind technique, and whoever holds the 1st volume can control every cultivator practicing the other 2 within range. I want you to hold on to that, because Song Shui had already handed Gao Lei Volume 2 with tears in her eyes and told him it had emptied her savings. So here is the plan I was looking at. Both secret realms open the same year for the first time in living memory. Every righteous sect in the world sends its best young talent into one place. And somebody has spent months quietly threading a control technique through those exact people. Whoever walks in there does not have to fight the sects. They already own a percentage of them. No wonder the number was 61. I told Tu Xinghe to disband the technique, take 100 lashes at the law enforcement hall, and go and sit in the sword tomb for a week and think. He asked whether I was not going to kill him. I said, why would I kill you? It is a good thing that you know your mistake and can correct it. I said it because I am not a murderer, and because it was true, and because I had watched a man decide to open his own throat over a mistake he made out of grief. And I have some experience of what that particular arithmetic feels like from the inside. He kowtowed until his forehead was raw. What he took from it was that the old ancestor had high expectations of him. And then he sat down and dissolved the technique, and his realm did not fall. It went up. Foundation establishment late stage straight to perfection, with a golden core breakthrough already visible on him. I sat in a containment cell and said, out loud, are all the disciples in this sect like this? I did not even say anything. Then I asked myself why I have never had an epiphany, and concluded it must be the cancer holding me back, and that it had nothing whatsoever to do with my innate comprehension. Ren Jiaji went off to warn the other sects, which is an order that is easy to give and brutal to execute, and he knew it, and he went anyway. He got laughed at for 2 days. A Chan sect monk offered to personally consecrate his head. A Black Blade sect elder asked whether he was inventing an excuse for another sect competition, and pointed out that Sword Pavilion had already won the last one. Somebody just shouted "get out" twice and closed the connection. Every small sect promised politely and did nothing. 2 large ones said they would genuinely look. Pill sect. because I had recently held their sect master's life in my hand and then given it back. And Lingxi Valley, because I had cut their mountain in half and left a lesson in the wound. That was enough. When two names that size announce a find, everybody else has to look. There was one call left, and he did not want to make it because Sword Pavilion and Azure Cloud Sect are not friends, and privately, he did not care whether they lived. He made it anyway, on the grounds that Ancestor Yuan is, as he put it, still his white moonlight after all. He warmed up his voice before dialing, then he caught his own reflection in the light of the screen, hair completely white, a face like a dead pine. A beautiful young woman answered. He slammed the screen shut, stared into the middle distance, and said, "When did she have a daughter? She would not even tell me." The screen said, from somewhere, in an old woman's voice, that she does not have a daughter and has merely taken a youth-preserving pill. That sounded correct, so he opened it again and laughed at her for making herself look undignified. And then she asked, going pink and biting her lip and looking away, whether he could possibly get her a private jade slip for Mei Lia's master. She had recently become very interested in swordsmanship. She simply wished to study swordsmanship in greater depth with that gentleman. Ren Jiaji sat with it for a while and eventually asked the only question he could find. "Does your son know about this?" It was, by his own account, the most pleasant conversation the two of them have ever had. Usually they are arguing by the third sentence. Afterwards, he threw her jade slip back into a pile of other women's jade slips and said that fortunately he has over 100 white moonlights, or his Tao heart would have been broken that day. He then made one mistake, which was to mention it to my disciple on his way out. He told her that Ancestor Yuan had taken a youth-preserving pill and was now incredibly alluring, mature, and tender, and that she kept asking about her master and had requested his private line. My disciple's head came up off the pillowcase she was sewing. She asked whether he had given it to her. He said no, and that he did not have it, and that even if he did, he would not. He was sweating by then. He said afterwards that he had seen something in that girl's eyes that he could only describe as evil. She smiled and said that was good, because her master is very busy fighting the great demon and suppressing the poison, and they should not let just anybody bother him. He left rapidly, and then she sat at that table for a long time. And then she took the half-finished pillowcase apart. She switched to the piece with the lotus leaves on it. Then she dug out the tea bag she had been too embarrassed to send, and cut it open, and turned the fabric inside out so that the frog showed, and she sat there with her hands not quite steady, stroking a frog and a crooked lotus leaf, going redder and redder. They never changed it back. Meanwhile, I was poisoning myself. I had asked her for medicine. I had no idea how to ask, so I opened by asking what she thought of the day's events, and she told me that her master is a very gentle person, and that although he seems cold, he has a soft heart. Then I said, "Do you have any spare pills? Any kind? Bring them here. I need them badly." What she received was a dignified explanation that I had been researching alchemy and that materials are scarce in a fold of space and that a few pills might grant me some pharmacological insight. She emptied everything she owned onto the table without a flicker of suspicion and told me to take whatever I needed. Her private commentary was that even while fighting a great demon and carrying a lethal poison, her master still finds energy to study alchemy, and that compared to him she is as lazy as a pig, and that she would therefore be reducing her sleep to 2 hours a night. I took 1 or 2 of each type. Great Restoration, Chi Cyclone, Marrow Cleansing, Detoxification, a test set. She concluded that a being of my level could not possibly need her low-grade pills, and that I had taken a couple purely to save her face, and that the proof was that I had not taken them all. I took the Chi Cyclone pill with tap water in a containment cell, and for the first time in my life, I felt spiritual energy. Cool currents converging on me from every direction and going in through the meridians, strongest near the orchid on the windowsill. 2 hours of cultivation. Cultivation level, unchanged. Chi refining, first layer. Life expectancy, 32 days. I sat there and thought, hold on, was it not 37? So I took another one, 2 more hours. Chi refining, second layer. I remember being pleased. I remember thinking that at this rate I would reach the top of the realm in no time and stand proudly between heaven and earth. 28 days. The cancer was eating them. Every pill I swallowed went almost entirely into the demonized cells, and I had spent the afternoon feeding the thing that was killing me and congratulating myself on the progress. So I ran the divination one more time and asked it directly what pill removes demonized cancer cells. It warned me that the simulation was free, but would add 2 more levels of luck loss. I looked at the counter. It read 998. I told it to push, and the answer came back, and it is the cruelest sentence in this entire story. The 100 herbs detoxification pill. The one thing in either world that can save me is the thing she is already, at that moment, being burned alive 400 times to make. And the reason is not that it is an antidote, because cancer is not poison. The reason is that it does not attack anything. It upgrades every ordinary cell in the body of whoever takes it, one rank up, past the reach of the thing eating them. I could not outgrow the cancer by cultivating, because the cancer evolves with me. Every supplement feeds it, every breakthrough promotes it too. There is exactly one door, and she is carrying the key into a place where I cannot follow her, cannot help her, cannot buy her anything, and cannot even shout. I sat in that cell and laughed until the laughing stopped working. I said, after all of it, the only one who can save me is still her, and she still has to go in there. I said, I cannot do anything. And then a voice from the phone said, Master, your pillowcase, Leah has made it for you, with the last syllable shaking. I want to record what happened to my face at that point because I was watching it in the black reflection of the screen. The light came back on. I said, oh, special fabric is it? Interesting. With a pillowcase like this, as long as one immerses oneself in it day and night, what can immortal Venerable Fang not accomplish? She had put the tea bag inside the folded pillowcase so she would not have to hand it to me directly. I found the embroidery immediately, lotus leaves on the pillowcase, a frog on the tea bag. I considered whether it was deliberate and concluded that it could not possibly be, given how mortified she had been by the request in the first place, and that she had simply not looked at which pieces she was cutting. I was wrong about that, obviously. I was wrong about it for a very long time, but as I said to myself at the time, does it matter? I seem to remember that the lotus leaf was on the left and the frog was on the right. Knowing that much is enough. I brewed a pot of tea through the frog. I put the lotus leaves on my pillow. I lay down and put my face in it. Then I sat up because something was wrong and worked out that the problem was the pillow itself, which was standard institutional foam and would have to be replaced. So I told her I was very satisfied and asked, casually, whether she had any softer fabric left, because I also needed duvet covers, sheets, placemats, head coverings, scarves, gloves, and masks. She received a dignified acknowledgement that my kind intentions had been noted and were very good. And she sat there feeling relieved and slightly disappointed at the same time, and then had a thought about what her master would do if he ever did find out, and pinched her own leg hard enough to clear her head, and told herself that this line of thinking was morbid and disrespectful, and could cost her the right to remain his disciple at all. Then she gave me the sect reports. Lingxi Valley and Pill Sect had both announced their findings within an hour of each other, and it had gone off across that world like a flare. Every sect that had laughed at Renjiaji started an emergency inspection. Word got out that the technique is nearly undetectable, so everybody bought Pill Sect's newly refined detection pills, because Pill Sect monetizes weather. Infected disciples turned up everywhere. Sect masters went hunting for the recruiters and found essentially nothing. Lingxi Valley found one. Yun Suxin, who is a great deal harder in public than she is in private, sentenced her to death in front of the whole valley, and her mother stepped forward and commuted it to loss of cultivation and a life tending the herb garden, and afterwards Yun Suxin hung off her mother's arm like a small child complaining about always having to play the villain, and her mother told her that she would be running the place soon and needed the authority, and Yun Suxin said, no, you can run it yourself, for 1,000 years, for 10,000, and her mother smiled and did not say anything, because she could not. Azure Cloud Sect found 3 and executed them the same afternoon. Bayuan Darin had received his peak's allocation of detection pills, walked back to Crimson Heaven Peak, handed the entire batch to Gao Lei, told him to supervise it personally, observed that Crimson Heaven Peak is a place of utmost sincerity, and left. Song Shui skipped over and took the pills out of Gao Lei's hand with a grin because she had heard Pill Sect makes the best pills in the world, and she was simply curious to look. When he objected, 3 separate senior brothers immediately took her side and told him he was being unkind to their junior sister. She examined them for a while, handed them back, and said she thought they were nothing special compared to second senior brother's work, which made second senior brother's day. Then Gao Lei distributed the pills, wondering how to make it up to her, and every one of them was a fake. Crimson Heaven Peak passed its inspection completely. I checked the number that evening, 62%, 1 point. That was her cultivation improving. Nothing else had moved. Hint 2 had not changed by a single word. Somewhere a long way from any of us, in a cave I would not see for months, a man with red hair sat in a pool of blood surrounded by cages and used the heavens against himself. He is called Wei Ran, young lord of the heavenly demon sect. Songxue reports to him and is in love with him in a way that is the single honest thing about her. He had noticed that his pieces were being taken off the board faster than they should be, and he wanted to see who was doing it. So he burned the karma of everything living in those cages and looked into the heavens for the man interfering with his plan. He got the back of a white-haired sword cultivator with black dragons around him, and his considered strategic assessment, from the back of the head alone, was that this man is more handsome than me. He decided this could not be tolerated on the grounds that as the #1 beautiful demonic cultivator in the world, he has an absolute position to defend, and he strained for the face. He got the face. He said, "So handsome." And then his own blood went the wrong way and came out of him. And when Song Shui looked at his eyes, she found them cut through with sword intent and started shaking. Heavenly secret backlash, which meant the man he was spying on was deeper in the mysterious arts than he was, which should not have been possible. He waved off the losses. He said the disciples being caught did not matter, that whether they died now or later, it was all part of the master's plan. The master. Then he turned on Song Shui and asked when she was going to bring him the supreme Yin Dao body she had promised. She went white and said it had been taken by a cultivator who seems to have made her his disciple, but that the girl would certainly be inside the central continent's secret realm and she would retrieve it there. He told her to remember that she had said so. Then he tried to regulate his breathing and could not, because there was a sword intent loose inside him now and it kept bringing blood up. A month of asceticism, destroyed by making eye contact. So he decided that if he could not beat the old monster, he could at least handle the girl's master, and he reached into the heavens a second time. There was a violent noise from inside that cave, and then a howl. It is you again. I should mention what I had been doing in the meantime because it is the reason I am classified the way I am. I choked on a glass of water. The water went down the seams in the metal floor and found an old cable, and there was a spark, and room 0 lost power. And because rooms 1 and 2 share a circuit with 0, they lost power too. And when containment loses power, the heavy alloy partitions between the 3 cells slide open. Total elapsed time, a few breaths. I put the cup down very carefully and said, I think possibly, maybe, did I just short out a containment facility by drinking? Then the floor started shaking, and there were 2 red lights in the dark where containment 1 used to be, coming closer. In the monitoring room, they were having a much worse evening than I was. The bear can punch through several meters of iron. It also has a second state, which is why the standing order is to calm it while it is still pink, because when it goes offensive, the fleece darkens toward deep red, and in the deep red state, 1 punch delivers 100 tons. The rifle is general rank. It has a personality. It is arrogant, short-tempered, and detonates at almost nothing. It has never permitted a man to fire it and will only work for women, and the more beautiful the woman, the longer its patience lasts, which in practice means about 5 shots. They rated it in the same class as a certain Japanese demon blade, though less malicious, and it has killed some genuinely difficult things for them, so they sent for the hourglass. There is a black wooden hourglass in that facility with blue sand in it, and anything that looks at it becomes calm, up to and including general rank. The operator has to be a reviver. Both the operator and the subject lose short-term memory, and the damage stacks, and after 10 or so uses, it produces something that looks a great deal like schizophrenia. They used it constantly in the early years before anyone understood the cost. One slayer lost critical mission intelligence that way. Another forgot what his own ability was. They only bring it out now when there is no alternative. And in the corridor, on the way to my door, one of them asked whether the plan was to calm all 3 of us, 0, 1, and 2. And the answer was, no, I am afraid 1 and 2 are going to be killed by 0. They got to the doors 5 minutes later. The rooms were pitch black and shaking, punctuated by the sharp cracks of the rifle. Somebody said, they have already started fighting. Then they turned the lights on. Room 0 looked like a painting done by a man having a crisis. Walls gone, floor deformed, furniture in pieces. The 2-meter pink teddy bear was flat on its back in the middle of it, panting, shedding loose thread, with a living general rank sniper rifle tied around its neck in a bow. The rifle felt everyone looking at it and made a small noise, and the vertical pupil in its scope did something that read as a request. And I was sitting cross-legged on the bear's stomach with my shirt off and a current of energy turning slowly around me. I waved at Pan Minmin through the glass and told her that all of the damage to the walls and floor and furniture was done by these 2 and had nothing to do with me, and that if the division wanted compensation, they should take it up with them. Then I said, "Isn't that right, baby bear?" The bear did not answer, so I took it by the neck and put its head through the metal floor twice, and a spring came out of its skull, and the floor gave up entirely. Then I looked up at the observation window and smiled and said, "Look, it's nodding." My file was upgraded to A rank after that. The classification word they use is Apollyon. It says I must be contained 100 meters underground behind 15 meters of high-strength alloy and a 5-meter shield generator to ensure the unit can withstand my destructive force, and then, in brackets, that actual testing suggests it may not be able to. It also says that Alpha 1 usually presents as a naive and somewhat foolish male university student who occasionally goes mad, and that he appears to possess a seductive effect, which has caused several female staff to abandon their posts. I made them show me the photograph. It is me holding a bear's head down with one hand and a sniper rifle twisted into a pretzel in the other, with both of their faces buried in a broken floor, in a posture that reads unmistakably as an apology. They gave me a bigger cell after that. I spent 2 days worrying about whether I would have to pay for the old one, and then old Grizzly walked into my room. He was 2 days dead. I had spent both of them going over it. He held out an arm and made the cells in it move, and then grew an eyeball on his own bicep to demonstrate, and explained that he had assimilated the dragon on the way down and was now made of the same material I am, minus the dragon energy, and that this had promoted him to soldier rank A. I blurted out, "You're Tumor Superman." He liked that enormously. He said soldier ranks get nicknames and he would be taking that one, and then he introduced himself properly for the first time, and told me his name is Yuan and that I should keep calling him Old Grizzly. I asked him for ways to make money. I suggested live streaming the bear and the rifle. He did not reject it. He said the strategy across the government, the families and the division had already shifted from concealment to gradual public acclimatization, and that my idea was actually good, and he would take it to Yang Jie, and privately noted that I was the only person who could host it, because I am the only one who can make those two behave. Then he asked why I needed money at all, since I am fed and housed and there is nowhere in that facility to spend it. I trust that man. I did not tell him about the shop, and I still would not, and I want to be honest that this is not caution so much as a reflex I cannot switch off. So I gave him a true answer that was not the answer. I told him I had been terrified of being poor my whole life, and that if I had had money I would have gone for a checkup and caught this early instead of letting it run, and that money is not everything, but nothing happens without it, and that money is what security feels like to me, so I want a great deal of it. He believed about a third of it. He knew I was hiding something, and he did not push. And what he thought, sitting there, was that this boy is wary of everything including a junior high school girl, and that he is not cold, because a cold man does not take in a stray cat, and anybody else would have eaten that fish months ago. He thought, this one is afraid of being deceived, so he has walled himself in, and cats and fish are simply easier than people, and even when they turn into monsters, they are still easier than people. He looked at a heart wrapped in chains inside a shell that already had holes in it. And instead of trying to open it, he turned his back to it and drew his knife and stood there. He gave me a card with 600,000 yuan on it and said part of it was bounty money and materials and part of it was a task reward he had filed separately, and that until the live stream was approved, I could join Demon Slayer teams on missions as a contained object and take a share. Then he left. 10 minutes later, in the car, his driver asked whether they were going back to headquarters. He said no. Go to the Forestry Bureau. He was reading a list of names on his phone that Yang Jie had sent him. And what he was thinking, according to her, was that when he first got hold of the incomplete tuna method, he had sworn that justice in this world would never come late. Although in my case it was already 8 years late. He said out loud in that car that there were some accounts, and it was time to do the arithmetic. He never mentioned it to me. Not once, not then, not later. Actually, that is not true. I found out about it that same week off a short video on a battered sofa at 2 in the morning. The platform had changed completely by then. The filtered faces and the luxury unboxings were gone. It was all anomalies now. A dog that breathes fire, a snake that generates current, a child bending 10 steel bars at once. The last fig leaf was off and the algorithm was pushing it like a fire sale. And in the middle of that feed, a state media clip. The director of the C Province Forestry Bureau and his deputy charged with embezzling more than 30 million yuan, plus gambling, money laundering, organized crime, and hiring violence. 57 other individuals handed to the prosecutor. The director may face the death penalty. The comments were jubilant. People were saying it was a complete uprooting, that even the protection had gone down with them, and that the prosecutors were still digging. And in one corner of one frame, standing outside that building, smoking, I said, out loud, "Are you seriously trying to move me into joining your organization?" Then I scrolled past it, then I stopped, and I scrolled back. And I said, "I have to admit it, Old Grizzly. You were absolutely stunning that time." I had spent that same evening losing money at live streaming. Yang Jie had approved it. She gave me the bear and the rifle as permanent housemates and put my channel on the official division homepage, partly because the public acclimatization program needed a friendly face, and partly, I found out much later, because some representatives of the old families had spent the previous half hour being difficult in her office and she wanted to show them what Alpha 1 actually is. I gave the household a pep talk. I told the bear that its role tonight was punching bag and that I expected professionalism. I told the rifle that I expected every blind shot to hit, or its barrel was going into its own scope. Then I introduced everyone. "This is Hui Mao and this is Jingi. They are your friends now. Get along. Anyone who causes trouble gets stabbed." The bear immediately began planning to kill my cat and my fish in order to cause me anguish. The rifle agreed, on the grounds that a cat and a fish are one shot each. My cat, who is an ancient devouring calamity, privately described them as a puppet and a fire poker, and decided to allow them a chance out of respect for me. Then I opened the app and discovered that everyone else already had a cat that spits wind blades. So I put a set of dumbbells in front of Hui Mao and told him, seriously, that he was a grown boy now and needed to learn to curl for his own food, and that his goal was to become a cat made of muscle. He took this as a professional instruction to switch to body refining and got on with it. And I put a pair of black stockings and a picture book about mermaids in front of the fish tank and told Jingi that she was a mature fish spirit now and should learn from the mermaids and grow a pair of legs, or she would end up as a menu item. The broadcast was a catastrophe. I wrestled the bear, which required me to stand on my own foot to make the throws land. I did a shooting demonstration with the rifle, and the target fell over. I propped it up. I walked back. I picked up the rifle. I turned around. It was down again. Nothing fixed it. Every single viewer left. I fired one round at the wall out of temper, at which point the rifle, equally enraged, fired 50 at once, and the rounds met in midair and chain detonated, and my brand new containment chamber was destroyed. The alloy performed admirably, only a 10-meter dent. By dawn, the rifle had visibly lost weight. The bear had gone patchy black and yellow and looked like something recovered from a skip. The only member of the household in good condition was Hui Mao, who as a non-participating employee had simply been lifting weights quietly in the corner all night. Jingi had put the stockings on and made beautiful legs her life's goal. Gross revenue for the evening, 38,000 yuan, minus 20,000 refunded to a minor. The platform takes half of what remains. Final position. I earned nothing and finished the night owing the platform about 1,000 yuan. I was drinking my milk tea through a syringe at the time, that being the only way I could get liquid into myself without choking, on account of the luck. And it turns out that when a person is speechless enough, they laugh. The rest of that week is the part I have to tell properly. It started when the governor died, Mei Yong, the only general rank the Sea Province Demon Slaying Division had. He had been up Dragon Tiger Mountain dealing with the black coffin anomaly, and they carried him down from the foot of it with his hair gone completely white and his face slack, a man in his 40s who now looked 70, as if his life had been run backwards. He briefed Old Grizzly from the stretcher. The coffin has fully surfaced and the thing sealed in it is stronger than a general rank. But it was not the coffin that hurt him. There are 4 guardians, each in a white mask, and the 4 masks together spell out a phrase meaning every kind of demon and specter there is, 1 character apiece. He killed the first 2 and was withdrawing to rest before taking the 3rd. They followed him down and hit him at the gate when his guard was down. He said, "Sit and listen. I do not have long. The 3rd one is taking my lifespan, and even your healer cannot get it back." Then he gave the order. "The demons want to resurrect what is in that coffin, and if it wakes, the whole province goes. And you, with your cells, do not have a lifespan for it to take. You are the only one in this organization it cannot touch. Go and kill it." He put a black compass into his hand, borrowed from a family called Yang, with a red character at its center, and said it would find the thing. Then he put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You are not killing demons for me. You are killing them for this city, for this province, and for this country. For everyone you kill, the number of unfortunate people in this world drops by 1/10. His voice got quieter as he said it, and by the time Old Grizzly came back to himself, there was no further information available. He closed the man's eyes and stood up and said, "We should go. The spirit has been slain." 2 nights later, I was in a graveyard being paid 300,000 yuan to babysit. 2 master ranks had hired me to help them clear a black coffin emissary bounty they had no business taking, and they had brought 2 old family novices along for the resource fees, which raised the difficulty considerably. The novices were both girls. On the drive out, one of them attached herself to my left arm and the other to my right, and they discussed at some length whether demon slaying was really necessary when we could all go home and have a baby instead. I sat with my eyes shut like an old monk and did not say anything. Their perfume gave me a headache. That is not a joke, and it is not modesty. Both of them were wearing something expensive, and neither of it was as good as a tea bag. Also, I had noticed that there were crows circling 100 meters above the car, and something up there had locked onto us, and I did not mention it because a guaranteed 300,000 is worth being careful with, and I was worried the driver would turn around. Then the roof came off. Shadowhawk was a core emissary, and by his own estimate, top 10. He had a very good memory for the soldier ranks in that province, and he could not place me, and he spent most of that fight trying to work out which province or family I belonged to. I cut his flock apart and put a hole through his coffin and finished him, and when he demanded to know who I was, I told him, "I am Fang Li, the incredibly handsome, terminally ill university student known as Alpha 1, also called the Overlord." Then I turned around and asked for my 300,000 and offered signed autographs at 50,000 each, and while I was collecting, the corpse behind us started twitching, and a red beam went up out of it into the sky, and from deep in the cemetery came the sound of chains snapping. 7 bronze pillars came up out of the ground with rot growing on them, and on the black iron coffin at their center sat something in a mask that was crying and laughing at once. It scraped its fingernails along the lid, and every person in that graveyard bled from the ears. This was the 3rd guardian. The one the governor died of. I told the 4 of them to run and that I would hold it. on the arithmetic that I could at least trade blows and anybody else would simply die. One of the master ranks called me Overlord with tears in his eyes. I told him not to. It is disgusting. Just call me the handsome Fang Li. Its technique is called soul refining, and it works by taking your lifespan. It sends out lanterns made of bone with someone else's soul burning in the wick, and when the light touches you, it takes the years. The lantern reached me. My sword went dead in the air, and rust crawled up the blade at a speed you could watch. The energy went out of it. Marks came up on the back of my hand, and then the thing stopped and stared at me and asked, genuinely baffled, why I had such a short lifespan. The soul fire it had pulled out of me was a candle in a draft. The lantern started shaking because that technique has a clause. If it fails to strip enough lifespan out of a target, it pays the difference itself, half its own cultivation and half its own years. It had just clawed its way back up to chi refining great perfection over what I assume was a great deal of somebody else's time, and it had to give all of it back because it tried to rob a man with 26 days left. I went down on one knee with a gray streak by my ear, and the old thing aged considerably more than I did, and I told it that its father was about to die anyway, and it had picked the wrong pocket. Then it said, well, your friends have plenty of years, and it sent a lantern past me and caught the two girls. I will describe the result and not the process. Two young women were suddenly two old women on their knees, and a butterfly hair clip came off and broke into 3 pieces on the ground. My first thought was about my 300,000 yuan. I want that on the record, because I am not going to pretend to be better than I am. The next lantern went for the 2 master ranks, and a lump of concrete the size of a truck came in from the side and cracked the bronze pillar like a windscreen. Old Grizzly had tracked it with the compass. The thing wrapped 5 black lines around his throat and put the lantern light on him, and absolutely nothing happened because there was nothing in him to take. He tore his shirt open and said, I hear your ability is absorbing lifespan, and pulled a piece off himself and threw it at the thing and told it to come and try. Then he grew a small fleshy bud out of the back of his own head and put it in my ear to whisper intelligence, which I did not have time to complain about. He told me the thing in front of us was a puppet, that its real body was not in the coffin either, and that its heart and limbs were locked inside the 7 bronze pillars. He would keep it busy. I should break the pillars. Without the lifespan drain, he simply beat it to pieces over and over, and it regenerated every time, and it laughed at him and told him that killing the first 2 only made it stronger, and killing it would only make the master stronger, and that we were all going to die regardless. He said yeah. Then he saw me stand up and fired every tentacle he had, and pinned the spirit and the pillars and the coffin in place at once. I used everything I had. The paper caught, gold locked on, and that graveyard went white. He got clear a fraction before it landed and stood there watching the fire eat the pillars with 1 bead of sweat coming down his forehead, having concluded that being burned by lightning is not an experience he needs. The bone lanterns went out one at a time, and as they went, you could hear, faintly, the people inside them. The thing melted and did not scream and was not afraid. The mask came apart, and what was under it smiled and said one last thing, please summon the corpse ancestor, a feast. We drove home with 410,000 yuan in my account, because when the thing died, the stolen years came back, and 2 young women who had briefly been 80 settled their invoices with remarkable speed. He told me, in the car, that the mission he had personally taken was worth 5 million, and that when the bonus came, it was all mine, because he only wanted the experience. I called him Godfather. He told me that would not be necessary, and then, because I am not as good at watching people as I think I am, and only noticed it late, I saw what was underneath the grin. Every ability costs. Mine costs energy. His costs him. He looked like the most alert person in that vehicle, and he was the most spent. He told me I owed him a life and should remember to pay it back, and I told him he was more handsome when he was not talking, and he laughed. I did remember. I want that noted, because it matters later. My one real virtue is that I do not leave debts standing. Then I asked him a question I regret. I asked why he got so visibly happy every time he killed something. Whether it was the next volume of the breathing method. He was quiet, and then he said it did not matter, since it is not a secret inside the division. 7 years ago, on the winter solstice, at the old cotton mill in the south of the city, his wife and his daughter were sheltering from the snow in the boiler room. He said, that thing wore my wife's skin afterwards, and imitated her, and called me by the name she called me. His voice was completely level. He said, since that day this rotten flesh of mine has been used for exactly one thing, which is gnawing on monster bones. Then he told me not to feel guilty about asking. He said most people in the division have a story and very few of them are pleasant, and that people join because of their story and stay because of the monsters. He said, monsters kill without a reason, the way an avalanche kills sheep. We are the ones who need a reason to get up off our knees. So really, it is all for our own sake. I looked out of the window while he said it, and I want to put down what I saw, because it is the thing he was about to spend himself on, and I did not know that yet. Twilight. and drizzle smearing the neon into patches. The huge naked eye screen on Chungshi Road running a virtual idols concert, throwing pink electronic snow down onto the kids underneath, each flake breaking into data when it landed on a shoulder, a shopfront saying in a bright little voice that there was a new delivery order, and a girl in dragon print pajamas going past our armored car on light-up skates with a milk tea straw in her mouth, and the rabbit tie on the end of her braid knocked against my window and made a chord with the detector alarm inside the car. That is the city I live in. It had stopped being black and white at some point and nobody had told me. Then the car jolted and there was a black coffin hanging in the sky with a red glow around it and a white face set into it that was crying and laughing at the same time. 36 of them came down over Tianfu that night. One went through the big screen in the square while somebody was live streaming a dance. It was the size of a shipping container and the lid was not carved. It was set with thousands of eyes. One went through the glass dome of a coffee shop, and the foam that splashed across the lid ran into the shape of a face. The road surface started rising like dough. A pregnant woman came out of a clinic and found that the glass front of the office block opposite had become dark wood, so that every lit cubicle showed a standing coffin, and the handprints of the people hitting the glass were setting into red symbols on the lids. The girl in the dragon pajamas dropped her straw. 36 coffins locked into a ring at 1,000 meters, one for each of the heavenly generals. A gap a kilometer long opened along the riverbed over a bronze tomb, and 12 more coffins stood themselves up across construction sites and housing blocks, one for each earthly branch. Everything clicked into place at once, and the whole district jolted, and down in the tomb, the lower coffin opened and vented something that froze the river in a sheet. And then, underneath all of it, a heartbeat. He put the car across the curb and opened all the doors. He told the 4 of them plus me to go to the provincial division and request backup and got out with the machete. I asked what about him. He said, I am the soldier rank A here. And then he put a cigarette in his mouth and opened a boot full of firearms and tilted his head and said, if I do not go, who does? I said I could help. He said I was not a member of the division and could not help and could not stay. Then he said my permission as a contained object had expired the moment the emissary job ended, and that without permission I belonged in a cell. He was pouring holy water over an ammunition box while he said it. 1,000,000 yuan a bottle, diluted, from the Vatican, and it does work, and the division has spent an obscene share of its funding on it over the years. He pushed the bottle into my hands and told me to keep it for self-defense. I did not move. So he grinned and told me that if I joined the demon-slaying division right that second, he would put me on the mission immediately, and that with something this big the bounty would be 20 or 30 million, and was that not tempting? I told him he really is more handsome when he is not talking. He laughed, he watched us go, and when we were far enough away, he let his breath out, and the ease came off his face, because a pure gold coffin was coming up out of the tomb in the middle of the river. I want to say what was actually in my head on that drive, because it was not heroism. The streets that had been full were empty, the traffic had collapsed into one continuous accident, and I kept asking myself what a person can do. I do not have a good opinion of this world, I also do not hate it. What I had was one specific fact, which is that I did not want Old Grizzly to die. I do not cultivate to save anybody. I cultivate to protect the few things I have. I made money so that she would never be hurt. A hand closes into a fist in order to protect the palm. So I took inventory of everything I own. A cat, a fish, a sword, a pot of grass, an unfinished pill in another universe, and a body full of cancer. None of it touches what was standing on that river. And then I remembered the piece of paper stuck to the flower pot. The purple heaven divine thunder talisman. It had been sitting on my windowsill for weeks with a wilted blade of grass in front of it, put there by a game to stop a gluttonous beast from eating a plant. I had to get back to the shelter. I grabbed a car. The traffic beat me, so I abandoned it and ran on spiritual energy. And coming the other way down the road at a flat sprint was my fish, wearing black stockings. On a pair of legs she had grown to specification, with a pot of orchids riding on her head, and hooked into the orchid's branches, the talisman. The orchid had got up by itself, torn the thunder talisman off its own flower pot, knocked my cat through 5 meters of alloy wall when he tried to eat it, walked through a solid wall like it was a curtain, sat down on the fish's head, and steered her across a city in a panic by lashing her with a branch. It knew what I needed. I have never worked out how, and Jingi cannot explain anything, because everything she says is a bubble. By then, on the river, the thing in the gold coffin had a name. Corpse King Kunlun. In a yellow dragon robe, with a crown whose gold tassels each ended in a small skull with an incense stick set in the eye, the smoke twisting into old writing in the air, and a red mole between the brows throwing out enough light to make his face impossible to look at directly. And what put the fear into Old Grizzly was not the presence. It was that when he was promoted to soldier rank A, he earned the right to view the tablet at the foot of the 10,000 steps under Kunlun, and one of the carvings on that tablet is a figure rising out of a golden coffin. The tablet has many carvings on it. He fought it anyway, not because he thought he could win, because he did not want anybody else in the world to end up as unlucky as he had. The bullets deflected. The blade was taken off him. It punched through his chest, drew its hand back with a tumor in it, considered eating it, and decided the taste was wrong. He laughed at it and told it he has no heart, and punched it in the face and broke all 10 of his fingers on it. The 7-star array came up, 7 demon slayers, 1 to a rooftop, minds linked, and 7 stars lit on the frozen river with the thing standing exactly on the killing position, and a red sword began to form over its head. And then the array fired again, and only 6 of the stars lit because one of them was already dead. He was on the ice by then with his legs gone and no material left in him to regrow them, and he got up on the broken scimitar and went forward. The thing called us ants. And he said, "We are human beings, not ants." He said, "Perhaps we will die today." And then he put his chest out and used everything he had left and said that in the next million days there would come a morning when it would regret not kneeling down and learning to revere the human race. It said, "I shall wait and see." Then it crushed his skull and stepped over him and began to count. It counted the heartbeats of the living and it counted the eyes of the dead. At 109, it smelled thunder. I came up the river along the line where the ice met the sky, with half a burnt talisman in my right hand, and purple fire eating along the torn edge of it, burning a hole in the night. I was so far into luck loss by then that walking on flat ice felt like walking a wire. The counter had passed 1,000. I stopped and ran an exam. I want you to appreciate this. I stood on a battlefield with people dying on it and opened a phone and quizzed my disciple because I needed to know exactly what I was holding, and there was nobody else to ask. I asked what grade the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Talisman is. She told me that even the lowest grade is high grade, that it is condensed by a great cultivator out of the thunder of the 9 heavens during a storm, that it is standard equipment at soul transformation, and that an unprepared soul transformation late-stage cultivator would be badly damaged by one. I asked her to compare it to another kind, and she tapped her lip and tilted her head and gave me a considered opinion that the Purple Heaven is superior because the divine thunder is extreme yang and comes down from the heavenly Tao itself, and is therefore harder to make. Then I asked her whether, if I gave her one, she would dare to use it, and she shrank back and shook her head hard and said her master was joking, that she is only a foundation establishment disciple, that she could not possibly control it, and that the residual force alone would give her a very hard time. I asked because I already knew what I was going to do, and I am at Chi Refining. Behind the Corpse King, out of a heap of ruin, a mouth opened and said my name and asked if that was me, and I said, "Uncle, I owe you my life. Revenge is never too late and gratitude is never late either." Then I put the burning half of that paper on the crown of my own head and pointed at the sky. The thing turned around and its eyes went wide and it said, "Ninefold heavenly tribulation," and then, "Who are you? A reincarnation from the Thunder Department? No, impossible. It is not time for that yet. I am supposed to be the strongest now. They guaranteed it. I told it to shut up. The clouds came down. Purple lightning came down all around me, and the ice went up off the river tangled in arcs, and its crown shattered and showed a face covered in a dense pattern of sealing nails, and it screamed at its ghost soldiers to block, and they crumbled inch by inch. It said it was not reconciled. It said we were liars, all of us, and that it holds the mandate of heaven, and that it had swallowed 12 heavenly tribulations. By then, everything I had except my eyes was carbonized, and I said, "Heavenly tribulation cannot kill you, then I will." The last bolt came down like a pillar holding up the sky. When the clouds cleared, there was a handful of ash on that river, and a pool of molten gold. The price for using that talisman is that a soul transformation cultivator wears the divine thunder for a few seconds and is tempered by the residue of it. I am Chi Refining. I fell out of the sky and could not see or hear or think. The rest of the world went strange while I was in the tank. The gates of the Kunlun Immortal Palace opened for the first time in living memory, and a voice said it had heard how long humankind had suffered and was opening the gate to take disciples. 1,000 steps for the outer gate, 3,000 for the inner, 5,000 for a personal disciple, 8,000 to inherit the sect, and whoever climbs 10,000 becomes the next palace master. And the barrier that had stopped everyone above step 108 simply went away. A Buddha appeared over the great Thunder Sound Temple, and when his toe touched the ground, the whole of Mount Sumeru became a grain of gold dust on his robe, and he said that all beings suffer, and that there is no gate to the pure land, and that only those who save themselves can see him, and then became a red sky. Golden light came down over the Vatican in a ladder, and the clouds set into 7 lampstands, and a holy fire burned the commandments into the marble without harming the thorns underfoot, and grew roses out of them instead. Osaka filled with a parade of demons and emptied of people in a night. Something fell in the Americas and a city started to turn. I was unconscious for all of it, in a nutrient tank, with a leg growing back. That was the problem. Pan Minmin showed old Grizzly the report. Every scrap of new tissue on me was demonized cancer. So the question in that room was, when Fang Li's body finishes regrowing, is that Fang Li, or is it the dragon? There was a second finding. My body contained a tree-shaped, high-density cluster of energy with the characteristics of lightning, unlike anything else they had ever measured, and they could not extract it. That was the thunder spiritual root, seen from outside, by people with instruments. And it was the only reason I still existed, because that cluster was keeping the last of my brain cells alive, and they were fighting. The simulations gave two outcomes. Either both sides destroyed each other and my brain went with them, or the cancer won and there was no me left. Taking me out of the tank would slow the dragon down and starve the rest of me at the same time. And old Grizzly said, no, there is another way. Use my cells. His ability is assimilation. His cancer cells are the same material as the dragon's minus the dragon energy, which is exactly why they never demonized and never developed a will of their own, which meant he could give them one. He could write a single instruction into them before he sent them in. Treat demonized cells as the enemy. Yang Ji asked how he could guarantee that his cells would not simply carry his own consciousness in and replace mine. He sat up and tore the front of his gown open and grinned and said, that is simple. Put me in the chamber and use the neural bridge to strip my consciousness out first and send the cells in as reinforcements with nothing of me in them. She told him that with current technology, the stripped consciousness cannot be preserved. He said, I know. She said, you will die. He said, I know. And what she was thinking, and hated herself for, was that this proposal would be approved by anybody it was submitted to, because my value alive was obviously greater than his, and the only people who would refuse it were his friends. He hit the bed and complained that he should have died at the Corpse King's feet and been a hero, and that I had stolen his moment, and that he was frankly still annoyed about it. Then he said he did not want to live with the guilt, and that if he traded places with me, the kid would definitely treat him like a father, and that having a godson that powerful was, when you thought about it, awesome. She laughed, and while she was laughing, the tears started, and she wiped them and looked away and told him he was damaging his image as a director. He said, that kid says the same thing. It was approved quickly. He lay down in the pod perfectly calmly. They asked whether he had any last requests. He asked for a cigarette. He said he had lived for decades, and this was the only thing he had ever really wanted, and that since he would not be having another one, they had better hurry up and light it. She lit it for him without a word. Then he took a long drag and handed her a badge and told her to give it to me. He said he had always wanted me on his team. He said he had made badges for all of them, including Little Bean. He said there was obviously no chance now, so it could be a keepsake. Then he told them to stop looking so gloomy and get started because the kid had been lying there long enough and his backside was getting cold. She closed the lid. The doors shut. The red lights came on. I woke up in a body that worked, with a leg, in a room that smelled of disinfectant, and went and found what was left of him. There was not much. The process consumes the donor. By morning it had gone down to bone in the light. I took the cigarette end out of the mouth of the skull, and I said, I hate men like you the most. I said, always shouting about protecting things and saving things and doing self-indulgent nonsense. Who asked you? How long do you think anyone remembers a name? People should look after themselves. If you do not look out for yourself, you end up finished. And now, look at you. You are finished. I said, you are a gambler. You used yourself as a chip to buy my life. Did anybody ask me whether I wanted to sit at that table? I said, you told me you would treat me like a godson, and now I cannot even find enough of you left to burn incense over. The analysis was still spread across the dissection bench. I picked up the dish with the dragon sample in it and put it against the glass, and the fluid ran down it in lines like rain, with my own eyes reflected in it, full of lightning. And I said the thing that I have not been able to put down since. The cells you killed yourself to give me are in there right now playing Russian roulette with the last of the dragon. And you did not just put them in. You left something in them. When they eat, I hear you, smoking, humming that old song of yours, in the back of my own skull. Outside the window, the sky went white. In the dish, the dragon cells were multiplying. I was still standing there when somebody came to tell me that a delegation had arrived from the Yang family and was in the reception room downstairs. They had come to reclaim the compass they had lent us, which was ash, so they had asked for the ancient emperor's relics instead, which were also ash. Yang Ji had offered them the ash, sincerely, and been told to stop making lame excuses, and then the old man in the middle of the sofa, with his people arranged around him, had said that since the relics were gone, they would take Fang Li instead, as they were very interested in this reviver's body, and that failing that, they would take his natal spirit object. I was in the doorway by then in a hospital gown, leaning on the frame with arcs going across my eyes. I said, "Who is calling me a corpse?" I said, "Old man, it cannot have been easy living to your age." And then I said, "You are wishing me dead. Would you like to go first?" Two of them came at me from both sides with their hands hooked into claws and a tiger's roar in the leap, which is a family style and is genuinely impressive against most things. I caught both claws barehanded and they went across the room in opposite directions and rolled around holding what was left of their hands. Being tempered by that thunder had done something. My spiritual root was single thunder before. It is now single purple sun thunder, which means that instead of my energy adding a rounding error to my punches, everything I throw now carries a charge that paralyzes, explodes, and works particularly well on the dead. I was also, as previously established, in a very bad mood, and the Yang family had walked directly into it. The old man's face rearranged itself into warmth. He apologized. He said the Corpse King had been ruthless, and he had assumed nobody could survive, and that seeing me now he understood what it meant to be a hero in one's youth. And would I care to become a guest elder of the Yang family, since their resources considerably exceed the divisions? His calculation had changed mid-sentence. Kunlun and the Great Thunder Sound Temple were now recruiting from the entire planet, and whichever family produced a disciple that caught the eye of one of those powers would own the century. He had come for my spirit object. Now that I was standing up, he wanted me. Yang Jie and Pan Minmin were in the doorway holding their breath, genuinely afraid I would say yes. The province had been gutted. Without a leader, they would be quietly replaced. I looked at him for a while. Then I smiled and asked whether he had money. He slapped his thigh and laughed and asked how much. I held up 10 fingers, a little shyly. He said, 100,000? Mr. Fang, do you look down on us? Today, I will give you 1,000,000. I gave him all my teeth and told him he had misunderstood. I want 10 billion. He did not explode, which I respected. The Yang family are not merchants, but their fist style has kept them level with an entire decade of the world changing, and money is not their scarce resource. They could have raised it. It would have meant closing several businesses. The question in his head was whether I was worth it. So he asked the only question he actually cared about, which was whether the talisman could be produced reliably and what it cost. And I told him it cost me 10 years of my life and that I probably would not have another one. That was a lie built on top of my earlier lie, and I sold it hard. The truth is that the talisman had come free, bundled with a potted plant, as a quest reward. It is not in the shop. I have no idea how to get another one and no idea what one would cost, and my working assumption was that if it were purchasable, it would be priced somewhere north of 1,000,000, which at the time would have killed me to spend. He went cold. Disposable, priced in years, and even if the boy can buy more, how many? There is something I should note here, because it is funny in a way nobody in that room could appreciate. The old families had classified Corpse King Kunlun as martial rank, one step above general. They believed martial rank was a thing their resources could simply grow. They would have laughed themselves sick if they had known what he actually was. So he made his final offer, which was 100 million in funds and a salary over 1,000,000 a month, payable immediately, and I told him that if a family as noble as his could not come up with 10 billion, then he should get out and stop wasting my time. He asked whether I was not afraid of retaliation. He informed me that the Yang family had already reached an agreement with Demon Slaying Division headquarters, that a general rank of their choosing would be taking over this province, and that their own genius was already on his way to Kunlun, and that I should reconsider. I told him to get out. He looked at the arc turning over the back of my hand, closed his mouth, put his hat on, and said we would see how things went. When they had gone, Yang Jie asked me whether, if the Yang family really had produced 10 billion, I would have joined them. I said yes. She said I had no conscience. And I said, how am I heartless? The uncle's objective was to eliminate monsters and evil spirits, and I would still be doing that. Also, is your own headquarters not already cooperating with those people? She checked her mail, and her face went grim, because it is. Several general ranks at headquarters had concluded that the priority was now to attach themselves to the newly returned mysterious powers, and the old families have more elites than the division does, which is the whole reason the arrangement exists. Then she laid out her real problem. Mei Yang was dead. After the river, there were not many demon slayers left in that province at all. Headquarters wanted her to nominate a general rank as governor immediately, or they would appoint one of the family's people. And where, she said, am I supposed to find a general rank? She was looking at the ceiling when she said it. Then she was not looking at the ceiling. Neither was Pan Min Min. I pointed out that I was an undergraduate who had not finished his degree and had not, at any point, agreed to join their organization. And Yang Ji said in a flat voice that the governor freely allocates the resources of the provincial demon slaying division, including money. She said it was a considerable sum. And Pan Min Min added helpfully that if I could run an organization that size well, I would not be much worse off than the old families at making money, because that is money making money. I did not want to admit that I was tempted. Yang Jie had a black card with gold trim out of her pocket and into my hand before I finished not admitting it. 1 billion yuan, password 4 sevens, half of it earmarked for supplies. I asked what supplies. She said holy water from the Vatican and similar. I remembered the bottle he had pushed into my hands, pale gold, strong positive energy, and by any measure I could apply, mortal grade, the same principle as the paper in my pocket and enormously worse. I asked what the Holy See charges. Uniform price, she said, 1 million per bottle, diluted. I want to record my 2 reactions in the order they arrived. The first was 1 million yuan a bottle for watered-down mortal-grade goods. The second was, so I sold Old Grizzly a peerless-grade talisman for 100,000. You dog. I slammed the table and told them to cancel every order. Somebody objected that this would leave the field teams with no protection and that the division could not run on the appeal of a breathing method alone. And I said, leave the supply problem to me. That is the moment the business started. 2 worlds, 1 man in the middle, and a procurement budget. I went back and logged in, and she was sitting with her chin in her hands looking miserable because I had not checked on her all day and I had never once missed a day, and she had reasoned her way to a beast she could not beat. I told her the truth in the only language available. I said I had fought a great demon and been badly hurt, and that it was over, and that one of my companions had sacrificed himself for me, and that his body was destroyed and only a wisp of his soul was left. She said, ah, and then she said nothing at all. She did not comfort me. She got the pill sect wine out from under her bed and poured a cup and said that this was their cure for all sorrows, and that although she cannot hold her drink, she could still keep me company for a pot. I tapped the button, and the cup came into my hand, and the smell of it filled a containment cell 100 meters underground, and my cat's eyes snapped open, and then he looked at the orchid glaring at him from the windowsill, and lay back down. Pill sect wine is strong. 1 cup, and she was flushed and swaying, and the courage arrived with it. She told me not to be sad, because I am a great hero who fights for ordinary people, and that the senior who died would certainly not want to see me sad. And then she said that she would cultivate harder, so that one day she could be a sharp sword standing behind me, so that I would never again have to be parted from someone by life and death. Remember that sentence. She is going to tear it up herself later in front of everybody, and it is going to be the best thing in this entire story. I laughed and asked whether that meant I would be invincible with her at my back. She went redder and started stammering that she would become very, very strong and that she could protect me too, and then her eyelids came down against the headboard and she was asleep. She was flushed the way a small animal that has got into the good liquor is flushed. She rubbed her cheek against a sleeve with fish embroidered on it and mumbled that the wine manual was much harder to memorize than the sword manual. The moon came through the carved window and turned the half-empty cup the color of frost, and the little bells under the eaves started up in the wind and set the silver bell that had come loose from her wrist swinging, and none of it woke her. I moved the jar further away and used a finger to pull the blanket over her. Then I sat there and made a list, because I am not a good enough person to stay in that moment for very long. 1. Get her through the secret realm and clear everything in it that could touch her. 2. Find out whether Azure Cloud Realm can bring back the dead, because in that world, souls are a known quantity with published specifications, and what I was carrying in my pocket was a crystal containing part of a man's separated consciousness that our science cannot currently reassemble. I had taken it off the bench next to the pod. Pan Min Min had told me it might not be viable and that it was only a hope. I had said out loud over the ashes that he was not getting out of it that easily, that I do not owe favors and I do not accept anybody as a godfather, so he would have to come back to life and then apologize for the sweet nothings he had left playing in my head. She had also given me the badge, his character on the front in the kind of calligraphy that shows off, and on the back the division emblem, which is a sword drawn out of a fire, and under it one number, 0. He had added the number after I became a containment object. 3. Get very much stronger, because the Corpse King had left me with no confidence at all, and I did not have a second talisman. The sword did drop, though. Emperor Sword, Sinking River, high grade, spiritual artifact, sword soul missing. The story attached to it is that the ancient emperor forged it during a drought when every river had dried up in order to pull water down out of the sky and save his people, and that when it was finished he collapsed from exhaustion and his soul went into the blade and stayed there. So that man had been a good emperor who wore himself out for farmers, and he had come up out of a golden coffin as the worst thing I have ever seen, with his face full of sealing nails. Somebody had driven a great many nails into that face. I did not have time to think about what kind of grudge that takes. I reached for the hilt and there was frost on my palm before I touched it, so I hung it on the wall and observed that a blade that constantly emits cold is essentially a high-end air conditioner, and that if you put it in a cardboard box, the box becomes a refrigerator. My black scale sword is still the best. It cuts vegetables and it kills people and it warms the bed. Then I went to buy a divination and I could not, because my luck loss had passed 1,000 stacks and the system refused the calculation on the grounds that it would probably kill me. I want to describe that week honestly. I found insects in food in a secure government facility. I changed the dish and got food poisoning anyway. The plumbing failed. The water was off. There was no paper. I went out to get some and stepped on my own shoelace. An ordinary person at 1,000 stacks would not survive an hour. I am durable and I heal, so it mostly presented as farce. Only I know what it was actually like. And then I sat down and did the arithmetic properly, and it stopped being funny. If I had not asked for that map, I would not have been at 1,000 stacks. If I had not been at 1,000 stacks, I would probably never have crossed paths with Corpse King Kunlun. He could have come up anywhere on the planet. He came up in my face. Old Grizzly did not die because a monster woke up. He died because I wanted a shortcut, and I laughed at the price. I asked how to clear the status. Good deeds clear it. 1 to 1,000 levels depending on the karma. Or money. 1,000 yuan a level for the first 100, 10,000 for the next 300, 100,000 up to 700, and 1,000,000 a level after that. I shouted at a phone that 1,000,000 a level was robbery and that I had killed Corpse King Kunlun, and why did that not count? And it told me, flatly, that the creation of Corpse King Kunlun resulted in the deaths of over 50,000 people, and that I bear that karma, and it offsets the merit. I stopped shouting in the middle of shouting, because that is correct. 50,000 people were already gone before I got there. Anybody can put on the word hero. Doing it properly is a different job. I bought off the first 100 stacks, which was all I needed to unblock the divination, and left the other 900 where they were, on the grounds that there would be other chances to work them off, since evil is not in short supply. Then I asked who was behind the secret realm, and that is how I found the man in the fox mask's employer, whose name is Wei Ran, and who at that moment was extremely pleased with himself, because a lady in a jade pendant had just personally hidden him from the heavens. She had checked the name he gave her, incidentally. He told her he was being hunted by a Sword Pavilion Grand Elder called Fang Li, and she said she had never heard of him, and that Sword Pavilion does have a Grand Elder surnamed Fang, but not by that name. The Holy Lands keep records. She told him to leave the 100,000 Great Mountains, and that an associate she called Grandma Jing would cover for him, and to find somewhere quiet and not move until after the secret realm. So he disguised himself as a merchant and checked into an inn in a farming town full of mortals, on the sound principle that cultivators never go there, and ordered a pot of wine, and considered whether to make a couple of blood corpses for entertainment that evening. He was, at that moment, hidden from the heavens themselves by one of the most powerful concealments in that world. And I was looking straight at him on a screen because I had a subscription. I said, "You bastard, found you." I nearly woke her up to relay the order. She was asleep with a stocking with badly embroidered rabbits on it hanging off the edge of the couch, mumbling something about the flying boat falling into the sea of stars. Her cultivation was almost at Foundation Establishment late stage by then, which is exceptional anywhere, and which is inseparable from the fact that she trains 8 or 9 hours a day. So instead I paid 998 yuan to extend my perception across the whole of Sword Pavilion, and found the sect master myself. He was reclining on a bamboo couch with his cheek on one hand and a private jade slip in the other, wearing an expression I can only describe as oily, telling somebody called Little Lanlin that he had missed her terribly and hoped her cultivation had not fallen behind, and that he would come and give her a personal examination sometime, and then asking to borrow some spirit stones, just a few. Nothing much. I finally understood how the poorest sect in the world always manages to fund whatever its disciples need. I cleared my throat. He nearly dropped the slip and hid it behind his back and produced a completely false smile and asked when I had arrived. 3 breaths ago, I said. I had no idea Pavilion Master Ren had so many close female friends. How enviable. His actual horror was structural, and it is worth explaining. The whole of Sword Pavilion sits under a sect array that successive masters have reinforced until it developed a mind of its own, and one of its functions is protecting the privacy of the people inside it. Not even a void tempering cultivator's perception should get through it, which meant the old ancestor's sight simply ignores it. Which meant the old ancestor had been able to watch the entire time, including the borrowing. He is several hundred years old, and he blushed. I gave him the order twice. The first time I gave it in character, with the greedy wolf star, and a fairy crossing among the apricot blossoms, and a leisurely man in merchant's clothes holding the karmic thread of 3,000 calamities. He said, "No, old ancestor, what are you saying?" So I said, "I am sending you to a town in the east to kill a man, and he is the one behind the demonic technique." He said, "Oh, well, why did you not just say that?" He asked what cultivation the target had. I told him great perfection of spirit transformation, which is above him, and he immediately asked whether I could not simply grant him a sudden enlightenment so he could handle it himself. I told him to call the Pill Sect and Linksy Valley and go together, and that if he wanted an enlightenment, I would be happy to deliver one directly to his hall. He said yes, yes of course, and chuckled awkwardly, and privately concluded that the old ancestor has a rather strict personality, which is no doubt why he holds 10,000 Swords Peak. Then I told him to take Leah along, so the little one could see the world, but to come back and call her in an hour. He asked why an hour, and I said, because my disciple is sleeping. Let her sleep a bit longer. Then I asked whether he had a problem with that. He said he would not dare. They caught up with Wei Ran that night at the mayor's mansion in that mortal town where he had gone looking for trouble and found a gray-haired man beating a woman and a child in a courtyard with a barbed cane and had walked in and killed him for it. He stood there afterwards over the body and applauded and said that they call demonic cultivators worse than evil spirits and asked how that compares to the techniques of you gentlemen. And Ren Jiaji, on the boat above, said out loud that this did not look like a demonic cultivator at all, and thought, honestly, that if this man is one, then what is Sword Pavilion? Wu Mingxuan leaned on the rail and agreed and suggested they drop lower to confirm what technique he practiced, and while he was saying it, every drop of blood in that courtyard went the wrong way, and the woman and the child were gone. That is the whole of Wei Ran in one movement. He kills a man for cruelty and then does something worse than the cruelty, and he does not experience these as different acts. Ren Jiaji slapped himself in the face on that deck and came off the boat as a line of light. He should have gone straight down. He knows it. He said so. The fight lasted 3 exchanges. There is an eye in that man's palm, and when it opens, your sword is already caught. Ren Jiaji came away with 5 flowers of blood on one shoulder and his sword hand split to the bone and shouted up at the sky, asking what the rest of them were doing. The Pill Sect chessboard unrolled around Wei Ran with the pieces already moving. A shirtless Chan master appeared on a broken wall. And behind them, more than 10 soul transformation cultivators from every sect in the realm. Some of them revered elders, some sent personally. The whole town started shaking under the collective pressure of them. So I spent 98 yuan on a shield over the town, everybody inside it, not Wei Ran. I have never mentioned that to anyone, and I am only mentioning it now because I am telling this properly. He could not understand how they had found him. The great lady had hidden him from the heavens themselves. And with that many people present, it was obviously planned. Then he told them that after the secret realm, the heavenly demon sect would rule alone, and they should all wash their necks, and turned into a cloud of blood and ran. That escape technique burns essence and blood, and he had just topped up, so it cost him nothing, and not one of them could catch him. On the boat, I watched him approach the edge of my perception and said, a bunch of useless trash. In the end, I still have to pay. The menu offered 3 options, 6 yuan for the giant hand, 66 for a sword, and 666 for a kick. In the past, I would have taken the 6 on principle. But I had 1 billion yuan, and I wanted my disciple to see the wonders of the world. I told her to watch closely, because her master was about to strike, and she and Xie Yanan ran to the rail. They had no idea that I was at that moment facing a difficult decision, because the kick had a submenu. I am not going to itemize it. There were 5 options, and 4 of them cost extra, and 1 of them was free. I want the record to show that I chose the free one. Not out of thrift, out of a desire to preserve my perfect image in my disciple's heart, which I felt could be reassessed at a later date once the relationship had developed. The instruction then asked me to place my mobile phone on the ground and step on it with my delicate foot. Space froze over a desert 2 countries away. A blue foot came out of the clouds, and its shadow covered exactly the direction the demonic cultivator had run. Ren Jiaji said, in disbelief, that the old ancestor had made a move, and then corrected himself. He has kicked. My disciple looked up at a foot the size of weather and thought that even one of her master's feet was incredibly cool and that she would feel very safe if she could hug it. Xie Yanan hugged her own arms and asked whether that thing would flatten an entire mortal city. Wei Ran had reached the Badlands and was deciding which mortal country to empty in order to top up when the killing intent locked onto him. He looked back and saw it on the horizon, and then saw the embroidery on the boot, and then it was at his head. He got out most of a scream and none of an escape incantation, and the ground for 100 miles collapsed into a bowl. He was still alive under it. He begged. He asked to be spared, and then the foot began to lift again, and he strained his neck and looked up at the sky and screamed for his lord. 1,000 miles away, in a range of mountains, a temple came down. An old nun in a gray robe opened her eyes, put a bare hand through the fabric of the world, and touched 1 finger to the forehead of what was left of him. What stood up out of that crater was not what had gone into it. Half the face was serene, and half of it was covered in demon markings, red-faced and fanged, and it was holding a black rosary in white jade hands. It said, "Be quiet." Then it lifted a fingertip, and space rippled. On the deck of my flying boat, the shield exploded before either of the girls could react, and out at the horizon the cloud sea was seized by something invisible, and a finger wrapped in leaves and dead bone came through space, breaking it inch by inch on the way. Renjiazi saw where it was going and moved and was far too slow. It went through the boat, and when the wind cleared the dust, there was a man in black standing in the wreckage with both of them behind him, unharmed, and his left hand buried to the knuckles in the joint of that finger, with the sleeve shredded off his arm. Renjiaji's eyes filled, and he nearly came off his sword. I twisted my fingers slightly, and the arm of that divine image began to crack from the fingertips down. The thing looked at me. Its pupils shrank, and it spoke in a chant that was male and female at once, and asked whether I understood that I had just ruined this old nun's good work, and ruined a matter concerning the rise and fall of the entire azure cloud realm, and what karmic burden I would bear when the reckoning came. And I said, what a fine way to talk about karma. I had my hands behind my back and I was smiling and there was nothing in my eyes at all. I said, in that case, let us have a proper discussion. Then I closed my right hand and everything stopped. Even the falling wreckage hung in the air, and I put my hand back and said, disciple, give your master a pot of wine. She jumped. Then she had the bottle out of her pouch and into my hand and stepped back behind me with her hands clasped, watching me the way she watches me. I broke the seal and tipped the jar in midair and flicked a finger, and the wine came out of the spout as a dragon, and as it soaked into my eyes, my pupils went as clear as frost on a blade. I said, the sword is seen most clearly through drunken eyes. I did not draw. The energy around me was already a sword. I pointed 2 fingers at that demon Buddha and staggered slightly and told it that I own a sword that can intoxicate a heavenly immortal, and that your excellency might like to try this one. It is called karma. On his flying sword some distance off, Renjiaji said, out loud, that it was time for the old ancestor to recite poetry. Wu Mingxuan asked what made him say that. He said, the old ancestor always recites before he draws, and he kills when he recites, and this time it is going to be a big one. Wu Mingxuan closed his fan and laughed and asked what would happen if they gagged the senior before he drew, so he could not recite. Would the sword be unable to come out? Renjiaji looked at him sideways and said, why not go and try? He said he would not dare. I want to be honest that I have no idea where any of it comes from. I am a science student. I was not well read before any of this, but I have been wearing that body for months now, and things stick, and with a few hundred people watching and adrenaline in my hands, my mind goes blank and something comes out of my mouth. The last mouthful of wine went down, and the drops running off my chin were cut into the shapes of little bottles in midair by an edge nobody could see. The scabbard whistled before the sword was out of it. The whole sea of clouds flashed into white sleet and collapsed into a ring of vacuum with me at the middle of it. I threw the gourd out of my sleeve and it burst, and the droplets hung across the sky and reflected a staggering swordsman back from 1,000 angles at once. The verse, more or less, was that chasing the moon in water is a waste of an evening, and it is better to break the sky open and find out exactly how mad I am. The image that stood up behind me was a statue of a sword cultivator with its feet on the cloud sea and its head against the blue, throwing light off its spine, sitting to meditate one moment and leaning on the moon to sing the next. Then my fingers became a brush and I rode across the dome of the sky, and the sky trembled and split, and wild running script punched through it and turned the whole of heaven into a single sheet of paper with snow surging over it. A flick of the wrist scattered cold stars. The tip of the sword hooked half a moon down out of the clouds. The hanging waterfall of ink dropped, and one inkstone came through the cloud layers, and, at the instant it should have hit the ground, hardened into an edge. The ink went into the sword bone. The frost set as the blade. The 1,000-foot black swordlight was the intent, forged out of a poem written across the sky. I said, this strike is going to make me very happy indeed. The thing found it could move again, and what was coming was a sword. It said, well done, and a gold lotus opened in its left eye, and hellfire came up in the right, and 6 white jade hands made a mudra with hell in one, and a Buddha kingdom in the other, and chanting and howling braided together until the soul transformation cultivators watching from a distance went dizzy. Renjiaji took one look and retreated to a safe distance to save his own life, and he has said since that walking away from that was the hardest thing he has ever done, because it was the swordsmanship lesson of a lifetime. The gobi across an entire country was broken, and the thing said, young man, if that is everything, you will not make this old nun accept your karma. Its arm had cracked from the fingers to the chest, but it judged that it had something left, and I did not. So I recited again, and the image behind me closed its wrist, and the stroke split the clouds, and 2 characters gave off light, and 3 of them ran, and when the last downstroke landed, the whole dome collapsed, and the ink stretched across heaven and earth became one sword. The world lost its color inside a silent noise. Then I sheathed it and shook my head and told it that there are 7 of these, that I had used 2, and that it could not withstand my karma. A sword mark opened between the eyebrows of that divine image. The wind came through, and the body went up as a sky full of fire. 1,000 miles away in a collapsed temple, an old nun in gray shuddered and went white and coughed blood into her lap and did not wipe her mouth and sat down immediately and needed a long time to stabilize. What she had sent was an incarnation fused into Wei Ran's own divine form, but it was still a piece of her origin power. 2 strikes had nearly torn that origin apart, and the intent had run back up the connection toward her body like something with teeth. She is at the 3rd level of void tempering, so she resolved it. She noted in her own head that if the person on the other end of that had merely been body integration, the returning origin would have carried the intent home and cut them out of existence. Then she asked the questions that are, as far as I am concerned, the actual spine of this whole thing. She asked when Azure Cloud Realm had produced a sword cultivator like that, and whether it really was some old monster out of Sword Pavilion, and then she said no. 4 reasons. If he were an old monster, he would know what crisis this world is currently facing, and when we spoke, it was completely clear that he knows nothing about it. The Sword Pavilion old ancestor surnamed Fang that I remember is no longer in this world, and the 2 men's swords are nothing alike. It is not possible for a sword cultivator of that grade to simply appear during my seclusion, which leaves 2 options. Either he is a variable, or somebody is wearing a disguise in order to deliver this old nun a warning. I would like to note that she got closer in 90 seconds than anyone in that world managed in 3 months. Then Wei Ran's remnant soul arrived behind her, shot through with sword intent and coming apart, begging her to save him, and she caught it between 2 fingers and told him she would not protect an ant of the demonic path. And then she told him that she had never concealed the heavens for him at all, and that his life had been over from the moment he stepped out of those mountains. He screamed that she had lied to him. He screamed that she would die badly, and he used her name while he did it. Spiritual Bodhisattva. Then she closed her fingers. The last young lord of the ancient heavenly demon sect did not die on my sword. He died in his employer's hand, and she had planned it before she picked up the phone. She said, since a variable has appeared, we will use a Tao artifact to conceal the heavens and make the secret realm arrangements foolproof. And then she rose on a lotus and faded out, murmuring the same thing twice. The heavenly Tao is flawed. The heavenly Tao is flawed. Back on the deck, Ren Jiaji invited everybody to stay for dinner. He was radiant. It was the best day Sword Pavilion had had in living memory. They had removed a threat to the entire world in public, with every major sect watching, and he had personally overcome the significant psychological pressure involved in offering to feed people. Wu Mingxuan remembered a pill in his furnace. The beast-taming sect elder remembered a spirit beast having a difficult birth. The Chan master needed to go and beg for alms. They were gone inside a minute. Ren Jiaji stood on his own deck, completely baffled and rather hurt, and said that these old fellows normally want to squeeze the last drop of oil out of him, and why were they suddenly so polite? And Ziyanan pointed at me. I was standing guard over my disciple, who had gone into an epiphany, and I had bought a protective formation for the occasion. Tens of thousands of energy lances and flying swords suspended over the boat, intent surging hard enough to darken the sky. 10,000 blades sweeping around like dragons twisting in the air, thunder serpents tearing the sky open, waterfalls of lightning, and heaven and earth locked down wherever it reached. She asked who exactly would like to stay for dinner underneath that. Ren Jiaji looked up at it and observed that this was not a guardian formation. This was what you set up before grinding a sect into powder. Then he said, fine, fine, this is good too. At least we saved 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yanan said 10 low-grade spirit stones and pursed her lips and privately noted that it was fortunate none of them had stayed because a proper banquet ought to cost at least 20. I want to be clear about why the formation was that size. It was not showing off for its own sake. She was having an epiphany and I was standing guard, and we do not see each other often, so when we do, I want her to have the best. Protecting somebody properly requires a comprehensive approach. I had a lot to do that week. The Demon Buddha dropped the main volume of the Heavenly Demon Art, which is obviously the mastermind's own technique, and I sat and looked at it and got increasingly uneasy because a thing I had crushed had been restored by an outside power, and the half of that composite form that was Buddhist had been genuinely orthodox, upright, peaceful, and pure. So I asked the heavens who was behind the young lord, and for the first time ever, the divination simply refused. The target is concealed by a Tao artifact. Forcing it would add at least 2,000 stacks of luck loss. You cannot survive more than 1,000. Come back at Foundation Establishment. I asked what a Tao artifact is and was told it would cost me 10,000 Yuan, which is when I noticed the sect master of Sword Pavilion meditating in the room opposite. Pavilion Master Ren, I said, come here. I am going to test you. He gave me a complete and accurate answer, a spiritual artifact carrying a trace of Tao principle. And then he added something I filed and did not understand the importance of for a long time, which is that a cultivator with sufficiently strong luck and talent can also be refined into a Tao artifact, and that this is usually done by demonic old monsters at the end of their lifespan in order to take possession of a new body. Hold on to that as well. I said, good. Your knowledge is solid. You may go. His smile froze. He asked whether I would not be asking anything else. I said no, and closed my eyes. He sat back down on his mat and sulked and shot resentful looks at me for the next hour, because he had been expecting an opportunity, or guidance, or at minimum a hint, and had instead been quizzed on a definition any soul transformation cultivator knows and dismissed. He talked himself round to the conclusion that the old ancestor must have profound reasons beyond his comprehension. I pretended not to notice, and then I made my plan, which is the pettiest thing I have ever done, and I am extremely proud of it. A Tao artifact is an object. Even holding a shell closed wears it, and my divination is free once a day and can be run anywhere, including in bed. So every night, before sleeping, I ask the heavens who is behind the heavenly demon sect. It is refused every time. It costs me nothing. But the sky still changes, the clouds still gather over that world, and the golden eye still opens and looks around, and somewhere in the mountains, an old nun who is genuinely one of the most powerful beings in existence jolts out of meditation with her skin crawling and grabs her artifact and sits there afraid, not of being seen because she could fight me, but of what I might see, because what she is building concerns several other people at her level and the fate of the entire world. And every night when the eye closes and the feeling passes and she works out that I noticed nothing, there is a small sound. Click. A crack opens in the artifact. She calls it the price of bearing the secrets of heaven. I call it a free daily. I also, around then, discovered that my disciple's affection meter had changed format. It had gone from a number out of 100 to a small gray heart with a number beside it and a word underneath. 19. Unrequited. My reading was that 100 points had converted into 1 heart, and I remember being briefly annoyed that the heart was gray, like an item that has been used up. Then I decided it did not matter, because all I needed to know was that she has a crush on me, and that is enough. I did think about going public. I concluded that it would be narrow-minded because being secretly admired is a wonderful thing, and I spent a paragraph of my own thoughts on the specific beauty of a girl looking at you at dusk with her eyelashes throwing shadows. It is definitely not because my actual combat ability at that time was pitiful and I was afraid of being exposed and unable to hold my head up in front of her. Her survival rate had gone from 61 to 82 once the mastermind was dead, which sounds excellent until you consider that the difference between 82% and 0% from where I was sitting is not large. I could not sabotage the enemy any further because they had put the shell on, and I could not force her cultivation because there is no button for that and she had already maxed out every pill and every array available. So I looked out of the door at Xie Yanan, who was drinking, and had an idea. Her teammates protect her. Therefore, improving her teammates improves her protection. Therefore, by the principle of increasing safety, the more reliable her teammates are, the safer my disciple is. I called Xie Yanan in. She staggered over, but she tidied her robe and tightened her belt before she came and bowed crookedly and asked what the old ancestor wanted. I did not say anything. I just started buying. 100 high-grade restoration pills, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 100 high-grade rejuvenation pills, 3 medium-grade artifact flying swords, 100 thunder talismans, and 100 armor talismans. I piled the lot in front of her and told her it was hers. She looked at it for a long moment. Then she slapped herself across the face hard enough that the sound was clean, and then she was on her knees, bowing, saying that although the old ancestor is at least 1,000 years old, since he wishes it, Qianqi dare not disobey, and that this concubine, no, Qianqi, will take her place. I said, what? And out of the corner of my eye, my disciple, who was mid-epiphany, frowned. I said, very fast, that I did not mean that. Her brows relaxed, the corners of her mouth went up. Xie Yanan sobered slightly, and her lips started trembling, and she said, oh no, old ancestor, you want to take Junior as your goddaughter, and then, no, old ancestor, that is against all moral principle. I felt the temperature drop and looked round, and my disciple's eyebrows had gathered the strength of a weather system. I told Xie Yanan to shut up, that I was giving a promising junior an opportunity, and that if she did not want it that was fine, and I moved to take the pile back. She was lying on top of it before my hand moved, grinning like a bandit, thanking the ancestral master and offering 10 kowtows. I looked back at my disciple. The ice had melted off her face, and she was smiling in a way that involved her entire head, so I told her off. I said, an epiphany that sees in every direction and hears from every side. Do you think you are so capable? Her spine went straight as a bamboo shoot and her face became extremely serious. I told Xie Yanan to take the resources, be humble, and cultivate properly. She said, "Yes, old ancestor." Disciple will certainly remain humble and patient, and stuffed everything she could into her pouches and the rest down the front of her robe, and backed out of the room facing me the whole way in case I changed my mind. The instant she was outside, I heard her shriek that she was rich. I checked the number. 84%. 2 points for one afternoon's shopping. I sat there with my fist clenched thinking, if I simply outfit the entire peak, does that not take her to 100? It is only a few million. Is a few tens of millions really a lot of money? And behind me she came out of it into Foundation Establishment late stage, because with a supreme grade Dantian she can feel the outside world even mid-epiphany, and with her master beside her she was completely relaxed, and the whole thing flowed. The new Battle Pass track appeared, running to Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, with 2 headline prizes on it. A gold blind box now. And at Great Perfection, a sword spiritual root. Remember the sword spiritual root. It is on the board from this point. I opened the blind box with total contempt because I've never won anything in my life, and I was carrying 950 stacks of luck loss, 1% supreme, 98.9% gold, 0.1% purple. I said, the sooner you die, the sooner you are reborn, and opened it. I got the 1%. I want to be clear that my immediate reaction was not gratitude. My immediate reaction was that I had been the son of fortune since the day I started playing, that surviving 950 stacks is itself a testament to my strength in this version, and that I absolutely deserved it. What it gave me is called spiritual connection, and it is the technique modifier belonging to the strongest sect in that world, and what it does is let you take a cultivation method and rewrite it. Supreme martial arts cannot be modified. The sword canon is exempt. Everything else is not. I did not get to use it immediately because a voice behind me asked what I was looking at. She was standing in the moonlight with the silver light going soft on a white dress and her hair down over one shoulder, tilting her head, and her eyes had the quality of rain on a lake, and when she caught me looking, dimples. I looked away and did not look back. I said, your teacher is observing the general trend of the world. She said, but Master stared in my direction for a long time. I said I had heard Pavilion Master Ren was skilled at cooking, and perhaps we should have him demonstrate. She asked whether I could make her a pair of the stockings I had made for the fish demon. She was biting her lip and she was looking at my throat because she did not dare look at my face. I said yes, no problem. I will send them when I get back. Then I shut my eyes and pretended to cultivate, and after a moment there was a scent, and a pair of small embroidered shoes arrived at the edge of the couch, and she sat down next to me and said nothing, going red from the collar up, and I said nothing either, and prayed. Renjiaji came to the door at some point to thank the old ancestor for the disciple's opportunity, and found a master and a disciple sitting bolt upright on a bamboo couch as though both of them were being punished, one with his eyes shut and his brows furrowed and his white hair down his back, the other flushed and twisting the gauze of her own skirt. He swallowed what he had come to say. His instincts told him that disturbing this would generate karma he could not carry. He backed out and hooked the door shut with his heel. Time passed, second by second. And just as both of us reached the limit of what we could manage, the boat shuddered and stopped because we had arrived. I stood up with enormous relief. She scrambled up and reached to take my arm and said, Master, shall I help you? Her hand went through me. She looked at her own hand for a moment, and something crossed her face because the poison was not cured, and her master's real body was still out there fighting and could be in danger at any second. I said, your teacher is not so old that he needs helping. We have arrived. Let us go out. I had one thing left to do before the incarnation ran out, and I had decided to do it properly. I had Renjiaji assemble every disciple of Luoxia Peak on the summit. He ran the mountain personally, waking people out of cultivation, because he had understood that the old ancestor intended to grant an opportunity to all of them before the secret realm, and it took most of the night to get them through the mirror on the back mountain and up to the top. There is a sect treasure back there, incidentally, called the Heart Refining Sword Mirror. Disciples use it freely to hone their swordsmanship, and one of its functions is to read a disciple's character and loyalty, which is exactly why Renjiaji had been so sure that Luoxia Peak had no traitor, because after Tushini started practicing that technique, he simply never used the mirror again. Then I stood on empty air with my hands behind my back and the black scale sword hanging 3 inches behind me, breaking the falling moonlight into snow. Here is why I bothered. Every one of those people was about to walk into that place, for themselves and for their sect. And with everything I had done, everything I had spent, everything I had killed, I had moved her number from 61 to 84. That is how dangerous it is in there. And I decided that being the old ancestor of Sword Pavilion, even as an act, is a responsibility. So I said something. I said, disciples of Sword Pavilion, look. Then I put my fingers together and cut, and a snow mountain a long way off came down with a roar and exposed a straight towering ridge of cold iron underneath. Renjiaji's face twitched because that peak had been newly cleared and had spirit fields on it, and he estimated the damage at 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. I said that a Sword Pavilion disciple stands in the world in the shape of that ridge, that 3,000 years of wind and snow have savaged it, that the peaks have fallen and the edges have broken, and that the ridge is still there and has not bent. Then I took out half a broken sword. It was her first sword. I had asked her for it when I gave her the plain string one, originally because I wanted to keep it. It had become a tool. They looked at a blade full of cracks that still gave off half an inch of intent. And I said, the most important thing about a sword is its spine. Sharpness comes second. My hair moved with no wind behind it, and the intent riding on the words shattered an ancient pine. Renjiaji looked at a tree that had grown on that mountain for 3,000 years and silently added another 10 spirit stones to my tab. I said, when the sword is drawn, let it be a pine coming up through snow. However thick the ice is, put a hole in it that goes all the way to the sky. I said, and the sword must be sharpened. 10 years to forge a blade, and the frost on its edge still untested. You are each other's whetstones, steel soaked in blood and sharpness tempered in the soul, so that at the moment between living and dying, you can drink evil down. Then I told them to remember 3 things in that place. The edge is not pointed for slaughter. It is pointed for the safety of the people standing behind you. The sword is not swung for fame. It is swung to keep the thing burning in your chest alight. And when the sword breaks, there is no need for grief. My voice went quiet on that line, and the whole of Sword Pavilion began to hum. In the shrine, the woman who sweeps that courtyard opened her eyes because the ancestral tablets were shaking, and in the sword tomb on the back mountain, where the broken swords of the dead are planted in front of their stones, every one of them started to move. There was a sound like sheaths tearing the night open. 10,000 rays of blue light went up. The broken swords came around the summit of Luoxia Peak and hung there humming behind me, and on every one of those blades, seeping up out of the metal, were names in gold. Every disciple of Sword Pavilion who had ever died in one. I looked at them too. I am not going to describe what went through me, because I do not have the vocabulary, and because it was not mine, it was theirs. My eyes were wet, and my voice was not steady, and I said, their strongest technique is the 3-foot circle they were still holding up for the person behind them as they went down. Their brightest light is the formation they set off at the instant their souls were destroyed. Every sword on that mountain drew itself in answer. I said quietly, return to your sheaths, and in one moment every blade went silent. Then I said the last of it. If one day your swords break, then use your bones as swords, your blood as blades, and your souls as the fire. Sword Pavilion has lasted 1,000 years, and not because of any legendary weapon. It has lasted because of an unbending willingness to meet death with the sword bone. The wind took the rest of it. All that was left was the intent going up off that peak with a sound like a bell. And at the edge of the sword tomb, a hemlock that had been dead for 30 years put out buds. Then the card expired. I took the helmet off with my hands shaking and sat on the edge of my bunk in a containment cell, completely dazed, and said out loud, it seems I just did something quite large over there. And then, are those things I can say? Am I actually that good at saying things? Nobody answered. So I got up and looked in the mirror and gave myself a thumbs up and told myself I was awesome. Her survival rate went to 99.999. It never reaches 100. I have made my peace with that. Nothing is absolute. The sun rising in the east looks like a law until somebody destroys it. I should also note, because I promised to tell this honestly, that having spent a very great deal of money making a moving speech about sacrifice, I then set the entire peak to work. Everyone who could make pills made pills for me. Everyone who could make talismans made talismans. Everyone who could make sword pellets made sword pellets. And everyone who could do none of those things was instructed to write down their insights into the Tao of the sword, ostensibly so that I could check their homework, actually so that I would have stock. I also had Renjiaji order a large batch of spirit wine from Pill Sect on the grounds that I love to drink. Giving away that much apparently impressed the stingiest sect in the world so thoroughly that nobody tried to negotiate with me about any of it. Then I went and rewrote a demonic technique. The main volume of the Heavenly Demon art is a stone tablet the length of a man's arm, packed with characters that leak and twist while you look at them. My fish and my cat were both instantly extremely interested in it, and neither of them dared move because the orchid was watching. The bear and the rifle had no idea what it was, but understood the pressure coming off it and chose to be dolls in the corner. I photographed it and the game straightened the characters out for me. The original method, in essence, is this. Take the essence of the world before it was born and forge it with the resentful souls of everything living. bones for firewood, burning blood for lamps. 9 tribulations of thunder to forge the skin, rage, delusion, greed and resentment to refine the eyes, the 7 emotions as chains to bind the marrow, the cries of all beings to boil the fire in your heart, until at the end of it the sun and moon sit on your shoulders and the stars disappear into the lines of your palm, and at the top of that road, forge heaven, forge earth, forge humanity. All beings are fuel. My eyelid twitched. I said, truly worthy of the demonic path. What powerful evil energy. And then, more practically, hold on, is this a body refining method? It is. That is the whole trick of it. Everyone assumes the demonic path is about spells. Now, I am a righteous sword cultivator. I would like to be clear about what that means, because I worked it out that night while reading, and I have not improved on it since. The demonic path is criticized, not because it kills. Killing is not cruelty. Killing a chicken is a twist of the neck, and nobody calls that demonic. The demonic path is when you leave the chicken a mouthful of water after boiling it, and then pull its feathers out one at a time with tweezers. It is the same principle as hurting a cat. I read that manual for half a day, and by the end of it, I felt like a psychopath just from having looked at it. The worst clause in it requires devouring the flesh of your closest relatives in order to refine their pain and their fear into your eyes, and closest relatives is defined to include anyone you have come to love, and the required number is 99. I said, out loud, that is outrageous. And then immediately afterwards, I said, my water technique is far too mild. Are there really no more aggressive options? So I applied the modifier, purely to see what would happen, and the tablet rewrote itself line by line. Seize the essence of the unborn world became seize the energy of demonic cultivators. Refine the souls of all beings became refine the souls of evil spirits and demons. Bones for firewood and blood for lamps became the bones of evil spirits for firewood and the blood of demons for lamps. 9 tribulations of thunder became purple heaven, divine thunder body refining. The demon eyes of rage and greed became the fiery eyes of clear seeing. The 7 emotions binding the marrow became yin and yang intertwining to set the spine. The cries of all beings feeding the heart fire became the faith of all beings sculpting a golden body. And the last line, the sun and moon on my shoulders and the stars in my palm, at the end of this road I refine heaven and earth and demons, became the same thing with 3 words changed on the end, using all evil as fuel. I want to describe what that actually is. It is no longer a demonic technique. It is a body refining method whose fuel source is exclusively monsters, and it is therefore the natural predator of everything I am now employed to kill. The other technique makes me a spell cultivator. This one makes me a body cultivator. I could see myself quite clearly grabbing a demon in each hand and refining them on the spot. Volume 1 is called Blood Cocoon. Devour the flesh of hundreds of demons and evil spirits to temper yourself into a new body, and the more you eat, the stronger it becomes, and 100 is the threshold for Volume 2. There was a prompt asking me to name the new technique. I stroked my chin and thought about it and told it to keep the old name, the Heavenly Demon Art. A crimson tablet appeared next to the black one, and where the black one leaked, the crimson one gave off light. And here is the part that matters more than all of it. I put my new tablet down next to the fragments of the true Heavenly Demon Art, and the information in those pages tried to flow into mine and was pushed back out, the way a child is refused by a man who will not admit he is the father. Which means the core is unchanged, which means that even in my rewritten version, I can still control every cultivator practicing the sub-volumes of the original. Every one of them. A great many selfish and despicable schemes went through my head in about 4 seconds. I said, Baby Leah, increase your strength. Demons. Where are the demons and evil spirits? Then I looked at the clock. It was 4:30 in the morning. I am at the 2nd layer of chi refining. I still need to sleep. I lay down and closed my eyes and sat straight back up because I had realized I had forgotten something. I had not annoyed anybody yet that day. She worked out what it was costing me, incidentally, or she worked out what she thought it was costing me. Reading the heavens damages your foundation, and even behind an artifact you get marked by the world for doing it, which is bad for cultivation, and she could tell I was not hiding behind anything. I was forcing it raw, so she laughed coldly and said, Fine, if you are so capable, come and read this old nun's Tao every single day, and we will find out whether you suffer the backlash first, or my artifact breaks first. She thinks we are in a duel of attrition. I am pressing a free daily button before bed. There was something else that happened that night, a very long way from anybody, and I only know about it because of what came later. Somebody reported to somebody that the ancient emperor was dead, and a voice asked who had done it, and was told a human being. And then the dark opened two pale blue eyes with something frozen inside them, and chains moved and stars drifted out of their orbits under a pressure nobody had applied, and it said, a variable has appeared. Observe him, record him. This might be our opportunity. Then it was asked what to do about the ancient emperor being dead, and it said, if it dies, release another one. Back in my own world, my finance department was having a crisis about me. Yang Jie was eating fried dough sticks and was entirely relaxed, on the grounds that I had said I would solve the resource problem and had cancelled the holy water, so the money was presumably going on alternatives. Pan Minmin showed her the transaction record. Every single payment, every night, tens of millions of yuan, all to the same payee. Heavenly Dao Interactive Entertainment, which is the naming convention of a games company. Yang Ji said, what, and then said, what kind of game costs tens of millions, and then, reasonably, that it would be cheaper to commission his own game and put himself in it as an administrator and simply have everything he wants. Then Pan Minmin told her that she had checked and the company does not exist, and the two most competent people in that province sat down together and concluded with genuine concern that their governor was being scammed, because he is young and has a great deal of money and has a foolish yet sincere look in his eyes that suggests he would be sold and then help count the money. They agreed that persuasion should not be rushed and should be based on emotion and reason. They were planning a gentle intervention for my gacha addiction. That intervention is the only reason that province is still standing, and neither of them will ever know it. Then the Yang family sent us a governor. She came down the corridor with her heels getting louder, tall, in a leather jacket, with a dark green whip on her hip and dark green eyes under her fringe, and Yang Jie decided in 1 second that this was a dangerous woman. Yang Hui, eldest daughter of the house, general rank before 30, which is genuinely earned, and here to take my job on the grounds that the person C province had reported was not qualified. Yang Ji said, Fang Li is not qualified to be governor, in the voice of somebody who has just heard the funniest thing of her life, because she has a fact that headquarters is ignoring. Everyone assumed the bear and the rifle behaved because of the dragon inside me. Then He Weijin's cells went in and drove the dragon into a corner of that lightning cluster and put it to sleep, and nothing in Containment Zero changed at all, which means it was never the dragon. It is me, her report says so explicitly. Yang Hui stepped over her and sat down in her chair and crossed her legs and said I was relying on spirit objects, and that objects are external, and mine cost 10 years of life apiece, and how long can Fang Li live anyway, and that my strength is an illusion, and that only a real general rank can convince anyone. And then she said the thing that made Yang Jie laugh out loud with rage. Headquarters had graded Corpse King Kunlun as marshal rank. There are 3 tiers above general now. Marshal, King, Emperor. Yang Ji stood in front of that thing and felt the gap, and her honest assessment is King at minimum and arguably Emperor. She thinks that if every general rank slayer and Onmyoji and hunter on the planet had come, it would have been irrelevant. They would simply all have died. And Yang Hui explained the grading, patiently, as agreed jointly between the old family's elders and division headquarters, using C Province's own uploaded data. The ancient emperor incident destroyed under 100 square kilometers and caused under 100,000 casualties. That is not general rank destruction. Do you know how many people in the Balkans have been turned into vampires? More than 5 million. That is general rank destruction. At which point a glass hit the table hard enough to stop her, because Pan Minmin, who has the best temper in that entire province, could not hold it in, and pointed out that the destruction was suppressed entirely because Fang Li got there, and Yang Hui said yes, I am not denying that. So even though the destruction does not meet the standard, considering the potential, we have still classified it as martial. That is already the limit. I want to be precise about what happened in that room, because it is the only villain in the modern half of this story who never gets hit. An institution looked at a thing that could have ended a country and graded it downward because the correct grade would have required an admission. Yang Jie had believed headquarters was the light of the world. She stopped believing it in that chair. I came out of the inner room at that point, half asleep, looked around, and clocked her immediately. I said, a new face, new demon slayer. Then I frowned at her jacket and told her she had gone too far and was not allowed to wear that because it was indecent. I want to defend my position. Combat personnel need leather jackets. They are practical. However, deliberately leaving a gap in a leather jacket in the middle of summer is going too far. And who exactly is being tested? I had just woken up and that is my most energetic hour, and I felt these things had to be strictly stopped. She went red and told me I was asking for death, and the whip arrived before the sound of it. It turned aside off something invisible and took out a window instead, and the recoil staggered her. And I said, Captain Zhao, how much is that window? Yang Jie said it was specially made tempered glass, over 20,000 a pane. She also noticed, and has mentioned since, that after one night apart I had picked up a quality she could not name, like a blade that had gone sharp overnight. I said, Captain Zhao, think carefully. Is that glass really only worth that much? I seem to recall that pain has a complicated history and looks quite valuable. She did not understand for a second and a half. Then she remembered my phobia and slapped her own forehead and said, "Oh, Governor, I remember now, it is special tempered glass, but it also contains rare materials since it protects your office, so it is 150,000 a pane, 20,000 expanded sevenfold. That is good work. One should not go too far, of course." The glass was already broken. Asking for millions would have been insulting. I said, "Did you hear that? Card or transfer?" She stared at me and asked whether I was Fang Li. I said, "That is right, the super handsome and charming Fang Li, also known as the Silver Scale Azure Dragon." 2 people in that room made a noise. Yang Hui made no noise at all, and privately wondered why this province had chosen a foolish male undergraduate as its governor, and then looked at me properly and had a brief think about her fiancé. Then she remembered why she had come and informed me that I was her subordinate now and that she was also short of a secretary, so I would be her secretary. I asked whether that was the kind of secretary who does the work and then gets ambushed when there is nothing else to do. She smiled and said one could think of it that way. I said no, I want to be governor, but you can be my secretary. Do not worry, I will not kill you. Because as long as I am in that chair, there is a steady supply of money, and immortal venerable Fang, having experienced 1 billion Yuan of karma, says the past is gone forever. She leveled the whip and proposed a fight. If I win, she pays and leaves. If I lose, I am her secretary and she ambushes me daily. I did not have time for this. I had a new body refining technique that runs on monsters, and I was in a hurry to go and find some. So I smiled and moved to walk past her. She blocked me again, so I said, "Fine, take 1 palm strike from me. If you can stand it, you win." My plan, itemized, was to knock her upward through 3 more windows at 150,000 each. My read on her was chi refining at most, with unstable fluctuations, giving the impression of someone who had cultivated a fairly useless internal method. She asked whether I was sure I wanted to calculate it that way. She had started to sense something was off. She also did not believe she could lose, because she has the breathing method and a superpower on top of it. I told her to stop dawdling and stepped back half a pace, and the alloy floor boomed, and my hand closed with 7 arcs writhing between the fingers like snakes dragged out of a den, and her confidence went. She looked at my eyes and later described the feeling as looking at a demon and stood there wondering whether she could actually take it, with the pride of a lifetime of being the most important person in every room refusing to let her step back. She took a breath and bit her lip and was about to accept, and a demon slayer arrived in the doorway holding the frame. Something had happened at Jinda Town. 2 weeks earlier, a batch of extraordinarily fine porcelain had been unearthed at an old kiln site there. Archaeologists and students came to see it. Yesterday, near the site, all of them vanished. Over 3,000 people. J Province sent 2 general ranks immediately. Both had been missing ever since. Yang Hui's family is near there, and 2 of that province's general ranks are Yang family, her cousin, and her uncle. She had been calm right up until that sentence. And 2 hours before the report, the residents of Jinde Town had begun disappearing as well. Here is what was in the file. During the Mingda era, in order to fire a particular red glaze, a kiln official sealed 100 young girls into a sagar as a sacrifice. When the kiln was opened, what came out had fused into a strange rouge color, and every piece had struggling human figures on its inner walls. They call it bone china. It was buried under that town until somebody dug it up. And at the site now, there is a woman in red selling bottles, and if you look carefully at the reflection in the glaze, you will find your own image slowly merging into the porcelain. There was a live streamer before we got there. Young man, called himself a 20-year veteran of grave robbing on camera, actually a graduate with a few half-learned tricks trying to make rent. His previous streams had flopped because the places were not dangerous enough. He got into a site that had been sealed off by the division because the patrol team that had been there 2 days earlier was gone. His viewers told him to leave. He kept going because he wanted money and a name and the pinnacle of his life, and being afraid is not a reason to stop. He found a bottle in the wall of the kiln, and the wall was warm. And then his chat started shouting that there was somebody behind him. She sold it to him. She said, "This is a sacrificial red glaze of the Mingda period, the last batch of bone china from the official kiln, and if you like it, sir, why not buy it?" He took it and ran and got out to the mouth of the kiln, where he was completely safe, and asked his viewers whether anyone knew if it was safe to open. He was rubbing his hands while he asked, and there were dark marks on them. He only noticed when the comment section stopped saying anything except one word, because in the reflection on the glaze, his own image had gone into the porcelain up to the waist. He laughed and said, "Look at these special effects." The last thing that broadcast showed was the ground, from a phone lying on its side. A pair of white feet came into the frame. The woman in the red dress bent down, picked up a shard, and walked back into the kiln. I read the file in a briefing hall in J Province and looked up and said, "Dude, do not tell me that is how your 2 general ranks died." And then I said the thing that got me shouted at, which is that now that spiritual energy has come back, could the archaeologist not simply sit still? A young man on the sofa objected loudly that archaeological work involves rigorous preparation, like a construction site, and is not about digging anywhere at random. I asked who he was. Graduate student in archaeology. I asked why he had not disappeared with the rest of them. He went red and did not answer, and Xiao Kang explained quickly that the boy had gone to see his girlfriend that day, which is why he is alive. I told him he should thank her properly. And then I said that I am an outsider and do not know how to talk, but that regardless of what preparations were made or what tools were used, I had one question. Did you dig or did you not? He said, well, that cannot really be called digging. I said, if you keep nagging, I will smack you into the dirt. He caught the arcs in my eyes and shut up, and I know exactly what he was thinking, because it is what I would have been thinking. He is an ordinary carbon-based graduate student in a room full of superhumans, and no matter what he says, nobody will understand, so let them dig the soil then. He was right, and I was rude. I have thought about it since. Xiao Kang asked whether I had reached general rank. Pan Minmin looked out of the window and counted leaves. Yang Jie looked at her own shoes. My official rating is soldier rank A. They filed the promotion with the governorship paperwork and headquarters simply will not acknowledge it. I said, I am naturally a general rank. And then I pointed at Yang Hui and said that Miss Yang understands this very well. She started to object and was interrupted by the sound of my hand, and everyone's hair in that hall stood up with static, and I asked whether she would like the palm strike now. She had noticed the one detail that mattered. Back in my own office, I had been at about half. She smiled through her teeth and told Xiao Kang that Governor Fang is absolutely a general rank and a very strong one, and headquarters simply has not approved it yet. Her plan, which she has since admitted, was that since she could not beat me, she would lift me as high as possible, so the fall would be worse. Then she smiled at me with 2 hooks in it and asked whether she was right. And I said, you are absolutely right. Your cousin and your uncle are both good for nothings. Xiao Kang, who knew nothing about any of this, heard that level of confidence and relaxed completely, and concluded that 1 general rank that sure of himself is worth 5 ordinary ones. Then we discussed my fee. I pointed out that 2 general ranks had already died, so the incident had clearly escalated, and demanded all the benefits, bounty, and materials both. He told me the merit from a general rank incident could be exchanged at headquarters for almost anything, possibly including a ticket to challenge the steps under Kunlun. I asked what those were, curled my lip, tapped the table twice, and said, I only want money. He was genuinely thrown. Slayers fight over headquarters resources, revivers from other regions covet them, and this strange governor wants cash. He looked into my eyes for a moment and then said, resolve this, and you can name your price. Yang Jie walked me through the standard procedure on the way to the site. Identify the deceased, analyze cause of death, extract traces, reverse deduce, assess danger, assign appropriately rated personnel, agree an optimal removal plan, then remove. I said that by the time we finished discussing it, the spirits would have introduced themselves. She said the process exists to improve survival rates. I said that everything had happened around the cave ruins, so the problem is in the caves, and even if it is not there now, that is its root and it will come back. Yang Hui rolled her eyes and said that this much was obvious, but that a spirit's lair is extremely dangerous and it is hard to believe I would. I said, so we will just storm in. She asked whether I was insane and whether I was actively courting death. I did not answer. I walked toward the ruins. The twilight over that place went into the yellow earth like a knife. The cave dwellings sat in the gullies like ribs with the meat taken off them. The wind came through a honeycomb of arched doorways and made a low sound, the way a blunt tool sounds scraping the inside of a jar. And I said, fate. Fang Li has sensed it. And then, evil spirit, I have arrived. Behind me, Yang Hui demanded to know why nobody was stopping their own governor from walking into that. They have differences, but she is not so far gone as to watch a man walk into his death. Yang Jie told her, with a tired smile, that this is simply his style, and that the problem is she cannot beat him and cannot persuade him either. They put 20 drones up instead, mapping the site and reading energy levels, and I want to note the limitation now because it matters in about 4 minutes. Those readings become unreliable once a spirit exceeds soldier rank. Yang Hui was about to follow me in when Xiao Kang got to her first, because a second energy surge had come up in the Food Street district, and a ghost market had formed there. I had not heard the term before either. It is worth knowing. In the 3rd quarter of the night, when the lights come up like candles and a market appears where there was none, that is a ghost market. It means the spirits have grown past a certain level and want to expand their killing range. Slaughter is the direct method, and it works. But trade reaches further, and what it produces is purer, because nothing pleases an evil spirit more than a person handing themselves over. A ghost market is a small independent territory whose rules the spirits write. Everyone inside it is livestock. She took it on the reasonable grounds that I had gone to the lair and she would take the market, and that the Yang family does not fall behind in these areas. She said, "Let us have a good competition, Fang Li. Handling anomalies takes more than strength, it takes brains and method. A brute like you would not understand." Inside the ruins there was a palace. From outside, it is a few mounds and a hillside. Inside, it goes down and down. I said, damn, I thought there would be a coffin and I could chop it with a sword, and now I have to work out where the thing is hiding. Then I opened the map they had sent me, and it did not match. The map showed rooms side by side. I was standing in a corridor, and that is where I stopped. Because the map being wrong is not the interesting fact. The interesting fact is that the drones had not detected any energy level at all. And the air in there was so thick with evil spirit that it was like breathing wasabi, which meant the division's detection was being manipulated, which meant everything Pan Min Min was receiving was fabricated, which is almost certainly how 2 general ranks walked in and never walked out. Dangerous enemy, entirely false intelligence, no chance at all. I said, in the end, it still depends on a real person. And I opened the game. In terms of breadth of metaphysical knowledge, my disciple is unquestionably my superior. When in doubt, ask your electronic girlfriend. She is mine. So relying on her is the same as relying on myself. Is there a problem? There is no problem. She said, "Master, you have arrived," in a voice that put honey directly into my brain. I told her I had just finished a fight and wanted to test her studies. Then, because I overdid it, I announced that I had repelled tens of thousands of powerful demons and gained a brief respite and had come to test her little brain. She immediately said that I must be exhausted from killing so many monsters, and asked whether I was injured, and suggested I rest and test her tomorrow. I said there is no better day than today. Then I asked what method she would use to locate an enemy she could not find, especially when trapped in an illusion. She tilted her head and thought and scratched it and said, "Master, I do not think we will encounter this situation. Demons and monsters are the lowest level of evil creatures. Their illusions will not fool me." I sat in a haunted underground palace and thought, what does direct veto mean? So I asked her to imagine it anyway, as a test, and added grandly that even small things reveal profound truths and small abilities reward refinement, and that I was disappointed she had failed to grasp this. She nodded obediently and went red and twisted the bedsheet behind her back and told herself, at some length and with real distress, that this had been her master's intention all along, that this was the principle he wanted her to learn, and that she had failed to perceive his good intentions, and that Mei Lia, you are so stupid. Then she put herself back into the position of a brand new chi refining cultivator and brightened up and told me about a technique called the spirit eye of emptiness, which routes energy into the eyes along a specific meridian path and lets you see what has been concealed, and which is very useful at exactly my level. I asked her to demonstrate. She demonstrated it perfectly, which was a lovely thing to watch and taught me absolutely nothing because I could not see the path. So I said, not bad, but I would like something more specific, such as the route of the energy through the meridians. She looked at the ceiling for a long time and got redder, and finally produced one sentence at about the volume of an insect. "Master, you will have to take off your long robe then." 5 minutes later, she was dressed again and scarlet, and although she had only shown her back, she had still been almost entirely bare, and the thought of that attention on her skin had gone through her head enough times to empty it. She turned around slowly, humming, and said, "Master." And there was nobody there. She said, "Master, master." And then, out loud, in an empty hut, he just left, after seeing his disciple's back. And surely you should say something after testing your disciple. Then she stamped her foot and threw herself face down on the bed and held her own burning face and looked out at the twilight and concluded that her master must think she is too stupid and that his tests always have a deeper meaning and that she must think more carefully in future and never answer without thinking, because if she is too stupid, he will dislike her. And then brightening, that after all he is such an incredibly intelligent and exceptionally young master. Down in the underground palace, His Excellency Fang Li tilted his head back to deal with the nosebleed and tightened his belt. I said, nothing more than that. How could mere beauty make me bend over? Then I walked on with my back hunched. For the record, I learned the technique, and I had her demonstrate it more than a dozen times. That is all. It has nothing to do with anything else. It is mainly because I am a very meticulous person. I ran the energy along her route and opened my eyes with lightning in them, and the world changed. I was standing in a straight corridor with rooms on both sides, exactly as the map said, so the map was never wrong. I was the one with the problem. I remember being extremely pleased that I had not raised it with Pan Min Min first, because I would have looked like an idiot, and with the eye open I could see a weight of evil coming up out of the far end of the corridor. I said, "Evil spirit, I have arrived. The side rooms were full of shards, smooth as skin and colored as though they had been soaked in something. The earth smell went bad. The shards went from scattered to heaped to slowly assembling themselves into human shapes. The candles along the walls guttered and threw the porcelain figures' shadows out into shapes like vines. Behind me, there were sounds. A woman's scream cut short, something blunt being scraped, a soft, heavy noise. And behind me, a kind of collective attention was assembling. At the end of the corridor, the light shrank to a pinhead, and silk moved in the dark, and hundreds of stained garments stirred in air that was not moving. I did not turn around. I did not need to. I could imagine it perfectly. Hundreds of porcelain faces with the glaze cracked, exactly as they were when they died. There was no coffin at the end. There was a stone pier with one bottle on it, glazed like set blood, and inside the body of it, a figure, graceful, kneeling, twisted, with every joint of the twist telling you something. And overlapping voices behind me said, "Sir, you have a good eye. This is a sacrificial red glaze of the Mingdi period, a priceless piece of bone china, and if you like it, sir, why not buy one?" And I said, "Buy." And then I said, "I have a connection with this item, so of course I will just take it." My hand came out with 7 arcs hooked on the fingertips, and before the thunder even landed, the bottle screamed, and every one of them screamed with it. I took the nearest by the top of the head, turned, drew, and grinned at a corridor packed with the vengeful dead. I said, "The most beautiful things in the world belong to those destined to possess them, just like your ghostly bodies. To me they are rare treasures. They did not understand a word of it. They came anyway, because that is all they have left." And without my asking for it, a red scroll went off inside my head, and the lines etched on it crawled into my eyes, and the veins at my temples came up, and patterns climbed my jaw onto my cheekbones. My fingers went into the skull I was holding, and it came apart, and the shards that drove into my palm melted into something black and went in through the skin. And then something enormously old and violent fired at the base of my spine and went straight up to the top of my skull. Not cool and clean like spiritual energy, like swallowing a river of lava, with every pore of me venting heat. I said, "Demonic technique. This is the demonic technique." On the walls of that palace, my shadow got very large, and for the first time the howling had something else in it, which was fear. 2 kilometers away, Yang Hui was finished. She was on the ground with her whole body studded with red porcelain shards as thin as an insect's wing, embedded and moving when she breathed, and she could not move, and the woman in red was walking toward her with a shard in one hand and a smile. She was terrified and would not look down, on the grounds that looking down does not help anyway, and the bone china woman told her why. She said, "My lord is indeed quite handsome, though still inferior to me as I was." She said, "I thought I was going to the prince's mansion to be a concubine. Who would have thought I would become a blood sacrifice to porcelain mother?" She said, "You gentlemen are so cruel. But now it is your turn, my lord. I will turn you into the most perfect blood-glazed porcelain there has ever been." She lifted the shard in both hands. Yang Hui sighed and shut her eyes, and out of empty air came a laugh and a voice saying, "You slipped through the net. I have found you." 3 feet behind that woman's head, the world broke open in cracks like a windscreen, and heat came through, and a crimson hand covered in scales came out of the gap and took her by the skull. And the voice inside the crack said, "Give it to me. Refine it instantly." Yang Hui opened her eyes onto a ghost market crumbling inch by inch, a red sky cracking, and the evil energy running off it like wax in sun. The last thing she heard was somebody laughing and shouting, "Refine it, refine them all," while a spirit that had just taken her apart was dragged headfirst into a hole in the world, and the hole closed, and everything went quiet at once. She found a corner that looked safe, and got into it with her lips shaking and said, "My God, even a bone china woman that strong was crushed with one hand. How powerful is the thing hiding in this town?" Her own arithmetic, which is worth following, went like this. She is general rank, with a body enhanced by the breathing method and an awakened ability she has named the absolute poison body, which means she secretes toxins and can coat any weapon by holding it, and there is currently no antidote unless you have a healer of Pan Min Min's grade or 3 volumes of the breathing method and can expel it yourself. She is toward the bottom of the general ranks, and she knows it, and she is still general rank, which means she should be able to trade with a general rank spirit. She was helpless against the bone china woman, so the bone china woman must be martial rank, and whatever crushed a martial rank one-handed through a hole in space must be king or emperor. She sat in that corner hoping that whatever it was would be full after eating a martial rank, and would leave one weak little woman alone. She waited there until the market was completely gone, and Shao Kong's people found her. And Shao Kong, who had swept the entire district and found no trace of evil anywhere, helped her up with genuine admiration and said, "Miss Yang, you are truly amazing. 2 bone china women that even general ranks could not handle, and you took care of them in no time." Then he said, "Governor Fang was right. Your 2 relatives really were useless. The demon slaying division needs true powerhouses like you, whose rating and strength actually match. She did try to correct him. She told him she had not killed anything, that another spirit had, that she had heard something shouting about refining in a voice like an animal, and then a claw had come out of nowhere and taken the thing away. And the detail that stayed with her, which she reported accurately, and nobody acted on, was that it was the first time she had ever seen fear on the face of an evil spirit. By then, I had refined 99. The surplus I could not absorb had condensed on my skin thick enough to drip off me. And I reached back into the hole I had made and dragged the last one out by the head and told her it was her honor to assist my cultivation. She fired shards at me that had taken a general rank apart 40 minutes earlier, and they left white scratches. She asked what I was. Then she asked who the real person was, and my mind, which was not in a good state by that point, stopped completely for a second. Then I put a hand on my hip and told her I am the real deal, the super handsome guy loved by everyone and admired by flowers. The 100th completed volume 1. What I had not planned for is that finishing it does not calm you down. I punched the wall and put a crater in it. Then I did that about 100 more times until the entire site was structurally unsound, and outside, the monitoring team looked at the seismic readings and concluded from the blurry drone footage that the governor was probably digging. It still was not enough. And with nowhere else to put it, in a state I would not describe as lucid, I took out my phone and opened the hidden album. Which is exactly when Porcelain Mother arrived. An enormous white face formed on the rock wall, where the bone china women's faces were bright and oval. This one was solemn, with long narrow brows and a wide square mouth with 2 dots of rouge, which against that pallor reads as pure dread. My reaction, in full, was that the mouth was too big, and it was a pity she did not have a smaller one. A claw came off the wall. I said, "You also wish to have a connection with me, and cut it apart." That one strike startled her. She looked at my face, which she has told people since was still incredibly handsome, even covered in black blood, and memorized it, and then did the arithmetic and concluded that she had only just arrived, was nowhere near her peak, and would gain nothing from this. She said, "Interesting, I will remember your face. We will see," and she started sinking back into the wall, and I crossed 10 feet and put a sword into it. I would like to describe the technique I used on Porcelain Mother, but there was none. I pulled the sword out and put it back in. My arm went into a strange shape and my wrist went tight like a spring, and I delivered several dozen thrusts inside a second, with no intent and no form at all, essentially swinging a sword as though it were a hammer. She screamed anyway. The sight finally gave up and the ceiling started coming down, and she stopped caring about the pain and ran, because she has apparently never in several centuries encountered a human being like that. And if you cannot afford to offend someone, you can always avoid them. I kept working the wall for another 10 minutes. Then it drained out of me, and I looked around at a collapsed underground palace and said, "Who am I? Where am I? Did I do this?" And a draft came through, and my overalls fell down, and I said, "Where is my belt? Who stole my belt?" The debrief the next morning did not go well. I told them I had killed dozens, possibly hundreds of general rank bone china women in there. Xiaokang said, with enormous care, that they had complete faith in my abilities and asked whether I had any materials, since that is how bounties are evidenced. I said no. He said that was a good idea. I said no, I do not have that. I had wanted materials too. The problem is that I ate all of them. He asked about my combat recorder. I remembered with total clarity, my muscles expanding through my clothing, the recorder coming off my chest, and myself stamping it flat without noticing. Pan Minmin put the pieces on the table and asked hopefully about data recovery. Xiaokang picked the memory card out of the pile and looked at the shape it was and said no. So he explained that a bounty requires headquarters approval and evidence, and if I could provide some, and now. I put an arc in my palm and smiled and twisted my foot on the floor, and the alloy cracked and the office sank about 1/3 of an inch. He swallowed his sentence and asked instead whether I could perhaps provide some clues, since he could not let me work for nothing. I want to be clear about what he was offering. He was inviting me to invent intelligence, a stronger evil behind the woman, or some secret she was connected to. Whether or not it were true, information can be exchanged. And I said, killed is killed, not killed is not killed. A gentleman loves money and takes it by the proper way. I do not care about getting rewards by cheating. I want the rewards that are rightfully mine. He did not have time to work out what was odd about that sentence. He explained that J province funds are jointly controlled by the Yang family and headquarters, and that he had no authority. So I told him that there really is an old monster behind the bone china women, that I had fought it and it had run, and that only it knows how many I killed, so I would go and capture it. I did not, incidentally, know how many I had killed either. I was not thinking clearly at the time, and I removed my own belt. All I knew was that the requirement had been met. He seized the exit ramp with both hands and declared that this information alone was worth at least 10 million, and that I had been a great help to the J Province Demon Slaying Division. I said, "You do not believe me. After midnight tonight, I will bring you the old monster. Do not be frightened then. Yang Hui watched me go and tried to connect me to that claw and could not on the grounds that my abilities are sword energy and lightning is specifically effective against spirits, so I obviously cannot be related to it. The only thing that nagged at her, she says, was why we all love calling ourselves the real deal. And then, looking at me from behind, whether it was her imagination or whether Fang Li had got taller. Xiao Kang sat down on the sofa after we left and found his shirt soaked through with sweat he had not noticed. He had worked under 2 general ranks in that office, both bad-tempered men who flared up at nothing, and he said the pressure from both of them together was nothing next to this. He said, it is unknown what Governor Fang experienced in those ruins. Before he went in, that man was like a sharpened sword. After he came out, he was like a blood-stained sword dug out of a pile of corpses on a battlefield. 1,000 meters under that town, there is a grotto with a white porcelain statue in it, and every single detail of that statue is wrong. Grim face. Crown with drooping tassels, a blood-red robe with wandering ghosts embroidered on the sleeves, and instead of a lotus pedestal, a heap of withered bones cast in white porcelain. Blood came out of its eyes, and it said that only a little over 10 years after the energy came back, there should not be cultivators like that, and that something was wrong here. Then she worked out what had actually confused her, and it is the most important thing anybody said that week. The madman's art had looked like a demonic technique. And if it is not the ancient emperor's method, then a new demonic dynasty has emerged, and why does she not know about it? And more to the point, if he is a demonic cultivator, then he is on her side, because it was decreed that in the early stage of the resurgence, demonic cultivators and evil spirits must not fight each other. Does he dare violate the rules set by those beings? Is he not afraid? There are rules, somebody set them, and I was breaking them by accident, with a technique I had written myself out of boredom, at 4 in the morning. She had been made, incidentally, by a county magistrate in the Ming-Day era who sacrificed a girl to fire blood porcelain and offered it up, trying to save his critically ill son. Over 3 years, the sacrifices ran past counting. She used the porcelain to make herself, and she could not save the boy. What she made instead was a bottle wearing his face. She was a ghost cultivator. She is only good at killing. How could she possibly save anybody? She went to statue form to recover, which is more efficient and more fragile, and a crowd of her daughters came up one at a time and poured their bottles into the pedestal and shattered themselves into it. I spent the afternoon doing something considerably stupider. The affection counter had hit 30, and the game had awarded me a pair of disposable gloves labeled immersive, which render the player's 5 senses inside that world for a short time because the energy cost of doing it permanently is enormous and scales down as karma increases. I had, about 4 hours earlier, been lamenting that I could not feel her. I did have a bad idea. I want credit for the fact that I suppressed it in under 10 seconds out loud by telling myself that she is my electronic girlfriend and deserves respect rather than an animal. And then my phone pinged with a warning not to wear the gloves over other organs, or I would be responsible for the consequences. And I sneered and asked whether it thought I was that kind of person and whether I needed a game system to remind me. And then I stretched one open and pulled it over my head. My reasoning was that the head controls sight, touch, smell, hearing, and taste, so it is genuinely all 5 senses at once, and wearing a disposable item anywhere else is a waste, and this is wisdom, and there are not many people as clever as me left. She was asleep. In her sleep, she had gone back to a childhood summer, playing hide-and-seek with the neighbor's children, where the silly boy could never find her, until she fell asleep in a pig pen, and the piglets came and nudged her hands and her cheek with their warm snouts. And then she thought, but I am in the little house master gave me. Where did this piglet come from? She woke up. There was a noise beside her cheek. She turned over. There was a hand next to her bed. A hand made of spiritual energy would not have frightened her. The problem was that this hand had a nose and eyes. Her fear lasted about 1 second because she recognized the features. She said, "Ah, master, how did you grow into your palm? I regret not taking the warning seriously. I will say only that I held the line and did not do anything more outrageous, and that otherwise the features on that palm might not have been facial. Games that require a single straightforward approach should be treated with respect. Gloves should contain hands." I told her I was researching a secret method that lets an incarnation manifest a portion of the true body so that it would be easier for me to drink the tea she brews. She believed it completely and then improved on it and told me that it is because of great cultivators like me who dare to research and are good at research that little cultivators have techniques to choose from. I said, "Haha, you are right," and thought, when did she get so good at praising people? If she keeps this up, I will become arrogant. Then I got to the actual reason I was there, which was that I needed to find Porcelain Mother, and I had a shard with her blood on it and no way to track it. So I set her a question. I said, as the saying goes, if you do not cut the weeds at the root, they grow back with the spring wind. If you have failed to completely kill a demonic cultivator and all you have left is a trace, what method would you use? I want to flag that sentence. I said it as a throwaway to lead into a question. She is going to hand it back to me later, in a courtyard on a mountain, in front of people who wronged her, and it is going to be the best moment of her life. She answered the actual question. She has a modified Azure Cloud sect technique for finding dragon veins that she has adapted to track people, and she offered to demonstrate it. But before that, out of 10 words of borrowed proverb, she produced 3 separate doctrines. That leaving half an inch of stem is like leaving a sword move unfinished, and that when the rain brings the blades up again, you can comprehend an endless intent from it. That wild grass is humble, and that grass which survives 100 cuttings becomes indomitable, and that in the eyes of heaven there is no real difference between a cultivator who defies fate and a weed, and that if the grass is an unfinished piece of karma, then the root left in the ground is that karma continuing, and one day when you face your tribulation, it will come back as a heart demon, exactly the way an enemy you failed to kill comes back as a sword out of the dark. Then a beam of blue light went up out of her head with the Tao turning in it. Third one. Purple clouds over Luoxia Peak. Disciples coming out of meditation to stare. Fang Wei took a pull on his wine jar and observed that the little junior sister was heaven-defying and that this was her third, and Xie Yanan, lying in a treetop with a grass stem in her teeth, went completely still and asked whether there was something wrong with the feng shui at the bottom of this mountain, and then decided that no, it is because Mei Lia is talented and because her master teaches well. Then she dropped out of the tree onto her sword and went to the sect master hall to inform Ren Jiazi that he was going to make her have an epiphany today, or she would sit outside his door and not leave. The demonstration was, from my side, extremely educational and from hers, extremely difficult. She turned her back and undid her sash without hesitating, which surprised me because she is shy. Then I noticed her neck going the color of coral and her fingertip touching her own ear and the blush escaping between her fingers. She was still shy. She was putting on a brave face. I noticed that. I want that in the record because it is the only creditable thing I did in that room. Everything else I did in that room involved the sentence, "Wait, the palm is obstructing my view today. Let me move closer." The technique route was far more complicated than the last one, and I watched it 7 or 8 times and understood none of it, so I recorded a segment. Then she fastened her belt and turned around and saw the state of my nose and was alarmed and cupped the hand in both arms to look at me more closely, which made it dramatically worse. She also licked her lips afterwards and observed that Master's blood was sweet and not fishy at all. I told her the monster was attacking and that it had made my nose bleed and that we would stop there, and left immediately, and the room went quiet. She stood there a while. Then she went back to the bed and put her face between her knees with her hair down around her like a curtain so that the candle put 2 shadows on the wall, one curled at the head of the bed and one spilling over her knees, and she said, "I really want to see Master." Then she took out a piece of black jade, which is what her natal artifact wears when it is not being a battery, and fed energy into it and read the number on the back, 35, and she said, "It seems like it will take a long time." A drop of wax fell onto the sachet she had not finished and melted one more thread out of an embroidered wish about 2 people growing old together. I got back to my own body with tissue up my nose and an explanation ready, which was that the previous governor had left a can of tonic tea in the office and I had drunk the entire can in 3 days on the principle that a fool would not pass up a bargain and had evidently overdone it. Then I finished volume 1. My fist came out covered in red scales that move when I move my fingers, and my whole right arm swelled with them, and under the light the veins looked like purple dragons swimming, which is a problem. Because if that spreads to the rest of me, I look exactly like a demon, and the world is large, and there is always somebody stronger, and one day, something is going to see me and draw the obvious conclusion. So I decided that my appearance can be evil provided I have a resounding and righteous slogan. I called Yang Ji and Pan Min Min in and went to full transformation. Scales over everything, roughly double size, and rather more like a monster walking upright than a person. Pan Min Min went white, and her teeth started going. Yang Ji stepped back and drew her sword because it fitted. I had been strange since the ruins. There was a great deal of blood in that vehicle. She has said since that she thought the dark path always chooses the thinnest part of the rope. Both of them went into combat stance, and I grinned with a mouthful of new teeth and announced, in a voice like a truck, "Blood demon armor, body integration." Afterwards, outside my door, they both stood there breathing. Yang Ji got her stun gun out and shocked herself to decompress and said that if I had shouted 1 second later she really would have swung, though she probably would not have killed me. I should explain about the stun gun. Every reviver has a quirk. Hers is that she likes to shock herself several times a day and does not sleep well otherwise. And then, through the frosted glass, the two of them watched a figure hold up a phone and laugh in a way that had nothing to do with meditation. And then 2 jets of blood came out of my nose hard enough to reach the ceiling. And when they looked again, I was sitting cross-legged, apparently deep in meditation, with blood dripping down from above me. And Yang Jie said, "So that is the price for gaining power." She said, "The governor, who always seems careless and irresponsible, has been fighting in his own way this entire time. He is trading his lifespan for strength. The blood is the proof." Then I picked the phone up again and 2 more jets came out, and that confirmed it. Picking up the phone is drawing power from his natal spirit object. The nosebleed is what it costs. Pan Minmin wiped her eyes and said that the governor was too dedicated and too great, and that she had even had doubts about his motives before, and that with old Grizzly dead, he must be the one carrying the most guilt. And Yang Ji put her head down and then sighed and said, "Let us treat him better from now on. Even if he does not live much longer, he is still the governor of our province." She said, "Even if headquarters will not recognize him, I, Yang Jie, will." The original arrangement had been forced on both of them. That is the afternoon they accepted it, and I was on the other side of that glass, watching a training video and bleeding, and I did not know any of it. I would also like the record to show that in the course of watching it, I attempted to describe her using hyperbolas, the load-bearing capacity of the Cartesian coordinate system, and gravitational lensing on a curved manifold, and that I found every scientific formula I know to be entirely inadequate. At 1 minute to midnight in front of the ruins, with Yang Hui and Xiao Kang waiting in the headlights, I walked in with 2 wads of tissue up my nose. She said, "You have arrived, but your nose." And I said, "Woman, do not ask. This is the price of great power. Nothing more than lifespan. Nothing more than becoming a monster feared by all. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? After tonight, hell will be empty, leaving only me, Fang Li." She looked at me the way you look at an idiot. Then I made the seals, which required me to reproduce a meridian route, which required me to call up the recording in my head, and I saw the snow-white mathematical formulas and the beautiful geometric curves, and the tissue in my nose went red with burning passion. And I shouted the name of the technique, and a golden dragon shadow went up and dived into the ruins. Somewhere else entirely, that same night, a young man was kneeling on bluestone in front of a screen until his knees went numb. His name is Fang Bo. He is Kunlun's, and he had been in seclusion for 10 years, and his master had read the stars and found something wrong at Jinde Town, and looked closer, and found that the old monster underground had started up again. She told him Porcelain Mother was a sacrificial vessel of a previous dynasty, that it had become a spirit, and that it was using human blood to refine something. Then she threw him a sword case, and 9 talismans on the screen lit at once. She gave him an ancient blade, a medium-grade artifact with a talisman set into the hilt, and told him to be at Jinde Town at 3:45 in the morning when the yin energy peaks, and draw down the light of the Big Dipper, and shatter its form. And she told him to remember that he must also destroy the Buddha embryo beneath the earth. He took it in both hands and bowed. He believed himself to be the first person admitted to the Celestial Palace since the world changed. She told him not to diminish the prestige of Kunlun, and thought privately that after this his robe would earn 1 more stroke of cloud pattern. At that moment, at step 9,900 of the 10,000 steps under Kunlun, the pressure was coming up like a tide, and general rank revivers who are respected everywhere were bleeding from every opening trying to hold their footing, and the heir of one of the great clans was crawling up on his knees with his teeth clenched. Everybody wants into that palace. They say immortals live there, and that a disciple of the Celestial Palace obtains the Tao. And from somewhere deep in the cloud a sword cried out, and a beam of blue light went through the mist, and a boy went past all of them riding an edge so solid it looked like a floor, inside a bubble of air where not one hair on his head moved. He got to Jinde Town about 4 minutes ahead of me and announced himself properly, with his full title and a formal accusation, and was hit so hard he went into a rock wall and could only produce blood when he tried to reply. His briefing had said Chi refining great perfection, newly born. What came out of the ground was at foundation establishment and still climbing, wearing a form that was half porcelain bodhisattva and half something else, with a 9-layered necklace of bone and porcelain and a flower-holding gesture clutching half a broken scepter so that the whole thing read as unfinished. He held her for a long time. He is genuinely good. His 7-blade formation was being eaten 1 sword at a time by the wheel of light behind her head, and his fire talismans were guided along the cracks in her glaze and turned back into his own fingers. And she told him, laughing, that the kiln fire of that town is best at forging exactly the orthodox weapons his sect uses. When we got there, he was on the ground with a finger 3 inches from his chest, drawing the chi straight out of him. I want to record what he did next, because it is the reason I like him. He looked up at a group of civilians and immediately told us to run and said he would hold her off. Then, when Yang Jie said we were the demon-slaying division and it was our duty, he explained the conversion table for us, patiently, so we would understand what we were choosing. Your general rank is her chi refining middle stage. This thing runs from marshal to king. You are no match for her. Knowing that, do you still want to stay?" He did not hear an answer, and he decided that meant we were standing behind him with resolute faces. And his eyes went hot, and he thought, this is humanity, insignificant as ants trying to shake a tree and still raising swords at gods. Magnificent, my human race. Then a voice behind him said, "You are right, so you will have to handle this porcelain mother, and we will go to the rear and cheer you on." And when he turned round, we had already put down the bone china women near us and were walking away. He laughed once, bitterly, and said that he had wanted us gone anyway, and went back to dying. We watched from behind a sand dune. Pan Minmin, who is the kindest person there, could not stand it and offered to go up and heal him, or failing that to at least collect his body. Yang Ji pointed out that the boy had said, this thing starts at martial rank, and that going up there is donating kills. Xiao Kang gave her a thumbs up. He likes people who read a situation. I was on my phone with my collar up, because I had miscalculated badly. When I met that thing, it read as Qi refining great perfection, and half a day later it had grown past me, and it looked exactly like a boss entering its second phase. It was not that I could not fight it, it was that I had no confidence. So, when in doubt, use your electronic girlfriend, not for a technique this time. Learning tricks does not close an absolute gap. I had come shopping. Everything the shop sells is tagged for her only, but she can use pills I hand her, which means I can use talismans her sect hands me. Quality would be poor, quantity would not be. She called Xie Yanan first, and what came back down the line was the sound of blades, and Xie Yanan demanding that her master beat her up until she had an epiphany, and Ren Jiaji shouting that she should stop running because a good beating would do it, and Xie Yanan screaming that the sect master had murdered someone. So she called Fang Wei instead, who listened carefully and went door to door round every cave on that mountain and came back with dozens of talismans and pills and one item nobody had asked for. A sword pellet made by Tao Feng of Kongjian Peak, who had insisted because he wanted to know whether the old ancestor would think it was any good. I checked his file, steady and humble, shows only a fraction of his strength in public, unparalleled intent kept in the sheath, assessment, extremely cunning and treacherous. So I reasoned as follows. A man that humble, out of caution, would describe a pellet that reliably kills below golden core as one that merely injures severely. I said, this sword pellet has some flaws. Let me take a good look at it, and swept the entire table into my inventory. Fang Wei stood there, and then bowed to my disciple with a wry smile and said, as expected of the old ancestor, Senior brother Tao Feng's pellet is perfect. Even the peak master of Kangjian Peak could not find fault with it, and the old ancestor could still see flaws. And my disciple put her hands behind her back and let her eyes curve and said, Hey, master is an existence above void tempering. Senior brother, do not underestimate yourself. By the time I got back, Fang Bo's protective aura had failed and his mirror had shattered and his sword was going dim, and he was thinking that after 10 years of training he had assumed his first job would be a trial and had not expected this, and that in the end he still could not do it. I put a thunder talisman into her. The light came off her for 1 second and he tried to get up and could not, and somebody pulled him up from behind, and he saw the people who had run away and was moved to tears and thought, never abandon, never give up. This is the human race. And Yang Hui jerked her chin at the man in front and told him that actually he had been planning to leave, but had not wanted to. He turned his head and found the extremely handsome man who had been hiding behind everybody now standing at the front, whose shoulders, he says, were not especially broad, but whose shadow in that moonlight covered everyone. And he pointed with a shaking finger and said, this man. And then, his trousers are about to fall down, and fainted. My belt had broken in the ruins and my energy kept ballooning the trousers. I hitched them up. Then I went through the talismans and found them useless. Crooked incantations, shaky lines, not one above mortal grade in the whole batch. She saw me put them away and assumed I was out of ideas and told me to die, and brought down a hand the size of a hillside. And I said, no other way, no, and backhanded Tao Feng's pellet into the air and told it I was counting on it. Then I put my hands in my pockets and turned around and walked calmly toward the others with my back to it, because a real man does not look at explosions. One line of sword energy came out diagonally and went through the hand and the bone porcelain bodhisattva together. The cloud sea rolled backwards, a blue-white gap tore open in the sky, and the moon came through it. And I walked on in that light listening to a statue collapse and said, what a fine sword, what a cheap one. She reverted to her original form with the embryo shattered, weaker than the first time we met, and came at my back screaming that I had ruined her Buddha's embryo. I moved slightly left and put my right hand on her forehead and refined her instantly. Her last words were that our smugness would not last, and that one day we would all come to hell to keep her company. The loot was a fragment, a jade thumb ring, and a blood porcelain bottle containing some of her ashes, which turns one drop of blood into a fighting maiden whose strength matches the blood's owner, up to a ceiling of golden core. I abandoned any thought of selling that. I cannot produce golden core blood. But Sword Pavilion keeps a guardian beast at soul transformation who is full of energy all day, and Ren Jiaji will do almost anything for spirit stones. Is this what having a sect behind you feels like? It is very cool. There was, however, a problem in the immediate term, which is that everybody was staring at me. Yang Ji had just watched a man kill something close to king level with what appeared to be a single strike, and even Yang Hui's eyes had gone complicated. My performance had been a bit high profile, and none of it was actually my ability, so I should not have been. However, there is a way. I took out my phone and watched my disciple's training video very closely and put 2 jets of blood out of my nose and pocketed it and tipped my head back and went down and let my pupils go and squeezed out a groan about the backlash from that sword strike finally arriving. They called an ambulance immediately. The paramedics arrived, saw Fang Bo, who was covered in blood with his face swollen shut, and loaded him onto the stretcher, and Pan Minmin dragged him straight back off it and pointed at me and said, "The wounded man is here." The doctor looked at a young man with good color and steady breathing who had coughed up a little blood and looked more feverish than injured, and asked whether she was sure. She said, confirmed, he has internal injuries. I got the ambulance. Fang Bo waited for the next wave. I stayed in that hospital for 3 days on the grounds that although the cancer was dormant, it was still cancer and I still had a headache, and the doctors decided that since the governor insisted he was ill, they would give him supplements until he got bored. I spent those 3 days playing a board game against a dragon. I want to describe this properly because it is the strangest thing I have ever done and nobody watched it happen. The board was my own bones and blood. The lines were my meridians. My pieces were the cells He Wei Jian gave me, now carrying my new technique. Its pieces were the demonized ones, camped in a corner of my spiritual root and clinging to the last of the dragon energy underneath. It talked the whole time. It said, "Why target me? I am also part of your body. Making me stronger makes you stronger." I told it that I am the master of this body, and it is a dog that killed its owner, and that sooner or later I would stew it. For a long while we held even, because He Wei Jian's cells were never actually stronger than the demonized ones. Their only advantage was numbers. And they had been holding that line for weeks by pinning it in a corner and singing an old song at it, which is exactly the kind of thing he would build. Then my spiritual energy started running out, which was its whole plan. It stopped playing pieces and looked up expecting to see a man at his last gasp, and I waved a hand, and the red pieces came down crackling, and my wolf grew wings and 2 more heads and set the board on fire. It said, "Why do you not need spiritual energy?" And I sat there with my chin on one hand and grinned at it with a mouthful of new teeth and said, "I am a demon. What do I need spiritual energy for? 3 days without food or water." At the end of it, the dragon was reduced to a head, and I only left it that because it took the dragon energy hostage and threatened to detonate. I stood on its head and patted its face twice with a claw and explained the new arrangement, that my technique had reached its 3rd level and my physical body is already a demon and its self-destruction cannot hurt me, that from now on, for every cell it splits, I eat one, and that if it stops splitting, it gets beaten. For the first time since it was born, it was afraid. I kept it for 2 reasons. It is renewable livestock, and the dragon energy is mine, and it would be a waste to let it blow that up before I collect. Then I opened my eyes and pulled every drop of blood mist in that room back into myself, because the waste an ordinary cultivator produces during marrow cleansing, this technique recycles. The filth came off me like a shell. I had a great deal more muscle, and I was about 1 meter 9. My displayed cultivation is still the 2nd layer of chi refining. What my body can now output is foundation establishment. Then I heard the nurses outside remarking on how well endowed the governor is, and chuckled to myself that yes, my muscles have grown considerably, and then my expression changed, and my gaze traveled downward. I took one wall of that practice room with me. Fang Bo, who had just been discharged, saw a blurred red shape moving at enormous speed through a building full of medical staff and wounded people who could not defend themselves, drew his sword, and charged it. Then he heard the shape roar at him to get out of the way because it was naked and sheathed instantly for fear of injuring a man, and was consequently standing still in the middle of the corridor. He went into a wall and left a shape in it, and reports that in that instant he seemed to see the old director of his orphanage smiling at him from heaven. They took him back to intensive care. An hour later, I sat by his bed and apologized for not being able to stop in time. And he opened his eyes with difficulty and smiled and told me it was all right, and that I had killed the bone porcelain bodhisattva and rid the people of a scourge, and that so many were spared because of me, and that on behalf of all living beings he thanked me for my sacrifice. I had prepared for calm, or anger, or a demand for compensation. I had not prepared for that. He is 16 or 17 with very clear eyes, and he meant every word of it, and I sat there thinking, are there really people like this? And then, immediately afterwards, thinking that this kind of person is perfect for working as a slave in the C Province Demon Slaying Division. I offered him full insurance, a housing fund, 3 meals a day, and a monthly salary of up to 500 Yuan, on the grounds that for those who cultivate, money is an external thing and a token amount suffices. I intended to make it up to him in other ways. For instance, by having him be my sparring partner. He thought about it properly. He was born to that mountain and already has a master and cannot take another. But his master never forbade him from joining a mortal organization, and if he is going to travel the mortal world, a faction makes everything easier, and the demon-slaying division kills demons, which is his own purpose. He said yes, and that he needed to report to his master first, because the fact that the bone porcelain bodhisattva is dead, and that is where somebody else walked into the ward. Yang Wei, eldest son of the Yang family, and he explained the next head of it. He walked straight past me, took the boy's bandaged hand in both of his, and told him that heroes emerge from among the young, and that the incident at Jinde Ancient Town was entirely thanks to Brother Fang killing that king-level spirit. And then he offered him the governorship of Jie Province. Yang Hui was in the doorway and gave me a look that said everything that needed saying had been said, and nobody had believed a word of it. Then she told her brother that she had warned him, and that if he was looking for death he should not drag the family down with him, and left. Here is the thing about the evidence. Pan Minmin's recorder was destroyed by the shockwaves of that fight. Intact outside, dead inside. And every drone in the sky fell out of it like a drunk the moment I lit my first thunder talisman. That keeps happening. As the energy comes back, our machines stop working, which means that the world I live in can no longer record what I do, which is why the credit keeps going to somebody else, and why a young man from a mountain who did the honest thing and lost was about to be handed a province for it by a family who had worked out that owning him was worth more than owning the truth. And Yang Wei's private assessment of that boy, which is the entire modern half of this story in one sentence, was that he looks about 16 or 17, and that age is prone to vanity, so he must really want the credit. The boy refused him. Flatly, in front of everyone, on the grounds that he had lost that fight and Governor Fang had won it, and that he had already agreed to work for 500 Yuan a month. I am going to go faster now, because what happened next happened fast. I drained 400 caddies of blood out of Sword Pavilion's guardian beast, with the sect master holding it down for a fee, and filled the porcelain bottle. I bought my disciple stockings, which she had asked for once, and then, because the shop sold them in bulk and I have never in my life understood restraint, I had 1,000 pairs delivered to her cave in front of the entire peak. Little Bean turned out to have a spiritual root. Headquarters asked me to hand over the containment objects, and I declined. I paid 188,888 Yuan so that Sword Pavilion would not arrive at the Central Continent secret realm looking shabby, which is the single most Renjiazi purchase I have ever made. And then the gates opened, and everybody went in, both realms at once, for the first time in living memory. Every sect in the world at the entrance. The 3 Holy Lands arrived with their prodigies and their saintess and their monk and took the front, and the whole crowd bowed, because that is what everyone does. Song Shui went in on a one-way ticket. She had received her young lord's death like a widow and had bought exactly one thing with the rest of her life, which was a chance at my disciple. Inside, the Yaochi Saintess ran a formation that was supposed to purify the residue of the place, and the formation inverted, and instead of cleansing what was in there, it fed it. It could be entered and not left. Nascent soul remains started being born inside it, and 3 men from Sword Pavilion built a formation across the mouth of it, and held it open long enough to push every other disciple out, and stayed inside. Fang Wei, who gave a girl 2 jugs of wine before anybody else thought to. Fang Hao, who walks everywhere. Tao Feng, who kept 2 of his 3 pills and made a sword pellet he was too shy to hand over himself. I told those people, on a mountaintop, that if their swords broke, they should use their bones as swords, and their blood as blades, and their souls as the fire. They were listening. Xie Yanan came back to a rock face and counted faces and found 3 missing, and I am told nobody there had ever seen her angry before. She is the one who takes a joke and lets things go and comforts people about their cultivation. Her intent came off her hard enough that my disciple had to brace on her sword. Then she went to get them, alone. My disciple tried to go with her and produced a fistful of high-grade talismans as her argument, and Xie Yanan was privately delighted about the talismans and still said no. She said, "You stay and protect the others for me. You are not the strongest, but senior sister knows your potential. In real combat and in intelligence there is nobody here to touch you, and with those talismans you can get them to the exit." And my disciple offered to split the talismans and go anyway. So Xie Yanan put a hand on her shoulder, and she is half a head taller, and held her eyes and said that what she was actually afraid of was that Leah would ignore her and run for the formation instead of leaving. And then she said, "Mei Leah, only you, I believe in you." And the hand on her shoulder got heavier, and there were tears standing in her eyes, and her voice went from an order into a request. "Leah, please help me get them out of here." "Okay." My disciple pushed 3 peerless grade talismans into her hand, the only 3 she had. Yanan took one and pushed the other two back and said one is enough, then she spun her round by both hands and told her to go. I want to write down what those three men did in that formation because it is the only place in this entire story where somebody said a thing and then somebody else did it. Tao Feng, Fang Hao, and Fang Wei came out, not intact. Their dantians were destroyed, their spiritual roots were gone, their Dao bodies were gone, and there is currently no way in that world to get any of it back because the pill that repairs a dantian does not exist outside a Holy Land vault. They came out because when the swords broke, they used what they had left. Nobody had to explain to me what had happened. I had watched it from the outside, and I recognized the shape of it because I had described it to them myself as a piece of rhetoric on a mountaintop while showing off. They took it as instructions. Yanan did not come out. Yaoqi took her. My disciple got every remaining disciple of Sword Pavilion to the exit alive, which is what she had been asked to do. She also picked up a demonic cultivator on the way, a girl called Hua Ling who saved her life and carried her out. Gao Lei found her doing it and told her he was disappointed in her. He told her that she must walk the righteous path, and she said she was walking it, and he said the girl in her arms is a demonic cultivator, and she said she saved my life. He told her that Sword Pavilion and her master had ruined her, and she should come back to Azure Cloud Sect with him, and reached for her arm. And she stepped back half a pace and put her hand on her hilt and said that Sword Pavilion is great and her master has taught her very well and that he had insulted her sect and cursed her master and that today she would settle every account, old and new. He was pleased about that because he was not entirely himself by then. Songshe was kneeling at a grave in a mountain range a long way off, tracing a name on a stone and smiling, and Gao Lei's expression kept overlapping with hers. She settled the account, all of it in one afternoon, on Crimson Heaven Peak, and when she was done, there was nothing left of the people who had broken her dantian at 17 and told everyone she deserved it. And when he demanded to know why, after everything he had done for her, she owed him nothing, she said exactly that. I owe you nothing. Then the realm ejected everybody. There is a thing that happens at the exit. Teleport arrays scatter through the place while it is open, densest near the gate, so every year a few treasures get thrown out by accident, which is why the crowd who never got in still waits outside. There were children in that crowd. One of them was telling anybody who would listen that his elder brother had promised to bring him a breakthrough pill. The rift opened on the third bell, with wind and lightning, bigger than anyone had seen, and then nothing came out for several seconds. The first one came down onto a Dao field like a dropped sack and the splash reached the front row, and then the rest came down in a rain, into the mountains, into the sect fields, and distributed with perfect fairness into the Holy Lands fields as well. Not one of the recovered bodies was identifiable, and every one of them carried the marks of a demonic cultivator. The frame was pre-installed. Somebody had done the work in advance. I checked my mirror and found her flying. I checked her number and found 100%. Then I made myself sit still and wait, and the disciples of Sword Pavilion came through white as paper, and 4 of them were missing, and Fanjing's field went up before anyone had drawn a breath. They shouted that Sword Pavilion's disciples were protecting a demonic cultivator, that the evidence was irrefutable, and that somebody was going to give back the life of a Holy Lands Buddhist disciple. My disciple stood in front of 10,000 cultivators with a demonic cultivator unconscious in her arms and started to say that what she had told them was true. And I said no need for further words. I said how could I not know the character of my own disciple? Even if the world is wrong, my disciple cannot be wrong. I have been told what happened to her face. The tassel on my hilt swung in the wind and went to a red blur, and the shouting went a long way away. And in the whole of that field she could see one person and hear one sentence. Because when the Azure Cloud Sect took her dantian and told everyone she was a liar, what she wanted was not rescue. It was one person to stand up and say they believed her, even if they said nothing else. It turns out somebody had lit that lamp for her back while the spring cold was still on the ground. It turns out there really are people who will stand in front of you and not move while a whole world comes down the hill. The monk asked who I was and read my realm and could not place it because there is not supposed to be anybody at that level outside the 3 Holy Lands. He told me to think it over, because the moment I acted, I would make an enemy of every sect in the world, and I would drag Sword Pavilion into the middle of it. And I held up 2 fingers. First, this disciple is not a villain who shelters demonic cultivators. Second, I hereby announce my withdrawal from Sword Pavilion, and that I have no further connection with it. Then I asked whether I might kill him now. Sword Pavilion's disciples came out of their shock shouting that the sect could not be without me and that there must be a misunderstanding and it should wait for the pavilion master. So I asked them whether they also thought my disciple was sheltering a demonic cultivator, and they said no. They said we believe in Junior Sister. They said everyone has seen how she treats us and we believe what she says. They said the Holy Lands are suspicious, and our senior brothers and our senior sister are still missing, and perhaps a Holy Land has them. Out of every cultivator standing in that valley, the only ones who still believed her were from the sect that cannot afford wine. Sword Pavilion does not worship the Holy Lands. Sword Pavilion sells its own cooking pots to give a disciple what they need. There is no exploiting and no knife in the back, and everybody there wants exactly one thing, which is to go further along their own road. I told them they had not been trained in vain, and to tell that brat Renjiaji that I really do like Sword Pavilion, and that with all of them in it, it will live forever. And then I want to be honest about my reason, because it was not sentiment. I quit in public, in front of every sect in the world, so that Fanjing would find it difficult to move against Sword Pavilion later, and also because I was about to kill somebody. While I was away, a Fanjing elder decided that with their incarnation and their monk both dead, the Holy Land would be selecting a new Buddha, and that this was his moment. So he stood in front of the crowd outside my sword formation, with my disciple and 2 other people inside it, and proposed that they break it together, and promised Holy Land resources to anyone who helped. The loose cultivators were interested, and then some sect's disciples looked at each other and their eyes changed. Their arithmetic was that the Sword Pavilion old ancestor is impressive, but a Mahayana immortal master is more impressive, so acting right now was an opportunity. 2 did not move. Wu Mingxuan closed his fan and told his disciple that the pill sect has no shortage of resources and it is best not to get involved in this mess. And Lingxi Valley did not move at all, and their valley master stood watching the gate with her hands still, because far too few people had come out, and her daughter is normally among the first, and she had already checked her daughter's soul lamp and found it lit and swallowed it and gone back to waiting. That is what a sword mark in the ground and 3 hours a day buys you. Sword Pavilion's disciples drew and stood in front of the formation, saying that they wanted to hurt junior sister and the old ancestor had not returned. I came back. I am not going to make this sound better than it was. Everything below a certain rank simply stopped existing. Everything above it bled and could not move. The mountain range under the formation sank. Then I gave one order, and the formation fired, and the people who had come for a 19-year-old girl on a promise of resources went up as a red mist. The last monk left standing asked me how I was different from a demonic cultivator, and whether I intended to make an enemy of the world. I did not answer him. I flicked the hilt. Afterwards, it was very quiet. Nobody around that gate said anything. People were careful about breathing. Because whatever a Mahayana immortal master could or could not do to me later, the 3 of them were still inside the great realm, and I was standing right there. So I said the only thing I came to say. Today, Fang Li and his disciple Mei Lia have left Sword Pavilion. The grievance is between you and me. If you want revenge, come to me. But if you intend to make trouble for Sword Pavilion, I cannot guarantee that your sect will not suddenly be struck by a sword. Then I gripped the hilt slowly, and the air went thick, and there was a vulture crossing a gold and crimson dawn, and a sun sitting on a cliff edge like a stain. My fingers shook slightly, 2 sounds like silk tearing. Some people saw 2 plumes of white smoke a long way off in the mountains. Some only felt a low thunder come up through the ground. And the Dao fields of Yaoqi and of Fanjing, the 2 greatest cultivation grounds in that world, each seemed to open one eye, and were each taken by the throat by something invisible and snapped in half. When the dust cleared, there were no Yaoqi and Fanjing Dao fields. There was a red sun hanging by itself. I did not look at anybody. I took my disciple and the demonic cultivator girl by a shoulder each and went up, and the only thing left between heaven and earth was the sound of a sword. Do not say you were not warned. Then I went home and stole a mountain. The problem was straightforward. A Holy Land was going to come looking, and Sword Pavilion is a fixed address. Option 1 was a concealment array requiring 108 Dao artifacts, which is several hundred million yuan of shopping. Option 2 was that at my current realm, I could refine the entire sect into my own small world before I finished forming it. Every peak, every cave, every disciple, the guardian beast, the sword tomb, the ancestral hall, and the woman who sweeps it. The subscription to keep myself invisible while logged in runs 100 million a month, and holding the realm costs $1 million a minute, dropping to 10,000 a minute on standby, which comes to 14.4 million yuan a day to leave the game running while I sleep. Expensive. Acceptable. They took the 3 ruined brothers back to their peaks. Nobody asked me for anything. Not the sect master, not one elder. They did not want to trouble me or put pressure on me. And I did not tell them I was short of money either. I filed it. I do not make promises. I only offer solutions when I have them. Hua Ling woke up on Luoxia Peak with a demon blade that would not stop shaking and told us why Yaoqi does what it does. True person Lan Hui's lifespan is ending, and she is building herself a vessel. It requires 5 mutated single spiritual roots and a first-grade Dantian, and she intends to ascend. They have 4. They need profound water. There is exactly one known profound water root in that world, and it mutated at a golden core breakthrough 3 days earlier in a girl standing about 4 feet from me, which is why Xie Yanan is still alive. They are keeping her because they cannot use her yet. Hua Ling knows all this because they took her root when she was a child. Her family thought it was an honor and sent her to them. That same night they took it, destroyed her cultivation, and put her in the beast pen, and the beast happened to be full. Then, to draw her out of hiding, they killed everyone she was related to, and her parents did not give her up. She found the blade afterwards. She cultivates a demonic technique because it was the only road left open to her, and she has never once had a master. I told her all of that had been on my mind for a while, and that she should tell me anyway, because I have already killed several of the Holy Land's void-piercing elders, and wrecked 2 Dao fields, and am now a universally reviled figure no different from a demonic cultivator myself, and because she was brought here by my disciple, and I trust my disciple. Then I did the last stupid thing in this story, and it is the one I am glad about. I had a sword bone. Profound yin, a perfect match for her root and her body, worth more than everything else I have ever given her put together. A sword bone is what a sword cultivator earns after taking their own intent as far as it goes. The sect master has one, all 4 elders have one. It is the reason every one of them will eventually reach body integration. I held it out and told her to use it since she had not condensed her own. She took it and felt what it was and gave it back with both hands. I said, "Why?" And then, because I have a certain kind of pride, I hardened my voice and reminded her that she is not permitted to refuse any gift I give her. And she bowed and said, "Disciple dares not disobey master's orders." And then she looked up. She said that master had already helped her enormously, the techniques, the resources, all of it, but that a sword bone is not like a spiritual root or a dantian. A sword bone is a cultivator's own understanding of their own road. She said disciple hopes to understand her own Tao and condense her own sword bone. Then she bowed again and stayed standing there. What she was thinking, and did not say, was that she will probably never catch up to her master's sword in her whole life. But that walking the road he walked would only ever let her hide behind him and be the girl he protects. She said it feels good to be protected, and that it is not what she wants, because only by forging her own path can she one day stand beside him, or one day stand behind him and protect him, even if the chance of that is ridiculous. Some months earlier, drunk on 1 cup of wine, she had promised me she would become a sharp sword that could stand behind me. She had just torn that up herself to my face to say something better. Water came up over her head, and 3 flowers opened one after another, and the 5 elements gathered and went down into her bones, and her meridians took a glaze of gold, and the golden core she had broken through to 3 days earlier and had not stabilized locked solid. 3 flowers gather at the crown, 5 QI converge at the origin, Tao heart clear. The demon blade started screaming inside Hua Ling's head about why it had not found this one, and she threw it on the ground and stood on it, and I stood there and felt something I did not enjoy. I had spent 3 months cramming that girl full of everything I decided was good for her, and I had never once asked her what she wanted. She is not a doll, and she is not a wallpaper I get to redecorate. She is Mei Leah of Azure Cloud Realm, and there is somebody in there. So I said, okay, and put the sword bone away. And then, under her cautious eyes, I reached out and patted her on the head. Neither of us noticed at the time that the hand doing it was not the incarnation's. It was a hand we could both feel. She asked whether I was going to scold her. I said no. She asked whether I was going to throw her out. I said no. And she said, hey, master is so nice. The pill arrived that evening. She had handed the tempered plants to Elder Joe on her way, and he had turned it round faster than anyone expected, because as it turns out that formula is not difficult, it merely requires materials that do not exist, and she had spent 400 days of pain making them exist. I swallowed the 100 herbs detoxification pill in one go, and the pressure knocked me out. The dragon had been busy while I was away. It had been reduced to a head and eaten daily, so it had done the only clever thing available and started mutating, disguising its own cells as the ones Hiweijian gave me, planning to infiltrate the board and turn the white pieces black. It produced exactly one. Perfect copy, crackling with electricity and humming the song. It was extremely pleased with itself. Then it needed nutrition to grow the rest, and getting nutrition from me would have made me hungry enough to notice. So it decided to quietly eat a few of the activated cells instead, on the grounds that they are nutritious and I probably would not notice a little. It ate one. It said the taste was wonderful. Both its front paws grew slightly, and it said, "Does this kid eat this well normally?" And a voice above it said, "Yeah." The cells that man died to give me had, by then, become a wolf 10 times the size it had been, and I was standing on its head. The pill had upgraded every ordinary cell in my body past the reach of disease, and every one of those cells was carrying his instruction, and the whole thing had resonated with the technique on the way through. It begged. It offered to destroy the dragon energy right that second, and I asked whether it could move. It had gone stiff and gray. Everything the pill had touched had turned pale gold and closed around it like a set of irons. I got down off the wolf and put my hand into its skull and pulled out a small golden dragon, dying, in front of its eyes, because that was the opportunity that was supposed to be mine, and it had been eating it since Mount Tai. It said it was wrong. It said it was sorry. I said, "You are not wrong. You just deserve to die." Then I crushed the last cell of it under my foot. There was a roar through my whole body, and in a containment cell 100 meters underground, the walls bent inward, and a cat came off a windowsill and looked up at me, and every hair on it stood up, because the eyes looking back were not human eyes. They were a pair of golden vertical pupils. 132 days. That was the original number, on a screen, in a hospital corridor, when I bought a pill for 6 Yuan for a girl I did not believe was real. That is the clock, closed. The dragon soul sits by my dantian now and strengthens every scrap of energy that goes through it, which means my absorption is 10 times what it was. Which means the reason I have spent 3 months as the slowest cultivator in 2 worlds was never the talent I was born without. It was the thing eating me the entire time. If you are sick, get treated. The old sayings are right about that one. Then I ate both sword bones. The pure yang one I had taken from a vault, and the profound yin one my disciple had handed back, and since she did not need it, I decided I would simply do yin and yang cultivation myself and swallow the pair. They look like chicken tendon. I want the record to show that they also taste like chicken tendon. The sword's spiritual root produced no sensation at all. It became a wisp of blue light and went and stood next to the thunder root in my head. Neither bone exploded, and I did not die. What I got, entirely by accident, was 2 intents that should have fought each other, and did not. Profound yin turns pure yin into shadow, and the shadow draws the sword, and the sword moves on its own while I stand still. Pure yang turns pure yang into force, and the sword moves with the body. Rather than existing separately, they came out worth more than the sum of them. I had expected a war. They behaved like they had been waiting. The emperor's sword on my wall started humming and shaking with what I can only describe as longing, and I told it that it could stay on the wall because the black scale sword is still better, and you do not throw out a worn sword. Then I sat down to cultivate, and for the first time in my life, my head was empty of everything except a blade with lightning on it, and I went under instantly, and I had the sensation of being a whirlpool with an entire ocean pouring into me. 10 minutes later, my cat and my fish were slumped on the windowsill in despair, and the leaves of the orchid had gone dry because I had drained the room, and a divine plant out of a Holy Land vault could not keep up with demand. Which brings me to the last thing, and it is my favorite thing, and I did not see any of it. I have it from people who were there. True person Lan Hui came out of seclusion and was informed that a sword pavilion old ancestor had killed 4 of her void-piercing elders and her saintess and broken her Dao field. She asked whether they were joking. She asked why they did not simply go and find him, and she was told that they cannot. Not with the astrological chart. His secrets are obscured, and only a Mahayana could find him. And then she was told that Sword Pavilion has also disappeared. Not destroyed, gone, mountain and all. They believe he refined it into a small world, so neither the man nor the sect exists at an address anymore. So she used the chart herself. It is a Dao artifact with a mirror surface, standing on 9 skulls, each one a genius who understood the rhythm of the Dao while alive. She burned her own blood on it and opened an eye in her forehead. First question, who and where is he? The mirror showed mist. Second question, where is Sword Pavilion? The heavens shook so hard that the third Holy Land could see it from their own mountain. Nothing. Then she wiped the blood off her face and told her subordinate casually that the man is very good at hiding, but she had managed to find some clues, and that they should go and fetch the immortal grade Yuan heaven mending pill from the vault and upgrade the vessel's dantian and begin as soon as the profound water route is located. Her subordinate said, "As expected of you, my lord, only you could have deduced his whereabouts." She said, "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." And the instant the door closed, she coughed blood down her front and said out loud that a mere void-piercing cultivator had nearly got her devoured by the heavens. She has a further problem, which is a receipt somebody else wrote. Before the great realm she was approaching the second tribulation of Mahayana. She has fallen back to the first, and she cannot climb again because a dead sword cultivator's rhythm is locked into her body like a curse, and her cultivation can now only go one direction. That body is finished, which is why she needs the vessel, which is why she needs my disciple. Then the door opened again. The immortal grade Yuan heaven mending pill is missing from the vault, and that is not all. One single thunder spiritual root is missing. A pure yang sword bone is gone. The profound yin sword bone she collected in her early years is also gone. And the spirit stones are a bit short. She screamed at the room asking who dares to steal from Yaochi Holy Land, and grabbed the chart and asked it, and the heavens rolled across the whole world, and the mirror came back completely gray. Then she swayed, and everything went dark, and she fainted on the floor of her own treasury. Over at Fanjing, the Buddha was informed that Yaochi's vault had been looted by a mysterious force, and that even true person Lan Hui, deducing personally, could not find the truth. He put his hands together and smiled and said, Amitabha, this is a good thing. He observed that Yaochi had taken essentially all the benefit of the Central Continent's secret realm, while his own Holy Land received inferior resources, and that this was karma's retribution, and gratifying. And then a monk came in at a run and said that, as instructed, they had searched their own vault as well, and that they have also lost something, Nuwa soil, and a 9 revolution spirit orchid, and a few relics and spirit crystals. I want you to hold 2 pictures in your head at once. The first is a Buddha going red in the face with his beads shaking in his hands, ordering that they dig 3 feet into the ground across an entire Holy Land to find the little thief, and then, still uneasy, deciding to move the contents of the vault into several different places just in case. The second is a windowsill in a metal room 100 meters under the ground, with a fish tank on it, and a pot of colorful soil on top of the fish tank, and a wilted blade of grass in the pot, and a piece of yellow paper stuck to the side of the pot to stop a cat eating it. I forgot to water that plant for 3 months. I fed my cat undercooked rice. Every single thing in that room came out of the vaults of the 2 greatest powers in another universe. And neither of them can work out how, and neither of them ever will, because the man who took it does not have an address anymore. That is where I am going to stop. There is one thing left over, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. Xie Yanan is still inside Yaochi. She is alive, and they are treating her well, because they cannot use her until they have the last root, and the last root is standing on my mountain, refusing gifts. So my sister-in-law is being kept comfortable for exactly as long as my disciple stays out of their hands. The girl who took 1 talisman when she was offered 3 and pushed the other 2 back and said 1 is enough. And in a valley where a sect used to be, in the freezing rain, there is a woman in a white dress kneeling in the mud in front of a signpost, whose hair went white in a night. Because her daughter did not come out of that realm either, she will not go home. She has worked out that the only person who can help her is a man whose mountain has vanished, and she has decided that if the injury takes her there in front of that stone, at least he will have seen how much she meant it. The system has already given me the job and the number. Expose the Holy Land's conspiracy. Challenge Yaochi. Help my disciple get her senior sister back. Failure means sword pavilion destroyed, my disciple's root taken, her body taken, and her death. Current success rate, 0%. I have seen that number once before. The first time, a girl had half an hour to live, and the fix cost 6 yuan, and I did not believe any of it was real. I believe it now.